Waking up, the first thing I heard was someone cursing me. "Jinsu, you lazy dog, still not dead?" By the broken temple's entrance, the flickering flames of torches cast shadows. Zhao Laosan from the famine refugee group stood with one foot lodged on the threshold, holding half a wooden stick in his hand, his face full of mockery. "You stole the group's grain, gambled it all away, and left your wife and child in this broken temple. If you want to rejoin the group, kneel, sell your daughter to my family as a servant girl, and I'll reward you with half a bowl of chaff." Some other refugees behind him jeered. "That little girl, burned like that, who knows if she'll survive? Sell her for a bite to eat." Chen Lazy wins this deal. Lying on the ground, a surge of piercing pain shot through my head. Foreign memories forcefully flooded into me. A 3-year drought, people fleeing from the north in search of survival. This body, also named Chen Su, had stolen grain, beaten his wife, and was notoriously useless in the group. Last night, he tried escaping with the group's last bit of food, gambled it away, and ended up half-beaten to death and dragged back. Useless scum. I propped myself up from the ground. In the corner of the wall sat a woman holding a child. Her clothes were tattered, lips cracked. When she saw I woke up, her first reaction wasn't relief. It was to hide the child closer to her chest. Zhao Laosan shoved the stick against my chest. "Did you hear me? Kneel." I looked up at him. He froze for a second, then his expression darkened. "You dare glare at me?" Smack. The stick struck my shoulder. I stifled a groan, my fingers digging into the dirt. My body was frail, weakened by hunger for too long. But I didn't lower my head. He sneered coldly and turned to the woman, Su Wanyang. "Madam Su, that daughter of yours isn't half bad looking. My family's in need of a maid. Hand over the child, and if you're willing, you can come with me. You won't have to worry about food or drink. If you keep following Chen Su, the two of you will only starve to death." Su Wanyang clutched the child tighter, her voice hoarse to the point of breaking. "Get lost." Zhao Laosan's face twisted in anger. "Don't know what's good for you." He raised a foot to step into the temple. I grasped his ankle in one swift motion. "Did I say you could come in?" The temple fell silent. He looked down at me, as though I'd just told a joke. "What did you say?" I said, "Get the hell out." The refugees burst into laughter. Chen Lazy's brain must have fried. "Third brother, break his leg." Zhao Laosan raised his stick, swinging it straight for my head. Gritting my teeth, I used all the strength I could muster to roll aside, narrowly dodging the blow. At the same time, my hand reached for a broken brick. As his stick struck empty air, before he could recover, I instinctively swung the brick toward his face. Crack. A dull thud. Zhao Laosan gasped, his body collapsing downward. Like a starving wolf, I pounced, pressing the jagged edge of the brick tightly against his neck. My movements weren't fast, but they were ruthless. The laughter at the temple entrance abruptly ceased. "One more step forward, and I'll send you to hell." His Adam's apple shifted, the sound of his gulp painfully clear. "Chen Su, you dare lay a hand on me? The group's right ahead. Hurt me today, and tomorrow your wife and child won't make it out alive." I leaned in harder. The brick scraped his skin, blood trailing down his neck. Zhao Laosan's face went ghostly pale. All right, you've got guts." Clutching his knee, he scrambled backward, cursing as he went. "There are wolves outside the temple, and come midnight, hungry refugees will be tearing apart corpses for food. You three, just wait here to die." The torchlight grew fainter as he retreated, his cursing intermittent, until it finally faded altogether. The broken temple plunged back into darkness. Wind slipped through the cracks in the damaged walls, causing the tattered cloth before the Buddha statue to flap noisily. I released my grasp, the brick dropping to the ground. My chest heaved violently. That short burst of action had nearly drained the last of my strength. Su Wanyang was still staring at me, her gaze devoid of gratitude, only guardedness. "Where's the food?" I stayed silent. "Don't play dumb. You've done this before, saying you'd go find food only to come back and hit me." She lowered her head toward the child cradled in her arms. The little girl's face was bright red from fever, murmuring faintly, "Mom, hungry." Su Wanyang poured the last bits of water from a cracked bowl, dipped her fingers in, and gently moistened the child's lips. Watching this scene, my chest tightened in pain. The original owner of this body deserved to die. But now that I inhabited this body, I had to settle its accounts. I searched my entire body, shabby clothes, a piece of hemp rope around my waist. I rifled through the entire broken temple. Underneath the offering table there was nothing but dust. Outside, the howls of wolves echoed, close by. Su Wanyang huddled in the corner with the child. The little one suddenly convulsed slightly, letting out a weak cry. "Papa!" I turned sharply. The little girl's eyes were closed in feverish delirium, yet she still called out for her father. My throat tightened. I walked to the Buddha statue, pressing both hands on the rickety offering table. In my mind, a cold voice rang out. "Host strong survival will detect it." Location sign-in system activated. Current location, Broken Temple. Sign in. My body froze. A system? Was I hallucinating from hunger? The voice came again. Sign in. I didn't hesitate. Sign in. Sign in at Broken Temple successful. Reward, white flour bun ×2. Stored in system inventory. In my mind, a faint gray slot lit up. 2 plump white buns appeared, still steaming. My heartbeat quickened sharply. It was real, but I didn't take them out immediately. On the famine trails, a single moldy cornbread could spark a fight leading to dozens of deaths. A fragrant white bun would only be more dangerous. Take the child to the corner. Su Wanyang didn't move. I glanced back at her. There are wolves at the door. The corner is sheltered from the wind. If you don't trust me, hold a piece of tile. Strike me if I come near. Biting her lip, she picked up the child in her arms and gradually moved over. Following her, I crouched down, using my body to block out side view. With a thought, a white bun materialized in my palm, soft, warm, and fragrant. Su Wanyang's eyes widened immediately. Where did you get that? I tore off a small piece, popped it into my mouth, and swallowed. No poison. I held another piece to the child's lips. The feverish little girl, catching the scent of the bun, instinctively opened her mouth. As the bun entered, tears streamed down her cheeks. Mom soft. Su Wanyang's hands began trembling violently, her gaze fixed on me. I placed half the bun on her lap. Eat. If you don't eat, you won't have the strength to hold the child. Lowering her head, she took a small bite. Bite. Almost instantly, she slapped a hand over her mouth, her shoulders quivering. I looked away. If I watched her too long, I wouldn't be able to suppress the fury boiling inside me. The temple fell silent, save for the wind. I put the remaining bun back into the system's inventory, reserving it for later when they could split it. After a few bites, the breath was still warm. Having only steamed buns wasn't enough. She was burning up with fever. I had to get medicine. Forcing myself to trudge forward, I made my way to the Buddha statue and crouched beneath its cool base. I didn't dare sleep. My mind was racing, planning how to find fever-reducing herbs in this famine-stricken year once dawn arrived. As soon as my back touched the cold bricks behind the Buddha, I shut my eyes. Detected new location, shadow behind Buddha. Do you wish to check in? My eyes snapped open, and my breathing caught. I could still check in. The same dilapidated temple, just a different spot, yet it counted as a new location? I didn't hesitate for a second. Check in. Check into shadow behind Buddha successful. Reward, fever-reducing medicine ×1 pack. Stored in system backpack. Fever-reducing medicine. My head buzzed. A small paper packet appeared in the backpack, printed with modern text. Exactly what Xiaoman desperately needed now. I stayed crouched behind the Buddha, afraid to make a sound, my brain working furiously. One spot in the front hall. Another spot behind the Buddha. I lifted my head and looked at the wooden beams above. Though the temple was in disrepair, some thick beams were still intact. Not daring to delay, I clenched my teeth and hugged the wooden pillar, covered in dry splinters, and began to climb. My body was so weakened that my arms were soft and trembling. After just 2 attempts, I slid back down. The rough wood scraped off a layer of skin from my legs, leaving blood mixed with dust seeping out. Yet I didn't make a sound, inching my way up to the beam. Just as I steadied myself and hadn't yet caught my breath. Detected new location, Broken Temple beam. Do you wish to check in? I grinned widely. Check in. Check in to Broken Temple beam successful. Reward, dried meat ×1/2 pound. Stored in system backpack. Dried meat. 1/2 pound. Lying prone on the beam, panting, I had only one thought. This system's definition of locations, isn't it a bit too lax? Before the Buddha, behind the Buddha, and now the beam. Each counted as distinct locations. Then what about other places? Climbing down from the beam, my legs nearly gave out beneath me. Leaning on the offering table to catch my breath. Detected new location, hidden compartment of offering table. Do you wish to check in? My eyes widened. Check in. Check into hidden compartment of offering table successful. Reward, coarse cloth quilt ×1. Stored in system backpack. A quilt. With the wind howling outside and the child still feverish, it was just what we needed. Crawling out from under the offering table, I cast my gaze toward the corner where a half-faced earth god statue stood. I approached and crouched down, waiting for a moment. No prompt. I frowned. Not every place could trigger a check-in. Switching directions, I walked to the entrance. Detected new location, threshold of Broken Temple. Do you wish to check in? Check in. Check into threshold of Broken Temple successful. Reward, Firestarter ×1. Stored in system backpack. The same temple. 5 distinct locations, 5 check-ins. Steamed buns, fever-reducing medicine, dried meat, quilt, Firestarter. Each was something urgently needed in this dire situation. Standing on the temple threshold, the wind howled with the sound of wolves in the distance. I wasn't afraid. I was thinking. How many corners did this temple have in total? Did each brick count as a point? Would the left and right sides of the Buddha count separately? What about the top and bottom of a broken windowsill? The more I thought, the more my hands trembled. Not from fear, but from excitement. This wasn't just a check-in system. This was a bug, and a massive one at that. I turned and headed back into the temple, crouching beside Su Wanyang, my knees hitting the ground with a muffled thud. My whole body was numb, barely any pain registered. I was holding on purely by willpower. Taking out the fever-reducing medicine from the backpack, I opened the small packet of white powder. It bore instructions, half a packet for adults, 1/4 for children. I poured out a quarter into the broken bowl, mixing it with the sparse water left, and tucked the remaining powder into my shirt. As soon as the medicine mixed with water, a bitter scent wafted out. I brought the bowl to Xiaoman's lips. Drink. Don't you touch her. Su Wanyang clasped my wrist tightly, her bony fingers nearly digging into my flesh as her eyes bore into mine. What is this? Fever medicine. Where did you get this? Her voice trembled violently. Chen Su, if you dare feed filth to my child, I'll fight you to the death. I didn't explain. Instead, I brought the bowl to my own lips, taking a sip. Bitter. The aftertaste numbed my tongue. Wiping my mouth, I handed the bowl back to her. See? I drank it. If anyone dies, it'll be me first. She stared at me for several moments, then at Xiaoman's burning red face. Slowly, her fingers loosened. Bit by bit, I fed the medicine to Xiaoman. The little girl, despite the bitterness, drank it all. From the system backpack, I retrieved the quilt and wrapped it around the mother and daughter. When Su Wanyang's fingers brushed the quilt's surface, her entire body froze momentarily, dry and thick, with the scent of cotton. She opened her mouth, but said nothing. I retrieved the fire starter, coaxing a small flame in a corner sheltered from the wind, using broken wood and grass as kindling. Yellow-orange light danced across the walls, bringing a faint warmth to the broken temple. Su Wanyang held her child, staring at the side of my face for a long time. You're not Chen Su. My movement paused as I added another log to the fire. I am. Chen Su wouldn't treat us like this. I won't be like that anymore. She said no more. Xiaoman, after taking the medicine and a few nibbles of steamed bun, began to breathe more steadily. The alarming flush on her face gradually faded. Leaning against the wall, I sat back, tearing a piece of dried meat and passing it to her. She accepted it and held it tightly in her small hand. Are there really wolves outside? There are. I stared at the darkness beyond the doorway. But they won't get inside. The doorway's narrow. I can block it. She looked at me, but stayed silent. Reaching out, I touched Xiaoman's forehead. Not as hot as before. The medicine was working. Exhaling a breath of relief, I closed my eyes, focusing on the gray interface in my mind. The system backpack had 10 slots, arranged in 2 rows. 2 slots were lit. White steamed bun times 1, dried meat times half a pound. Opening my eyes, I picked up a thumb-sized pebble from the ground. This backpack, could it only store items from check-ins, or could it hold anything? With a thought, I tried storing the pebble. No response. The pebble remained in my hand. As I suspected, it couldn't store just anything. I turned my gaze to the steamed bun in the backpack and mentally commanded it out. A warm bun appeared in my palm. The wind outside howled fiercely once more. I moved my hand, returning the bun to the inventory. Ding. The slot lit up again. Items taken out could be returned. Good news. I was just about to close the interface when something caught my eye. A number in the corner of the slot. My eyes widened. Steamed bun times 2. I stared at the number, my breath catching for half a beat. I had clearly only put 1 back, yet the system showed 2. I pulled out the fever-reducing medicine pouch, 3/4 full, with 1 corner of the paper packet crumpled. Store. Take out again. The paper packet fell back into my palm, bulging now, bigger than when I put it in. Full. The quarter I'd used was replenished. I clenched my fist, my nails digging into my palm. It hurt, but I needed the pain to suppress the wild joy swelling in my chest. This backpack wasn't just storage, it was an infinite vault of treasures. Take out and use as much as you want. Put it back, and it's restored to its original state. Eat 1 steamed bun, put it back, and it becomes 2. Use a quarter of some medicine, put it back, and the pack refills. Endless food, endless medicine. As long as there's something in its slots, it won't run out. But right now, the most urgent thing was to regain my strength. Only with strength could I find a checkpoint. I took out a piece of jerky and tore off a small strip. Then I retrieved a steamed bun and broke off a quarter, stowing the rest back. Squatting by the fire, I chewed in slow, small bites. This body had been starving for too long. Eating too much too quickly could be deadly. I chewed each bite until there was nothing left to swallow. The salty savoriness of the meat mixed with the tender softness of the bun, a long-lost warmth spreading in my stomach. Su Wanyang watched me from beneath the blanket, her gaze complicated. This man used to snatch food, wolfing it down like he wanted to swallow the bowl too. When did he learn to chew so carefully? I didn't pay her any attention. After finishing the last bite, I stood up. My knees no longer wobbled. I walked over and felt Xiaoman's forehead. No longer hot, and her breathing was steady. Do we still have medicine? She asked softly. There's medicine, but water's almost gone. The chipped bowl at the bottom held only a thin layer of water, not even enough to moisten our lips. In times of famine, it wasn't just food that was scarce, but water too. 3 years of drought had dried up wells and rivers. Along the roads of refugees, more died of thirst than of hunger. I glanced toward the back of the temple. In the body's memories, there was a dry well in the rear courtyard. If I could check in there, perhaps I'd find water. Stay with the child. Don't move. I'm going to check behind the temple. I grabbed a fire starter, clutched a broken brick, and bent low, slipping through the side door by the Buddhist statues into the rear courtyard. Moonlight seeped through cracks in the wall, illuminating a scene of desolation. Withered grass yellowed at the foot of the walls, fragments of tiles scattered across the ground. At the center of the courtyard stood a chopping block, with a decayed piece of wood lying beside it. 3 steps further in, the mouth of the dry well gaped like a black maw, exhaling a cold, earthy dampness. I walked to the chopping block and planted my feet. Detected new location, rear courtyard chopping block. Check-in. Check-in. Check-in successful. Reward, machete ×1. I took out the machete. Iron blade, wooden handle, 7 inches long, the edge gleamed sharp and bright. I tucked it into the hemp rope around my waist and gripped the handle, feeling a sense of security. My gaze turned toward the dry well. Taking a deep breath, I stepped onto the stone slab at the well's edge. Detected new location, dry well edge. Check-in. Check-in successful. Reward, water skin ×1. Water. I pulled out the water skin, a bulging pouch stitched from cowhide. Pulling free the wooden stopper, I took a sip. Sweetness flooded my throat. Heavenly. I restoppered it and stored it back in the backpack before bracing myself on the well's edge to peer down. The well wasn't deep. The moonlight reached the bottom, where rough stones and dirt could be seen. Several protruding bricks lined the well wall, barely enough foothold. Gritting my teeth, I swung myself down, my feet finding purchase on loose stones as my head tilted up toward the circle of the moon. Detected new location, dry well bottom. Check-in. Check-in successful. Reward, earthen jar ×1. I tilted my head back and laughed, my voice echoing against the walls of the well. Climbing back up along the bricks, my fingertips stung from the rough surface. As I hauled myself out of the well, I collapsed onto the ground, panting, one hand braced against the cool slate beside the well. Detected new location, slate beside the well. Check-in. Check-in successful. Reward, hemp rope ×1 bundle. I lay there catching my breath, my face smeared with dirt and ash, but my eyes were glowing with excitement. From just one dry well, 3 locations, and 3 supplies. I scanned the other corners of the courtyard. The cracked section of the wall, no prompt. The area near the decayed wood, no prompt. The rear courtyard was cleared. That was enough. A woo. The wolf's howl came closer, its sharp tang carried by the night wind. Without hesitation, I returned to the front temple. Back in the temple, I spread out the supplies on the ground. Machete, water skin, earthen jar, hemp rope. I picked up the rope and walked to the temple entrance, crouching down. One end I tied to the left stone pillar at the base of the gate, running it across the threshold and looping it twice around the right pillar, securing it with a dead knot. A tripwire. Wolves, being low to the ground, would slam into it first. Humans too, if they weren't careful. Then, 2 steps behind the rope, I placed the broken bricks, their sharp edges pointing upward, in a densely packed row. Dusting off my hands, I stood up. Not exactly a sophisticated trap, but in this pitch-black temple entrance, it was enough to cost any intruder half their life. Su Wanyang hadn't slept. Her eyes reflected the firelight as she watched me with an unfamiliar expression. Returning to the fire, I took out the earthen jar, poured in more than half the water skin, and balanced it over the flames. As the water came to a boil, I crumbled half a steamed bun into pieces and sprinkled them in, stirring with a wooden stick. The white paste-like mixture bubbled, its aroma spreading. Su Wanyang sniffed, then quickly lowered her head, pretending to check if Xiaoman had kicked off the blanket. I stirred the paste until it was even, scooped a small bowl to cool, and handed it over. Here, eat. Slowly. After starving for so long, eating too much too quickly will bloat your stomach. She took the bowl, her fingers brushing against mine before pulling back. She lowered her head, picked out a bit with the wooden stick, blew on it to cool it, and brought it to Xiaoman's mouth. The little girl, half asleep, opened her mouth and ate, her lips smacking as her frown eased. Su Wanyang showed little emotion. She simply finished feeding the child and nudged the bowl back toward me. You eat some too. Her voice was quiet. I hesitated for a moment before pushing the bowl back to her. I've eaten. You finish it. She didn't argue this time. lowering her head to sip and finishing the bowl in small bites. Wiping her mouth with the back of her hand, she pulled Xiaoman closer into her arms. The fire cracked loudly, scattering a few sparks. She glanced at me, but then quickly looked away. Thank you. I didn't respond, continuing to feed wood into the flames. Get some sleep. I'll take the second watch. The firewood crackled and popped, filling the dilapidated temple with a warm glow. Leaning back against the wall, I closed my eyes to rest. Not long after, heavy breathing echoed from outside the temple door. Ragged, urgent, interspersed with low whimpers. Scratch, scratch. Sharp claws raked over the battered threshold, each breath closer than the last. The stench of blood and rot forced its way through the cracks in the door. I shot to my feet. The firelight danced as I stared unflinchingly at the barely hanging temple doors. Outside the door, in the shrouded darkness, a pair of glowing green eyes flared to life. The eyes of the wolves. Then, a second pair. A third. It wasn't just one wolf. It was a pack. Bang. A wolf slammed fiercely into the wooden door. Splinters fell, and the hinges groaned under the force. At the base of the wall, there were frenzied scratching noises. Claws raked against the bricks, sharp and shrill. In the corner, Su Wanyang's face was pale as a sheet, her whole body trembling. She held Xiaoman tightly, covering her daughter's mouth to stop even the tiniest sound. In a hoarse whisper, I said, "Hide behind the Buddha statue. Press yourself into the corner of the wall, and don't make a sound no matter what you hear." Su Wanyang dragged the blanket and retreated into the shadows behind the statue. I drew in a deep breath and fixed my eyes on the door. The temple door was narrow, only wide enough for one wolf to squeeze through at a time. This was my only advantage. I pulled the hatchet from my waist, stepped back a couple of paces, and planted my feet firmly behind the scattered bricks and tripwire. My palms were slick with cold sweat. This body was far too weak. A meal of steamed buns and some water wasn't enough to replenish me. If I couldn't hold them off, if the wolves bit into a vital spot. No, there was no if. I had to block them. Creak. A grating sound made my teeth clench. The right side of the door was forcibly shoved open, leaving a narrow gap. A massive wolf's head poked through the opening. Its gaunt, bony frame was evident, and its green eyes locked onto me with ravenous hunger. It had gone mad with starvation. It wasn't even afraid of the firelight. The wolf braced its hind legs against the threshold and pounced, bringing with it a gust of foul-smelling wind. It shot straight for my throat like an arrow loosed from a bow. Mid-air, its front legs suddenly tensed and collided with something invisible. The tripwire, the hemp rope, strung just high enough to hit its knees, went taut instantly. Both ends were secured tightly to stone pillars. A woo. The starving wolf lost its balance mid-air, letting out a piercing wail as its massive body crashed heavily to the ground. The landing spot, right where I had arranged the jagged bricks, each with its sharp corners facing upward. Squelch. The wolf's belly and inner thighs slammed brutally into the brick corners. Its hide split open in several places, spraying blood that dyed the dust red. The wolf, dazed by the impact and writhing from the searing pain in its abdomen, went completely berserk. Rolling to free itself from the tripwire, it leapt at me again, now even more ferocious, blood streaming from its wounds. This was the moment I had been waiting for. Die. Gripping the hatchet handle with both hands, I used all my strength and swung it down toward the wolf's head. Clang. The piercing sound of metal striking stone rang out. The blade missed and struck a brick next to the wolf's head, sending sparks flying. The massive recoil traveled through the hilt, jolting my palms and splitting the skin between my thumb and forefinger. My entire right arm went numb, and the hatchet nearly slipped from my grasp. I glanced down, and my pupils contracted sharply. The blade had chipped, leaving a jagged gap the size of a fingernail. I hadn't struck it. The wolf gave me no time to recover. Its front claws dug into the ground as it pounced upward, jaws gaping toward my leg. Instinctively, I stepped back, but the ground was littered with loose bricks. My footing slipped, balance faltered, and I toppled backward. Rip! The wolf's claws grazed my lower leg, tearing through the fabric of my pants and carving 3 deep gashes into my flesh. Agonizing pain shot through me. Behind the Buddha statue, Su Wanyang saw me go down. Her lips trembled, and she gripped Xiaoman tightly, covering the child's eyes. Xiaoman stirred awake, too weak to shout, murmuring, "Papa, Papa." That one word was like a sledgehammer smashing into my brain. I couldn't retreat. Retreating meant death. The wolf had leapt onto my chest, its foul-smelling breath washing over my face as it lunged for my throat with its open jaws. No time to rise. I braced my left hand against the wolf's lower jaw, letting its claws tear madly at my chest. With my right hand, I gripped the chipped hatchet tightly. No technique. No strategy. Die? Just die. Roaring like a wild animal, I drove the hatchet upward into the wolf's belly with all my might. The blade pierced flesh, then pulled out, and struck again. Warm wolf blood sprayed over my face, blinding me. I didn't stop. Left hand pinned the wolf's neck while my right hand yanked the blade free, flipped it, and slashed at the wolf's throat. Once, twice. On the third strike. Crack. The sound of bone breaking echoed in the air. The wolf's neck bone, snapped clean by the battered, chipped hatchet. The ferocity in the wolf's eyes dimmed. Its massive body twitched a few times, then went limp. The heavy carcass pinned me to the ground. I was gasping for air, my face smeared in blood. I couldn't tell if it was mine or the wolf's. Oh whoa. Outside, the smell of blood had driven the rest of the pack into a frenzy. The sound of wolves ramming into the door grew louder, with multiple wolves now clawing to squeeze through the cracks. The wooden door shook and wavered under their assault. I was trembling all over, my arms too weak to lift. But there were still several more outside. The barricade wouldn't last much longer. I bit down on the tip of my tongue, the sharp pain forcing me to stay conscious. Pushing the wolf's corpse off me, I braced myself on the ground and struggled to my feet. I had to block the door. The only heavy object left to use was this wolf's body. Dragging my bloodied leg, I staggered over and bent down to grab the carcass. The moment my palm touched its fur, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in my mind. New location detected. Wolf carcass. Sign in. Yes. I responded without hesitation. Blood-soaked wolf carcass, sign in successful. Reward, beast repellent powder times 1 pack. Stored in system inventory. Pull up the blanket, cover your mouth and nose, and hold your breath. I shouted without turning around. Su Wanyang heard the steel in my voice and immediately yanked the quilt over Xiao Man, covering her entirely. She took a deep breath and clamped her hand over her own nose and mouth. Outside, the wooden planks were at their breaking point. A second wolf had managed to squeeze half its body inside, its green eyes gleaming hungrily. I held my breath and, with a thought, summoned a small package made of waxed paper into my hand. Crushing it with one hand, I flung the entire contents toward the entrance. The wind funneling in through the doorway scattered the yellowish powder into the air, some of it even blowing back into my face. It stung, spicy and acrid. I instinctively held my breath as my eyes stung red and tears poured uncontrollably. The wolves outside reacted even more violently. The one halfway through the door let out a pained screech as its nose brushed the powder, scrambling backward frantically. Chaos erupted outside. Sounds of sneezing and howling echoed through the air in chaotic succession. A beast's sense of smell was 100 times sharper than a human's. This beast repellent powder was like acid poured into their noses. The scraping at the door ceased abruptly. Panicked footsteps retreated, accompanied by distant whimpering that faded into the darkness of the wilderness. The dilapidated temple finally fell silent. Only the sound of wind flapping through torn fabric remained, mingling with the nauseating stench of blood and the pungent chemical scent of the powder. Leaning against the cold wall, I felt all the strength drained from me at once. Sliding down to the ground, I sat there gasping for air. Every breath pulled at the wounds on my chest, pain radiating like torn flesh. Everything surged forward. I lowered my head to look. My calf was scraped, the tattered pants hanging in strips. 3 claw marks gaped open, revealing the raw flesh beneath. My chest was even worse. My coarse cloth tunic was shredded into ribbons, leaving a swath of torn skin and blood, mingled with gray dirt and the wolf's blood. The webbing between my thumb and forefinger on my right hand was split wide open, dried blood caking the fractured knife hilt I held. My hand trembled uncontrollably, spasming without restraint. Behind the Buddha statue, after confirming there was no sound outside, Su Wanyan cautiously lifted the blanket. The acrid, pungent smell lingered in the air. She wrinkled her nose, her gaze sweeping over the dying embers of the fire before landing on me, a man drenched in blood. The enormous wolf carcass lay at the edge of the firelight, and I, plastered with dried blood and mud, leaning against the corner, looked no less than a ghost crawling out of hell, gasping for breath. Su Wanyan's lips moved slightly. She looked at the gruesome wounds on me, her mind replaying the scene of me recklessly lunging at the wolf, fighting it barehanded. The Chun Su from before, upon seeing a wolf, would have surely pushed her and Xiao Man out as bait. Don't move. Let me. She suddenly spoke up. I looked up, startled. She avoided my eyes, quickly lowering her head, clutching the inner lining of her outer garment, the relatively clean cloth inside. Rip! The sound of ripping fabric was particularly clear in the quiet temple. A clean strip of white cloth tore free. For a fleeting moment, the pale skin revealed beneath caught my eye before being covered again by her outer robe. She held the cloth strip, walked over to me, and crouched down. If you collapse, Xiao Man and I won't survive either, she said, staring at the wound on my chest, coldly adding. I chuckled softly. With a subtle thought, a water pouch appeared in my palm, full to the brim. We need to clean the wounds, or they'll fester. This water, I just grabbed some from the backyard. A poor excuse. But in times of famine, water was life. Who would trouble themselves to question its source? Su Wanyin took the pouch, uncorked it, and tilted the spout. The clean water flowed over the wounds on my chest, mingling with the blood and dirt, dripping onto the ground. The searing pain made my face twitch, but I gritted my teeth, enduring it without a sound. The chest was done. Hold on, I suddenly said, reaching for the pouch. Let me take a sip first. I unscrewed the cap, tilting my head back as if to drink. Shielded by my tattered sleeve, the water pouch vanished and instantly reappeared in my palm. The once dented leather pouch now bulged full again. I wiped my mouth and handed the water pouch back to her. Su Wanyin took it and was just about to wash my calf when her movement paused. The weight was off. From cleaning the chest wound, at least half a liter had been poured out. Why did the pouch feel heavier, not lighter, the more she used it? She glanced at the pouch in her hand, then at me. I kept a calm expression. What are you staring at? That well out back is deep. It took effort to draw this much. Use it sparingly. Suppressing her suspicion, Su Wanyin resumed washing the wound. She picked up the inner lining's fabric strip and began dressing my calf. Her fingertips, inevitably brushing against my skin, felt cold with a faint, tremulous touch. Under normal circumstances, she would never be this close to me. Wrapping, tying knots. She gazed at the still bleeding wound and lowered her voice. Does it still hurt? Leaning against the wall, I watched her side profile as she focused on bandaging, replying casually, it doesn't. Just a flesh wound. The words had barely left my mouth when she tied the final knot tightly, yanking it unceremoniously. Hiss. Caught off guard, I sharply inhaled, the pain making my eye twitch uncontrollably. Standing up, she released her grip and glanced at me with an even tone. And you say it doesn't hurt. I smiled bitterly. This woman, her temperament was tougher than I'd expected. Papa. From the corner under the blanket, a tufted little head peeked out. It was Xiao Man, her fever reduced by the medicine. Her small face had regained its fairness, and her large, watery eyes blinked as she looked at me. My expression softened instantly. In a gentle voice, I said, sleep well. Papa's here. Hearing that, Su Wanyin's body suddenly stiffened. Saying nothing, she stuffed the remaining strip of fabric into my hand and turned back toward the corner. Don't force it next time. She sat with her back to me, pulling the blanket over herself and hugging Xiao Man close. I held the still warm fabric strip in my hand, looking at her retreating figure. Nodding, I said, all right. After resting for a moment, regaining some strength, I propped myself up against the wall to stand. The floor was slick with blood, the stench of iron thick in the air. Without cleaning, it could attract more creatures. But the repellent powder was all used up. I retrieved the empty pouch back into the system's inventory. Repellent powder ×1. With a single thought, a fully replenished packet of paper-wrapped powder appeared in my palm. I tore it open, grabbed a handful of dirt, sprinkled in half the packet of powder, and mixed it thoroughly. Holding the medicated dirt, I walked to the doorway, pouring a thick line along the threshold. Once the powder emptied, I repeated the cycle, store, retrieve. A full paper pouch appeared again. Along the temple's battered walls, the window gaps, and the passage leading to the courtyard, I scattered it all. The pungent, spicy odor completely overwhelmed the metallic tang of blood. With that done, I hobbled to the massive wolf carcass, clutching its hind legs with both hands. Up! With the exertion straining every muscle, I flushed red as I dragged the heavy corpse step by step to the fire pit, leaving a streaking blood trail behind. Afterward, I meticulously reset the tripwire snares and scattered bricks. Picking up the hatchet lying on the ground, I noticed. The wooden handle was bloodstained. The blade was nicked. Most concerning of all, a semicircular notch, about the size of a fingernail, was missing from the middle edge. Running my fingers over the handle, an idea suddenly surfaced in my mind. A bitten-off bun reappeared intact when returned. The emptied water pouch refilled itself. So then, what about a broken weapon? I took a deep breath and silently commanded, store. The weight in my hand vanished. The chipped hatchet appeared within the glowing module of the inventory slot. The icon glowed softly. Retrieve. A flash of light. My right hand suddenly felt heavier. An icy, iron-smelling weapon returned to my palm. Under the firelight, I examined it closely. The wooden handle was pristine, devoid of bloodstains. The blade edge glinted, smooth and razor-sharp. The missing chunk? Gone. No, not just gone, but perfectly restored, seamlessly repaired. My breath grew heavier, a realization dawning upon me. The system's inventory didn't just reset quantities. Anything returned to storage would be restored to the state it was in when first logged. But then, an even bolder thought surfaced. A broken weapon could be restored, sure, but what about the missing fragments? Staring fixedly at where the blade had chipped, I rubbed the prickling sensation on my face, a wild idea blooming in my mind. Could the lost iron shard? I whipped my head around abruptly. The wolf's corpse had already been dragged away, leaving only a thick, darkened pool of blood on the blue stone ground. Propping myself up against the wall, I dragged my still bleeding left leg, limping over. The wound throbbed with sharp pain as it stretched, but I ignored it, plunging my hand directly into the sticky blood pool. My fingertips groped through fragments of rock and clotted blood. It felt icy, slippery. The firewood in the pit crackled. Su Wanyang, holding Xiao Man, huddled under a blanket. Hearing the sound, she poked her head out cautiously to glance. Outside, this man was crouching with his backside in the air, fumbling through the blood. "What are you looking for?" she rasped, her voice hoarse and vigilant. Without lifting my head, I responded, "The blade broke. I need to find the shard. When the sun comes up, it shouldn't end up hurting the kid." She frowned, tucking the blanket tightly around Xiao Man, then glanced at me again before retreating into silence. The blood was cold. Suddenly, my fingertip grazed a sharp edge. I pinched it between two fingers and pried it out from the coagulated blood. Under the firelight, it was a nail-sized piece of metal, razor-sharp edges smeared with a hint of wolf fur. My breathing turned heavy. Store. The shard vanished from my blood-stained palm as if by magic. In the depths of my mind, a gray interface surfaced, and a hatchet icon lit up. It actually worked. The system recognized this as part of the hatchet. Retrieve. My palm suddenly felt weighed down. A brand new hatchet appeared, its polished wooden handle smooth and blade edge gleaming with cold light, now tightly gripped in my hand. With my back towards Su Wanyang, my chest heaved violently. Stay calm. Stay calm. Now I had two hatchets. One was the repaired one in my backpack, and the other had been reassembled from the shard. The system allowed crafting, but hammering metal shards would create too much noise, potentially attracting marauders and wild beasts. Not safe. I restashed the extra hatchet into my backpack. Right now, what's most critical isn't weapons. It's food and water. I'm going to check at the doorway and see if the medicinal scent has dispersed yet. I grabbed a handful of dry dirt and turned to her. Hide yourself behind the Buddha statue with Xiao Man. Don't let him catch a draft. She gave me a deep look, said nothing, and carried the child deeper into the shadows until she was entirely hidden from sight. I moved to a blind spot beside the temple entrance, leaning my back against the wall. With a thought, two steaming white buns appeared in my palm. I ripped one bun in half, holding half in my left hand and half in my right. First, the right-hand half, it went into the backpack. The inventory slot lit up, white bun times 2. My eyes lit up, though I held back any excitement and moved to the next step. I tossed the left-hand half into the backpack as well. This time, the number changed. White bun times 2.5, not infinitely stackable. I frowned, my mind worrying. A different approach. I pulled all the buns, 2 full and 1 half, out of the backpack and placed them on a piece of torn cloth at my feet. The inventory slots were now completely empty. I picked up the half bun from the ground and reinserted it into the system. Ding! The dark inventory slot brightened instantly. White bun times 2. A grin spread across my lips in silence. Understood. If the inventory already contains complete items, adding fragments doesn't work. But if the slots are emptied, even a single fragment restores it to the original crafting amount. 2 whole buns. I rubbed my hands together. Time to farm. Empty, input, generate. Break apart, store, retrieve. Store, retrieve. The actions were simple, but I didn't dare pause. The night was fading, and Su Wanyang could wake up at any moment. Who knew if this exploit might suddenly stop working? I had to seize the opportunity and push it to the limit. The pile of buns on the rag quickly grew. 4, 8, 16, 50, 100, 200. Less than half an hour later, a mountain of wheat-scented buns had piled up at my feet. I swept them all into my backpack at once. The first inventory slot reached its limit at 999 and stopped moving. A neighboring gray slot lit up. White bun times 999. White bun times 7. My throat bobbed as I swallowed hard, my gaze fixed on those numbers. During this time of famine, where even a rotten corn cob could provoke bloodshed, how long could this stock of over 1,000 wheat buns sustain a family of 3? 1,006 buns total. It seemed each inventory slot had a maximum capacity of 999. I took the extra 7 buns out and wrapped them in the torn cloth. Just as I was about to continue, Xiao Man murmured "Daddy" in his sleep, rolling over behind the Buddha statue. My motions froze instantly. I waited until Su Wanyang settled back into deep slumber with the child before exhaling slowly. Dawn was near. Next up, I needed to farm water. I retrieved a water pouch, unplugged its wooden stopper. Placing the pouch aside, I stored just the stopper in the system. The inventory slot lit up, Water pouch times 1. Upon retrieval, a full water pouch plugged with the stopper appeared in my hand. I then inserted the filled pouch into the slot. The inventory slot lit up again. Water pouch times 1. Retrieve. It was, again, a brand new water pouch filled to the brim. I didn't hesitate, but mechanically repeated the steps. Unplug, store, retrieve. Night winds gusted in through cracks in the broken walls, mixing with the sweat streaming down my forehead. The wound on my chest burned intermittently, and the cloth wrapped around my wounded leg grew dark with blood. Faint gray light crept across the horizon. The first pale streaks of dawn pierced into the ruined temple, and the sharp medicinal odor used to ward off beasts began to dissipate gradually in the air. I gathered the heap of water pouches from the ground and loaded them into the system backpack. White bun times $9.99. Water pouch times $9.99. Leaning against the wall, I focused on the 2 glowing slots in my mind. The wound across my chest, torn open by the claws of the wolf, burned with searing pain, but every breath I took was exhilarating. 999 white buns, 999 pouches of clean water. In a year of catastrophic drought, where empty households resorted to cannibalism, where the fight for a mere half bowl of greenish muddy water could end in someone's throat being torn out, I possessed, after this single night, a personal treasure trove of sustenance. The fire pit had burned down to dark crimson embers, faintly crackling now and then. Su Wanyang emerged from the shadow of the Buddha statue, holding Xiao Man. She noticed my pale complexion and carefully stepped closer. You haven't slept all night? Still seated, I picked up a charred stick, poking the last embers out. Couldn't sleep. I tossed the stick aside and raised my gaze towards the gray, desolate wilderness outside the temple doorway. Inside, the carcass of the wild wolf still lay. It was dozens of pounds of meat. But out here on the path of famine, starving people could rip into each other over a single meal. I couldn't guard all this meat alone, and besides, I no longer needed the food. The road of escape is long. Surviving alone isn't sustainable, nor can I protect Su Wanyang and Xiao Man by myself. Might as well trade it for some benefit. I stood up, pulling the hatchet from my waistband. The knife met Su Wanyang's complicated gaze, her voice steady. Dawn's here. Pack up. She froze. Where to? I looked toward the edge of the wilderness. Back to the brigade. Morning mist lingered over the desolate road. 2 miles ahead, a group of over 100 refugees was breaking camp. The surroundings were bare, tree bark completely stripped, and a few bodies of those who hadn't survived the night lay motionless on the ground. Several crows circled in the air, croaking hoarse and unpleasant cries. By the campfire at the edge of the group, Zhao Laosan leaned against a rock, holding a cracked ceramic bowl, scraping the last bits of husk at the bottom with his fingernail. A few other refugees huddled nearby, their faces sallow with hints of green. Zhao Laosan spat and sneered. Did you hear the wolves howling by the ruined temple in the middle of the night? Miserable, wasn't it? He raised his chin, a smug expression on his face. Chun Lazybones and his family of 3, there's probably not even a trace of their bones left now. Last night, out of pity, I had him sell me his daughter in exchange for a bite of husk to survive, but he insisted on being stubborn. A thin-faced man licked his cracked lips. That Su woman, did she get eaten by wolves too? Pity, she was a looker. Dead as can be, Zhao Laosan scoffed. That ruined temple didn't even have a door. Who could survive once a wolf pack rushes in? Chunzhua had it coming for stealing grain from the group. Serves him right. He was cut short. The thin-faced man stared straight ahead toward the end of the barren road, his gaze frozen, unable to utter a word. Zhao Laosan frowned. What, saw a ghost? He followed the man's line of sight. The morning mist parted. A bloodied figure emerged from the end of the road. It was me. Thick scabs of blood crusted my hair. My tattered hemp clothing stained a dark red and clinging to my chest. My pants were torn at the left leg, bandaged with blood-soaked cloth, and I walked with a noticeable limp. In my left hand, I dragged a gray wolf's leg. The massive carcass of the wolf trailed behind me, carving a stark red line across the sand and dirt. All the coughing, muttering, and scraping of pots on the desolate road abruptly ceased. Utter silence. Over 100 pairs of eyes uniformly fixed on me, and finally settled on the wolf carcass, the enormous wolf carcass. Zhao Laosan's mouth hung open, and the broken wooden stick in his hand clattered to the ground. Behind me, Su Wanyang clutched the swaddled Xiaoman tightly, following closely. Her complexion was sallow, her clothing thin, but her steps were steadier than they had been the previous night. Greedy and astonished eyes scanned over us. Su Wanyang bit her lip, quickly stepping half a pace behind me, clutching the child to her chest. Chun Lazybones. Zhao Laosan's Adam's apple bobbed nervously. Someone spotted the deep, bone-revealing knife wound on the wolf's neck and felt their scalp tingle. This weakling didn't just survive. He'd killed a wolf. The bloody scent drifted into the brigade on the morning breeze. Someone in the crowd audibly gulped. Meat. That's meat. On this grueling journey, people were eating clay from riverbeds. Fresh meat was a rarity beyond imagination. Over a dozen starving young men stood up, their eyes green with hunger, and began to encircle me slowly. Zhao Laosan snapped out of it. He glanced at the hatchet in my grip, then at the refugees who were being drawn in by their hunger. His eyes darted cunningly as he shouted, Chen Zhua, you stole food from the group last night. This wolf must be surrendered for the public good. It's compensation for everyone. At those words, the advancing crowd quickened their steps. Yes, for the public good. It's the group's property. He stole food. The meat belongs to everyone. Su Wanyang tightened her grip on the swaddled Xiaoman as she saw the advancing mob, her breath hitching. Instinctively, she reached out and grabbed the hemp rope tied around my waist, shielding the child firmly with her body. I stopped in my tracks, let go of the wolf's leg, and slowly straightened my back. Pain shot through my chest as the wound stretched, causing the corner of my mouth to twitch. I raised my hatchet in my right hand. Morning light glinted off the blade's edge, sharp and icy. I fixed my gaze on Zhao Laosan at the forefront, shifted the hatchet's tip toward the ground with a faint downward tilt of my wrist, and took a single step forward. That one step unleashed the savage aura of someone who had just killed a wolf. The refugees at the front immediately halted, none daring to advance further. Starving to death was one thing. Being hacked apart with a blade was another. Zhao Laosan, shrinking under my glare, retreated 2 steps, retreating back into the crowd. You planning to kill someone? What's all this noise? A coarse voice bellowed from the center of the group. The crowd quickly parted a path. Zhou Kuei strode out. He was a tall man, broad-shouldered and thick-backed, with a bald head, clad in a set of patched leather armor, wielding a hefty broadsword with a thick spine. Zhou Kuei was the leader of the refugee group. Once a bodyguard in town, he was no stranger to bloodshed and had only managed to gather these 100-odd people by being ruthless enough. First, Zhou Kuei cast a glance at Zhao Laosan, who instantly shut up and shrank back. Then, his gaze fell on the wolf carcass. The wound was on the side of the neck, its neck bone snapped. Finally, he glanced at me. My tattered clothing, blood-scabbed skin, wounds, limp, and the clean blade of my hatchet. Before, the group called me Chun Lazybones, and Zhou Kuei had never given me a second glance. Now, his disdain was gone. Chen Zhua, bringing this thing back with you, got something to say? I do, I replied evenly. I kicked the wolf carcass forward. It slid to within a foot of Zhou Kuei's feet and stopped. The eyes of his few confidants behind him lit up. This wolf, dozens of pounds of meat. I'll leave it to your disposal. I met his gaze. A chorus of audible gulps echoed from the group. Zhou Kuei's grip on his sword tightened slightly. Dozens of pounds of meat. Enough to keep the key strong men full for 3 days. Enough to stabilize morale. Terms. Zhou Kuei was no fool. This meat wasn't an unconditioned gift. I raised 2 fingers. First, the meat is yours to distribute, but since I risked my life for it, the grain I stole before, I want it wiped clean. Zhao Laosan's face turned a dark shade behind him. Second, give me medicine for my wounds. I gestured toward the injuries still seeping blood on my leg and chest. And allow my family of 3 to relocate to the group's innermost, safest circle, traveling at the center during the day and camping near your fire at night. On the road during times of famine, those on the outer edges were the most vulnerable, prey to wild beasts and highway robbers. They were the first to die. I might have food, but wealth invited trouble, and this body couldn't handle any sudden scenarios. I had to use the group as a shield. Zhou Kuei scrutinized me for a moment. This kid wasn't just ruthless, he was clever. Giving him the meat to allocate amounted to handing him a tremendous favor. It wasn't a deal he could logically refuse. Abruptly, Zhou Kuei asked, "Were you playing the fool before?" I stared back at him. When a person is pushed to the brink, they'll do whatever it takes to survive. He nodded. Having a wolf killer was certainly better than keeping dead weight in the group. Deal. Medicine. He raised a hand over his shoulder. Quickly, one of his subordinates trotted over and handed me 2 oil paper packages. The meat is mine, and the Chun family's old debt is settled. Zhou Kuei turned and shouted at the refugees, "Pack up and get moving. If anyone dares to make trouble over a bite to eat again, my blade won't differentiate who's who." The refugees around us all lowered their heads. Zhao Laosan's face looked like he'd just swallowed a fly. Zhou Kuei then turned to me. "Once we're on the road, your family stays at the back of my group." "Many thanks, Captain Zhou," I respectfully replied, but not overly so, as I tucked the machete back into my belt. I turned to glance at Su Wanyang, who had been pressed closely against my back. "Let's get into formation." She gazed at my straightened back, then turned to look at Zhao Laosan, who had been arrogantly smug earlier, but could now only glare helplessly. Tightening her grip around the child in her arms, she nodded heavily. "All right." I led her, and the little one toward the very heart of the group. The caravan slowly began to crawl forward. As we walked, my eyes stayed fixed on the dilapidated wooden cart in the center. This was the very core of the refugee caravan. What would it yield during the sign-in? Step by step, I led Su Wanyang and Xiao Man right to the center of the convoy. This was where Zhou Kuei and a few of his trusted men stationed themselves, and at the center was a rundown wooden cart. Its planks were so cracked you could fit your fingers between them, piled high with supplies. I pointed to an empty space next to the broken cart. Rest here. Su Wanyang nodded, setting Xiao Man down before turning to untie the ragged bundle on her back. The outer refugees occasionally stole glances this way, their eyes brimming with envy. A faint murmur rose from the crowd. That lazy Chun is really something. That wolf must weigh at least dozens of pounds. How'd that scrawny body of his take it down? Maybe the wolf crashed into the temple doors on its own, and he just got lucky. Lucky enough to hack through a wolf's neck? You didn't see him covered in blood, with his clothes shredded to bits. Though the refugees murmured their suspicions, not one dared to speak loudly. The heavy scent of blood clinging to me, coupled with my earlier fierceness, had unsettled them. I ignored the chatter and approached the broken cart. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in my mind. New location detected, refugee caravan central camp. Commence sign-in. A rush surged through me, and I didn't hesitate. Sign-in. Refugee caravan central camp, sign-in successful. Reward, old military map ×1. Stored in system inventory. An old military map? I raised an eyebrow. The most terrifying aspect of fleeing was stumbling forward blindly, not knowing if the way was mountains, rivers, or a bandit hideout. With a thought, I reached into the loose sleeve of my tattered outfit. My palms suddenly felt heavier as a rough roll of parchment fell into my grasp. Using my sleeve as cover, I slowly unfurled it. The parchment was very old, the edges frayed and fuzzy. Black ink traced countless dense lines and markings, depicting the topography and waterways of the surrounding 100-mile area. We were currently camped beside a dried-up riverbed. According to the map, about 20 miles upstream, there was a small black dot marked on it. Next to the mark were 3 tiny characters, Blackwater Village. Blackwater Village. A sharp glint flickered in my eyes. What does a village mean? A treasure trove of potential sign-in points. A decrepit temple had given me 999 steamed buns. How much could I gain from an entire village? Phew. The sound of spitting came from afar, snapping me from my thoughts. I turned my head to see Zhao Laosan standing amidst the crowd, spitting a thick glob of yellow phlegm into the dirt with an unspeakably bitter expression. He'd been hoping my family would meet its end in that miserable temple. Instead, not only had I survived, I'd used wolf meat to trade my way into the core zone of the caravan. He was seething, grinding his teeth in frustration. Su Wanyang had noticed him too. She drew closer to me, lowering her voice. There are too many eyes here. Zhao Laosan won't let this go easily. That bundle of ours. She didn't finish, but I understood. The worry was that Zhao Laosan might lead others to rob us. After all, the bundle contained the steamed buns and water bag I'd given her that morning. I stored the old parchment scroll back into the system inventory, then clapped the dust off my hands. Why worry? With Zhou Kuei keeping order here, even 10 times his courage wouldn't let him rob openly. Rest up and gather your strength. The road ahead is long. Su Wanyang looked at my calm profile, and the panic in her heart subsided inexplicably. I closed my eyes, leaning back against the dirt embankment behind me. The caravan rested where it was for nearly half an hour. Zhou Kuei stood up, bellowing with his rough voice. Everyone up. Break camp and move out. The refugees dragged their weary bodies upright, their movements sluggish and disorganized, trudging along the dusty path like a slow, miserable wave. Our family of 3 trailed behind the rickety cart, surrounded by Zhou Kuei's trusted men. No matter how covetous the refugees on the outskirts were, none dared venture closer. We marched the entire morning as the sun grew hotter and hotter. 3 years of drought had left not a single cloud in the sky. The sun blazed down like a fiery furnace, scorching the earth. The trees flanking the barren pathway had long been stripped of their bark, their bare, dry trunks stabbing skyward, jagged and forlorn. Stop. Rest. The caravan collapsed to the ground all at once. Refugees gasped for air, some with lips so dry they were starting to bleed. I trudged over to a withered tree and slowly slid down its trunk to sit. My face was an alarming shade of pale, cold sweat dripping from my forehead. The movement had only worsened the wounds on my left leg, tearing them anew, and the sweat soaking into my chest wound, gouged by wolf claws, made it sting until black spots swam across my vision. Su Wanyang set Xiao Man down, her eyes falling on me as I gritted my teeth against the pain, clutching my chest. Sweat and blood had made the coarse hemp fabric stick to the raw flesh underneath. Biting her lip, She got up and crouched directly in front of me. Your wound tore open again? I opened my eyes to glance at her, my voice weak. It's not fatal. I just need to rest. She pulled out the 2 packages of healing powder Zhou Kuei had given us earlier, along with the water bag. Take off your shirt, she demanded, her tone firm and brooking no argument as she stared at my chest. I didn't bother being modest, and, using one hand, loosened the hempen rope at my waist. Then, with a swift tug, I ripped open the tattered remains of my shirt. Rip! The fabric, sticky with dried blood, tore away from my flesh, revealing skin that was pale and inflamed. The sight of torn and discolored meat around the gaping wound was ghastly. She gasped lightly, her hand trembling for just a second. Then, unsealing the water pouch, she carefully poured water onto the cloth strips, bit by bit wiping away the grime around the wound. The moment the cold water hit the inflamed flesh, my body jerked involuntarily. Every muscle seized up in reflex. If it hurts, scream. Don't hold it in, she said, not halting her work. It doesn't hurt, I managed through gritted teeth. She glanced up at me, the intensity in her eyes softening slightly. Her hands moved with greater care, methodically cleaning the wound before sprinkling the powdered medicine across it. As soon as the medicinal powder met the exposed wound, it reacted with the blood, forming white frothy bubbles. The sharp agony sent veins bulging across my forehead. Her movements were quick, tending to my chest before shifting her gaze down to remove the bandage on my wounded leg. That's enough. I stopped her, pressing down on her hand. Her words swallowed back as if realizing it was best not to ask too much. Instead, she exhaled gently, her expression full of conflicted gratitude, and nodded. All right, she whispered, her voice barely audible. She carefully picked up the bowl, her hands steady despite the tremble in her heart. Carefully, she dipped the wooden spoon into the rich broth, scooped up a piece of softened bread with meat essence clinging to it, and delivered it to little Man-Man's eager mouth. Man-Man, cradled in her arms, giggled with delight, smacking his lips as his tiny hands clutched the edge of the bowl, clearly relishing every mouthful. Su Wanyang's eyes softened, the anxious knots in her chest loosing slightly at the sight of her son's innocent joy. I stayed silent, watching them from the side, one hand idly brushing dirt off the blade of my woodcutting knife. My expression remained indifferent, but deep in the recesses of my heart, a faint sense of relief flickered. For now, they were safe, but I knew well that the path ahead was treacherous, and one wrong step could cost us our lives amidst these desperate, ruthless times. A single bowl of meat soup was a fragile shield against the world's cruelty, but it was all I could give them at the moment. Daddy, eat. Little Man-Man chirped suddenly, holding a spoonful up toward me, his childish voice filled with sincerity. Su Wanyang looked at me, brows furrowing at first, but then stopping herself from speaking. She hesitated, then gently encouraged. Yes, you should eat too. I reached over, ruffling little Man-Man's fine hair with the faintest smile tugging at my lips. You eat. I'm not hungry for now. Just keep your strength up. We still have a long way to go. The boy pouted slightly, but soon returned his attention to devouring the meal, babbling happy nonsense about how tasty it was. Su Wanyang gave me another brief glance, seemingly wanting to say more, but the weight of exhaustion and the surrounding precariousness kept her quiet once again. She instead focused on feeding Man-Man and herself efficiently, as subtly as possible under the heavy gazes faintly lingering from the edges of the campfire. All I could do was stretch my legs out beneath the sparse moonlight filtering through twisted tree branches and grip the hilt of my sturdy knife once more, keeping a practiced ear out for any footsteps nearing too close or hostile murmurs cutting through the campfire's hum. This life wasn't one for weakness, and security was but a fleeting illusion. As long as they had me, I wouldn't let anything, or anyone, lay a finger on my family. The words stuck in her throat. She picked up a wooden spoon, scooped some meat soup with bits of bun soaked in it, blew on it to cool, and brought it to Xiaoman's mouth. Xiaoman ate it in one gulp. The warm, slightly salty soup, mixed with the chewiness of meat, slid down into her stomach. The little girl's eyes lit up instantly. Her pale face took on a rosy glow. Yummy. Mama, the meat is yummy, she murmured indistinctly, her tiny hands clutching her mother's sleeve tightly, as if afraid this bowl of goodness would disappear. Su Wanyang took a few bites herself. The bun, thoroughly soaked in the mutton broth, was rich and savory with every mouthful. On this journey of fleeing famine, such flavors were rare. After a few bites, she suddenly stopped. She glanced at the people outside, quickly reached into a worn bundle, pulled out another bun, and pushed the bowl toward me. Her movements were swift, and her voice dropped to a whisper. Here, you eat too. I glanced at her, but she wasn't looking at me. Instead, she stood up and gently swayed Xiaoman in a half circle in her arms, as if to stretch her stiff legs. Her position, however, blocked the line of sight from those outside. A thought stirred in me. This woman was clever. I didn't decline. Breaking off a small piece of the bun, I dipped it in the soup and began to eat. After eating and drinking to my fill, warmth spread through my stomach, and strength gradually returned to my body. Xiaoman nestled in Su Wanyang's arms, looking visibly better. Her big eyes blinked at me before she suddenly stretched out her tiny hand to grab my finger. Daddy is amazing. Daddy brought meat. I held her little hand in return and chuckled. From now on, Daddy will make sure you eat meat every day. Her eyes sparkled even brighter. Not far away, some of the refugees had only managed to secure small half-filled bowls of plain broth, with mere traces of meat floating at the bottom. Holding their bowls, their eyes lingered enviously in my direction. That Chun Lazy's family is sure enjoying themselves. How could it not be good with wolf meat? Zhao Laosan squatted on the ground with his face swollen like a balloon, licking the bottom of his now empty bowl of broth as he glared at me, his teeth grinding audibly. The sun sank slightly westward, the heat subsiding slightly, yet the air remained oppressively suffocating. Zhou Kuei stood near the dilapidated cart, tapping its shaft with his large knife. On your feet. Stop playing dead. We'll go another 5 miles before it gets dark. The refugees groaned as they crawled to their feet, dragging heavy steps forward. The group trudged along a dried riverbed, its floor cracked yellow clay that painfully bit into the soles of their feet. Zhou Kuei came to a halt, frowning as he looked at the path diverging ahead. There's a fork in the road up ahead. Which way should we go? Li Ergo craned his neck to glance at the earthen hills and quickly replied. Cross the mountain. From higher ground, we can see further. Another confidant immediately retorted. Are you out of your mind? Half the people here are already struggling to walk. Crossing the mountain would kill a few of them. So where do you suggest? Follow the riverbed downstream, of course. Water flows downhill, and riverbeds always lead somewhere inhabited. The river's been dry for 3 years, and you're talking about water flowing downhill. The two squabbled while the refugees behind them erupted into commotion. Is there no way out? Damn, we're going to die here. Zhou Kuei's face darkened, and he slammed his knife into the ground. Shut up, all of you. I stepped forward from behind the cart. My left leg, still injured, made my pace slow, but every step was steady. Captain Zhou, let's follow the riverbed downstream, I said. My voice wasn't loud, but it was firm enough to stifle the murmurs. About 10 miles ahead, there's a place called Heishui Village. Zhou Kuei turned to look at me. Heishui Village? How do you know? I reached into my sleeve. As I focused, an old military map dropped into my palm. I handed the sheepskin scroll to him. I found this map in town before. Here, take a look. Zhou Kuei took the map. He wasn't very literate, but he could understand the lines and markings on the map. Sure enough, at the end of the riverbed was a small village marked with the characters Heishui Village. 10 miles. At this pace, they could reach it by tomorrow. Zhou Kuei clenched his teeth. All right, we'll follow the riverbed. Someone whispered from the crowd. Following some worn map? What if we get lost? Zhou Kuei didn't even look back. Then you can lead the way yourself. But if you don't find a way out, I'll cut you down first. The muttering silenced immediately. Zhou Kuei hoisted his large knife onto his shoulder. Pack up your things, let's move. The group continued down the dry riverbed. Sharp rocks bit into their tender soles, and the baking sun made heads spin. The refugees grumbled as they walked, but with Zhou Kuei's knife dangling menacingly at the front, nobody dared stop. I walked beside the broken cart. Su Wanyang carried the bundle on her back, holding Xiaoman's hand with one of hers. After a while, Xiaoman's steps slowed. Her little face reddened from sun exposure. Tilting her head up, she whispered to Su Wanyang. Mama, I'm thirsty. Su Wanyang's heart tensed as she reached for her bundle, faltering midway. The water pouch was empty. She had used it earlier to clean my wound, let Xiaoman drink, and moisten her own parched lips. There wasn't even a drop left. Pressing her cracked lips together, she could only soothe her daughter. Just a bit longer, dear. We'll figure something out when we camp. Xiaoman, ever sensible, nodded. But the child was too young. With her throat dry and aching, tears soon welled up in her eyes. I heard her faint effort to suppress her distress. As my gaze swept over those ahead, noting that all kept their weary heads turned forward, I spotted Zhou Kuei's confidant struggling to push the cart wheel. No one looked in our direction. Without hesitation, I slipped a hand back into my sleeve. Moments later, a plump leather water pouch materialized in my palm. I handed it to Su Wanyang, my voice muffled to avoid detection. Give the child something to drink. But be discreet. Her head jerked toward me sharply, her expression filled with disbelief. This water pouch, the dark leather, the uneven stitching on the side, it was identical to the empty one from their bundle. How? Her hand hovered mid-air as she hesitated. I pressed the pouch firmly into her grasp. Xiaoman can't hold out much longer. That simple phrase dispelled all her questions. She immediately lifted Xiaoman into her arms, shielding her actions from view. Phew. Popping off the wooden stopper, she carefully let a few sips trickle into the child's lips. As soon as the first drop of water touched her tongue, Xiaoman's eyes lit up. Slowly, deliberately, she swallowed in small, precious gulps, too treasured to drink in haste. Su Wanyang herself barely moistened her lips. The water was sweet. Her eyes flicked downward at the pouch, her grip tightening imperceptibly. My own eyes flitted briefly to the left and rear. Zhao Laosan lagged behind on the periphery, his face swollen, yet his restless gaze never ceased trailing my waist pack. The very intensity of greed and malice igniting from lessons hard-learned just prior under starlight hours back. The stone was chosen to shield Su Wanyang and Xiao Man as they slept inside. It blocked the wind and made it less likely for others to spot them at a glance. Xiao Man was utterly exhausted, leaning into Su Wanyang's arms, and soon fell asleep. I sat on the outer side, leaning my back against the stone, and closed my eyes to access the system inventory. White steamed bun times 998. Water pouch times 998. Antipyretic medicine times 1 packet. Dried meat times half a pound. Rough cotton quilt times 1. Fire starter times 1. Coarse clay pot times 1. Hemp rope times 1 bundle. Machete times 1. Beast repellent powder times 1 packet. All 10 slots were full. I frowned. Taking out the quilt was impossible right now. Last night, I could explain it by saying I had stumbled across it in the darkness of the ruined temple. Now, however, if I pulled it out, the whole group would witness it. For now, I had to just make do for one more night. Opening my eyes, I glanced at the tattered bundle beside me. It only contained a few steamed buns and a water pouch. After some thought, I placed the bundle somewhere conspicuous, 2 steps away from me, just far enough to avoid suspicion, but not too close. Next, I took out the hemp rope. I tied one end to a protrusion at the bottom of the big stone and stretched it across the ground, fastening the other end behind a low stone on the opposite side. The taut rope blocked the path leading to the bundle. Then, I sprinkled a layer of beast repellent powder in front of the rope. The pungent, spicy smell was overwhelming, so I grabbed some dry dirt to cover it and suppress the odor. Once I was done, I returned to sit beside the stone, leaning closer to Su Wanyang to speak in a whisper. No matter what noise you hear at night, cover Xiao Man's ears. She stiffened for a moment, then nodded, hugging Xiao Man tightly against her chest. Later in the night, the fire had completely died out, leaving only faint red embers. The wind howled as it swept through the rocky wasteland. Zhao Laosan crept forward, hunched over, moving slowly from the outskirts toward my side. His eyes were fixed on me as he advanced, his hatred burning bright. That slap earlier today had knocked out 2 of his teeth, leaving him humiliated. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Why? Why should Chen Su, a useless weakling, be part of the core group? Why did he get to drink broth, have water, and even get a wife and child by his side? Zhao Laosan was convinced that there was food in that bundle. Clutching the rusty machete in his hand tightly, his eyes glinted with malice. He had already made up his mind. He'd sneak in, slash me to death, grab the bundle, and flee. In the pitch black of night, by the time Zhou Kuei noticed anything in the morning, he'd be long gone. He stepped lightly. 1 step, 2 steps. The tattered bundle was just within reach. Zhao Laosan's thoughts were consumed with the bundle, completely oblivious to what was beneath his feet. As his right foot moved forward, his ankle suddenly struck the taut hemp rope. Ouch! His balance wavered, and he toppled forward, unable to steady himself. Thud! He fell face first into the dirt. The beast repellent powder immediately burst into the air, its piercing odor stabbing into his nose. Ah! Zhao Laosan let out a blood-curdling scream, tears and snot streaming down his face uncontrollably. The next moment, his scream was abruptly cut off. By the time he fell, I was already on my feet. My movements were swift and decisive, with no hint of hesitation. Within 2 steps, I was on him, pressing a foot hard against his chest to pin him down. My left hand clamped over his mouth, while my right hand drew the machete from my waist. Zhao Laosan's eyes were tightly shut, his face a mess of tears and snot as his hands flailed about in the dirt. My gaze was icy cold. People like him couldn't be left alive. In times like these, soft-heartedness was tantamount to digging your own grave. Twisting my wrist, I pressed the blade of the machete against his throat and dragged it across with force. SHHK. Warm blood spurted out, splashing onto the back of my hand. His body jerked violently, hands clawing desperately at my pant leg, his throat emitting muffled gurgles. I didn't relax my grip. My left hand remained firmly over his mouth, while my knee pinned him down by the chest. After a dozen heartbeats, his grasp gradually loosened, his arms falling limp as he ceased all movement. I pulled back, wiping the blood off my hand on his tattered clothing. I cleaned the machete thoroughly, then tucked it back into my waistband. The tension rope was untied and stored back into my system inventory. The beast repellent powder on the ground had been smeared together with blood and dirt, erasing all visible traces. Dawn was just breaking. Someone's dead. Zhao Laosan is dead. A shrill scream jolted the entire group awake. Zhou Kuei approached with his machete in hand. Zhao Laosan lay among the scattered rocks, a large gash across his throat that had left blood pooling around him. His body was stiff with frost. The other refugees recoiled in fear, inching away from the scene. Who did this? This is brutal. I didn't hear a thing last night. Zhou Kuei examined the wound. It was clean and precise, a single fatal strike. He lifted his gaze and looked directly at me. I was seated on the stone, sipping water from a pouch. My expression was calm, and I didn't even glance in his direction. Zhou Kuei lowered his gaze, resting his machete on his shoulder. He knew exactly what kind of person Zhao Laosan was. Thieving, troublemaking, a scavenger of food. His death, if anything, rid the group of a parasite. I could kill wolves, navigate routes, and act ruthlessly when needed. Zhou Kuei knew who was more valuable to the team. Stop wailing, he roared. Dig a hole, bury him, pack up, and get moving. The refugees dared not object and quickly got to work. The group followed the dry riverbed for the entire morning. Past noon, the river took a bend. A dilapidated village came into view. It was Heishui Village. Excitement erupted among the refugees, with some scrambling forward eagerly. A village. There's a village. Maybe there's water. Hurry, we might find food. Freeze. Zhou Kuei's bellow halted everyone in their tracks. The village was eerily silent. In the broad daylight, there was no sign of activity, no cooking smoke, no barking dogs. The mud walls at the entrance had partially crumbled, and the thatch huts had gaping holes in their roofs. The wind howled through them like ghostly wails. The oppressive quiet set everyone on edge. One of Zhou Kuei's trusted men swallowed hard. Boss, this place doesn't feel right. It looks like a dead village. Zhou Kuei tightened his grip on his machete. Send 2 people in to scout. Everyone else stays put. No one moves without my orders. I ignored his orders, slinging my bundle over my back and walking briskly toward the village entrance. At the village entrance stood a weathered stone stele, its inscription fading against the ravages of wind and sand. The words Heishui were faintly visible. I stopped in front of the stele. A mechanical voice echoed in my mind. New location detected. Heishui Village entrance stele. Would you like to check in? Pleasure sparkled within me. It had been so long since I'd found a check-in point. Yes. Check in. Check in at Heishui Village entrance stele successful. Reward, herbal packet ×1. System inventory full. My palm became heavier as a coarse, gray cloth pouch materialized out of thin air. I immediately hid it beneath my sleeve, though my heart gave a sharp thump. The inventory was full. There might be more check-in points ahead. I needed to clear some slots. I scanned. I glanced around. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, I opened the bundle, stuffed the fire flint, fever medicine, and herb pouch into the bottom, and tucked the beast-repelling powder into my chest. 3 slots in the system backpack were freed up. I looked up, my eyes scanning toward the village entrance. There stood an abandoned wooden sentry post, crudely built from rough wood. The wood had blackened and several rungs of the ladder were broken, but the main structure was still intact. I walked to the base of the sentry post and grabbed one of the wooden pillars with both hands to test it. It could still bear weight. Stepping on the cracked crossbars, I climbed to the top of the sentry post in just a few moves. At the top was a wooden plank platform about 10 feet square. The vantage point was excellent. Most of the village could be seen at a glance. Broken pottery, tattered cloth, these were scattered everywhere. But there were no bodies. Even traces of upheaval were scarce. I frowned. It was then that a mechanical voice rang in my mind. New location detected. Abandoned sentry post. Would you like to check in? Check in, I answered decisively. Check-in successful. Reward, set of steel wrist crossbows, includes 10 bolts. Stored in system backpack. What a find. My eyes lit up. The machete only worked for close combat. I'd be at a disadvantage in a crowd. With a ranged weapon, my survival odds would greatly improve. I immediately retrieved the wrist crossbow from the backpack. The craftsmanship was excellent. The trigger mechanism was made from fine steel, and the straps were tanned leather. The bolts were as long as a finger, with grooved arrowheads that glinted faintly. They were clearly sharp. I strapped the wrist crossbow onto my left forearm, covering it with my tattered sleeve. The trigger fit perfectly against my wrist. A simple wrist movement would fire the weapon. I practiced bending my wrist. Click. Loaded. I brushed off my sleeve and climbed back down the ladder. No sooner had I landed than Su Wanyang rushed over, grabbing my arm and lowering her voice. Why are you wandering around? Something's off about this village. Don't go running in alone. What will we do if something happens? I froze for a moment, glancing at her hand clutching my arm. Su Wanyang's face reddened. She quickly let go and stepped back half a step. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, I said as I tucked my left hand behind me, fingers brushing the crossbow mechanism. Just then, the two scouts returned, one of them panting heavily. Boss, there's no one in the village. The other added, no dead bodies either, but there are several wells, and there's water in them. As soon as the word water was out, the refugees erupted. Water. There's actually water. Heaven has opened its eyes. Zhou Kuei let out a sigh of relief. With a large wave of his hand, he ordered, into the village, draw water and set up camp. The 100 or so refugees surged toward the village. Zhou Kuei led the way with a group, while my family followed behind the cart. The dirt road was narrow, flanked by crumbling earth walls and thatched huts. The further we went, the heavier my heart grew. Su Wanyang noticed as well. Hugging Xiaoman tightly, she whispered, if there's water, why is there no one here? My eyes darkened. Indeed, in times like these, places with water shouldn't be deserted. Unless, the people here didn't want us to see them. The group reached the clearing at the center of the village. Suddenly, loud shouts erupted from the dilapidated houses on either side. Kill! From behind the earthen walls, on the rooftops, and through broken doors, dozens of men armed with knives and clubs burst out. Each had a ferocious look, their eyes filled with malice. Bandits! My heart sank. This wasn't an empty village. It was a bandit stronghold. There were no bodies because they'd already been cleaned up long ago. The wells were bait. What they awaited was prey walking into their trap. The refugees descended into chaos instantly. Bandits! Run! Help! Su Wanyang turned pale, instinctively scooping Xiaoman into her arms and shrinking behind me. I let my left hand hang down, my sleeve covering the wrist crossbow, its mechanism already pressed against my wrist bone. The outer edges of the refugee group turned to flee, pushing, shoving, and trampling one another amidst cries and screams. The bandits hacked at people indiscriminately. With just a few strikes, blood sprayed everywhere, screams piercing the skies. Hold your ground, grab your weapons, and fight back. Zhou Kuei's eyes were bloodshot as he charged with a thick-backed saber. A bandit swing came directly for him. Zhou Kuei intercepted with his saber, countered with a strike of his own, and cut the attacker down, blood splashing all over him. His trusted henchmen also drew their knives and joined the melee. But the bandits outnumbered them. There were at least 40 to 50, wielding broadswords, clubs, and even 2 military sabers. I pushed Su Wanyang and Xiaoman behind the cart. A quick glance around revealed utter pandemonium. I reached into my sleeve and summoned the machete from the backpack into my palm with a thought, pressing it into Su Wanyang's hand. Her fingers stiffened the moment they touched the handle. The machete had appeared too quickly, too strangely. But with the battle sounds already enveloping us, she asked no questions, gripping the machete tightly. I lowered my voice, speaking rapidly. Take it. If anyone tries touching Xiaoman, cut their hand off. Don't be afraid. Even if you can't kill, you can scare them off. Su Wanyang's face was pale, her hands trembling, but she didn't let go. Cradling Xiaoman protectively in one arm, she held the machete out in the other. I understand. I drew the machete from my waist and crouched in front of the cart. I was still injured. Engaging in direct combat would be suicidal. In front of me, Zhou Kuei was surrounded by 5 bandits. Their coordination was precise. Some attacked high, while others swept low. Zhou Kuei was hard-pressed, his saber whistling as he deflected their blows. Slash. One bandit lunged from a blind spot, his blade grazing across Zhou Kuei's side. Blood gushed out, dripping down his armor. Zhou Kuei grunted, stumbling. Boss. His henchmen tried to rush to his aid, but none could break free from their own fights. A one-eyed bandit charged from the side, raising his saber high for Zhou Kuei's exposed nape. I didn't hesitate. Raising my left arm, I aimed. With a flick of my wrist. Whoosh! The steel bolt flew across a dozen paces. Thud! It pierced through the one-eyed bandit's neck from the side with such force that the tip protruded from the other side. His raised blade froze midair. A gurgling sound came from his throat as blood poured from both his mouth and the wound. He collapsed straight to the ground. Saved from certain death, Zhou Kuei tried to glance back, but was too busy fending off the remaining 4 bandits. Taking advantage of the opening, he roared and forced them back 2 steps with a ferocious swing of his saber. Crouched behind the cart, I flicked my wrist repeatedly. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more bolts followed. One struck a bandit attempting to ambush Zhou Kuei's henchman in the back, dropping him instantly. The other hit an approaching bandit square in the face, sending him sprawling backward. 3 bolts, 3 lives. Swift and clean. Clutching the trigger mechanism, I willed the wrist crossbow to retract. It vanished from my forearm. Take. A set of wrist dart launchers, fully loaded with 10 darts, reappeared on my left arm. Ammunition, infinite. The bandits finally realized something was wrong. There's a hidden weapon. Behind the cart, one of them shouted, pointing at me. 7 or 8 bandits turned around and charged toward me. I stood up, stepping out from behind the cart, my left hand leveled. My wrist flicked 3 times. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The first 3 bandits. One struck in the throat, another in the chest, and the third in the left eye. Each shot was a lethal hit, killing instantly. 3 bodies collapsed to the ground, kicking up clouds of yellow dust. The ones behind them braked abruptly, crashing into each other. This guy's tough. Boss, that kid is ruthless, someone yelled as panic spread. Zhou Kuei caught his breath amid the chaos, his back soaked in blood, staining his armor dark red. Through the corner of his eye, he noticed the corpses, each with an arrow embedded in their neck or face. A chill ran through him, but he had no time to dwell on it. He took another slash, bringing down another foe. Move! Get out of my way, all of you! A deafening roar erupted from behind the bandits. A burly man, nearly 8 feet tall, emerged. His arms were thick, his waist broad, and a full beard connected to his sideburns. In his hands, he wielded a large saber adorned with 9 metal rings. With each step he took, the rings jangled loudly. He grabbed one of his retreating subordinates like a chicken and tossed him forward as a human shield. What are you scared of? It's just one man. The bandit leader moved unpredictably as he advanced, using his men as cover, shifting left and right rapidly. I raised my hand and fired 2 arrows. Clang, clang. The arrows struck his blade, sparks flying as they ricocheted off the thick metal. The distance between us shrank to just 5 steps. The leader grinned, revealing a row of yellowed teeth. He gripped his saber with both hands and lifted it high above his head. Die! The saber came down, heavy and ferocious, with the force of the wind howling behind it. I gripped a hatchet tightly in my right hand and met his attack. Clang! The sound of the impact was sharp and jarring. A numbing pain spread through my palm, and my entire right arm was trembling, almost paralyzed. The hatchet's blade now had a thumb-sized notch in the middle, and the body of the blade was bent. This guy's strength was monstrous. The bandit leader looked at my deformed hatchet and burst out laughing. Your blade is ruined. What will you fight me with now? He pulled his saber back, the metal rings clinking as the blade spun, sweeping horizontally toward my waist. I quickly withdrew my right hand. Retrieve. My hand went empty. Take. My hand felt a sudden weight. A brand new hatchet with a gleaming, flawless edge appeared steadily in my grasp. All of this happened in less than a blink of an eye. The leader's sweeping attack was upon me. I stomped hard, lowering my body suddenly. The saber's wind grazed the top of my head, slicing off a few strands of hair. I gripped the hatchet with both hands and sprang upward, slashing from below toward his exposed chest and abdomen. Slash. The blade tore through coarse fabric, through flesh. A half-foot-long gash split his stomach open, blood and entrails spilling forth. The grin froze on the leader's face. He looked down in disbelief at his split-open belly. Your blade. I didn't let him finish. Pulling the blade back, I reversed my grip and swung again, slashing across his neck. Crunch. His massive head flew off, landing on the ground and rolling twice before coming to a stop. The headless corpse swayed for a moment before collapsing with a thunderous thud. There was dead silence. Second in command is dead? Run. Seeing their deputy killed with a single stroke, the bandits were utterly terrified, fleeing toward the outskirts of the village in panic. Zhou Kuei and his men gave chase, cutting down a few more, while the rest escaped. The clearing was now littered with bodies and soaked in blood. Standing beside the headless corpse, I flicked the blood off my blade. The wound on my left leg had reopened. Blood flowed down my pant leg and dripped onto the ground. Zhou Kuei, clutching the wound on his back, limped toward me. Our eyes met. He took a deep breath, planted his saber into the ground, and cupped his hands. Chen Su, my life today, it's you who saved it. From now on, in this group, your word is my word. Anyone who disagrees. He patted the saber on his shoulder. Can answer to this. The men around him, taking in the scene, remained silent. Su Wanyang emerged from under the cart, holding Xiaoman. She stood up. Xiaoman clung to her shoulder, staring at my blood-covered figure with her wide, curious eyes, blinking. Dad, are the bad guys all gone? They're all gone. I replied with a smile, ruffling her hair gently. Su Wanyang gazed at me, still standing in a pool of blood. My hair was clumped with blood, sticking in strands. My face was smeared with dirt and crimson, and my clothes were tattered beyond repair. But I was still standing. She couldn't quite describe what she felt at that moment. She only knew one thing. No one in this group would ever dare bully her or Xiaoman again. I sheathed the hatchet at my waist and surveyed the chaotic scene around us. Set up camp first, I said to Zhou Kuei in an even tone. Search through what the bandits left behind. Divide it among everyone. I escorted Su Wanyang and Xiaoman to the broken-down cart. You two stay here. Don't go anywhere. I lowered my voice, glancing at the disordered crowd. Zhou Kuei and the others are clearing the battlefield. If anyone comes near you, don't hesitate. Su Wanyang gripped the hatchet I had given her, her palms slick with sweat. She looked at my bloodstained yet unervingly calm face and nodded firmly. Be careful, I replied with a soft grunt and turned toward the bandits' inner courtyard. In the previous battle, most of the bandits had fled. The rest had become corpses. These raiders had occupied Blackwater Village for who knows how long, and they must have looted plenty of valuables. Zhou Kuei's men were turning over bodies ahead of me, grabbing weapons, coins, even clothes. I had no intention of joining the scramble. What I needed most now were items to conceal supplies. The system's storage backpack was convenient, but with only 10 slots, it was far too limited. I crossed through a half-collapsed moon gate and entered the inner courtyard. Weeds had overrun the place, and a few broken jars were piled in a corner. Beneath the eaves of a side chamber, I spotted a hand-pushed wooden wheelbarrow. My eyes lit up. It was made of hardwood, with an ironclad wheel. Although the cart bed bore a few knife marks, it was still intact. I grabbed the handles, gave it a lift, and pushed it forward a couple of steps. Creak. The wheel turned smoothly. I patted the handles with satisfaction. You'll do. Pushing the cart to a concealed corner, I glanced around to ensure no one had followed me. With a thought, I opened the system backpack. First, I threw the coarse blanket onto the cart. This thing took up too much space, and pulling it out in the open always drew attention. Now that I had a cart, it could serve as padding. Next, I retrieved a clay jar and some hemp rope, piling them beside me. From my way, medicine pouches, fever medications, fire starter sticks. Wrapping that roll of old marching maps in scrap cloth, I stuffed everything into a clay pot. After finishing these tasks, I glanced at the interface in my mind. White steamed buns times $9.98. Water pouches times $9.98. Jerky times half a pound. I let out a breath of relief. Cleared out 7 slots, just enough to do a proper sweep at Blackwater Village. Pushing the handcart, I wobbled my way back to the front yard. Zhou Kuei was there, commanding his men to drag the corpses out of the village. The blood hadn't dried yet, and with the sunlight bearing down, the stench of iron and rot was overwhelming. Noticing me returning with the cart, Zhou Kuei hurried over. His coarse features pulled into a strained smile, his tone much more polite than earlier. Brother Chen, where'd you find such a fine thing? I patted the handle of the cart. Found it in the backyard, still usable. I cast a glance at the corpses on the ground. What did you get off them? Zhou Kuei cursed. These broke bastards, just a few shards of silver between them, the lot barely adding to 10 taels. We did turn up over 100 pounds of mixed grains from their cellar, plus a few dried wild chickens. As he spoke, he looked toward me. Brother Chun, you saved all our lives. Go ahead and take your pick of the food first. The few confidants around him kept quiet. My current weight in the group was palpable to everyone. I waved him off. Distribute it as you see fit. Zhou Kuei paused, caught off guard. I spoke evenly. Just fresh out of a battle, we can't sow disorder. You, as the squad leader, know best how it should be divided. Zhou Kuei's gaze flickered. My words gave him ample face. Once you're done, send some to my housekeeper. I glanced toward Su Wanyang behind the cart. From now on, these menial tasks are her responsibility. Su Wanyang, who was holding Xiao Man in her arms, froze in place upon hearing this. Housekeeper? Her first instinct was to look up at me. My expression was natural, as if I'd said it offhandedly. But the tips of her ears slowly flushed red. She cast her eyes downward, gripping the fabric of her clothes tightly in her hand, staying quiet, though her chest felt as if it had been knocked gently by something. Zhou Kuei looked at her, then back at me, grinning. Got it. With sister-in-law managing things, I'm at ease. I glanced down at myself. My coarse hemp clothing had been torn to rags, caked and blackened, scabbed over blood. It stuck to my wounds, both painful and itchy. By the way, get someone to find me a clean outfit. This set here is beyond saving. Zhou Kuei nodded briskly. Consider it done. Those bandits' hideouts must have some. I'll have people fetch it right away. Not saying more, I turned and walked farther into the village. The ancient locust tree at the village entrance. Its bark had long been stripped bare. Its trunk bore the marks of countless blade hacks and axe chops. I stopped at its base, stepping onto its cracked roots. New location detected. Under the withered locust tree at the village entrance. Sign in. I smirked inwardly. Sign. Sign in successful. Reward. Refined salt times 1 jar. Salt. Using the tree trunk to block view, I willed it out, suddenly holding a small palm-sized clay jar in my hand. Removing the lid revealed fine, snow-white granules of salt. I quickly sealed the lid and returned it to my inventory. This was worth more than silver. In a critical moment, even a pinch of salt could save lives. Turning, I headed towards the half-collapsed mud wall where the roaming bandits had hid earlier. Reaching the spot, new location detected, behind the half-collapsed mud wall. Sign in. Sign. Reward. Iron walk times 1. An iron walk. Curious, I decided to materialize it. A dark, blackened iron walk with 2 handles dropped heavily to the ground with a resounding clang. The sound wasn't small. Immediately I glanced back. Fortunately, the chaos in the front yard meant no one paid attention. Squatting down, I ran my fingers along its rim, solid and weighty, at least a dozen gene. Quality stuff. However, this took up too much inventory space. Unhurried, I dragged it into the shade cast by the wall, covering it with a few handfuls of dry grass. I'd come back for it later, to avoid drawing unnecessary attention by running back and forth. Dusting my hands off, I continued on. Not far ahead stood a wrecked wooden cart, abandoned by the bandits along the roadside. Its axle was snapped, bloodstains dotted its planks. Nearing it, new location detected, beside the abandoned wooden cart. Sign in. Sign. Reward. Cloth shoes with 1,000-layered soles times 1 pair. Shoes. Glancing at my battered straw sandals, I noticed my exposed toes, with blood blisters lining the soles of my feet. These couldn't have come at a better time. Just as I was about to switch shoes, a thought crossed my mind. Su Wanyang's pair of mended shoes. The fabric on hers was splitting, the heels nearly flattened. And Xiao Man, his pair had tips gaping open, his toes sticking out. He even curled his feet when walking because of it. I fell silent for a moment. One pair wouldn't cut it. Finding a corner, I took out the shoes. Sturdy soles, tightly stitched, clearly built to last. Taking one shoe out and setting it on the ground, I stashed the other back in my inventory. The next moment, the grid lit up again. Cloth shoes with 1,000-layered soles times 1 pair. The corners of my lips twitched upward. This bug, it just kept getting handier. Once again, I retrieved the newly refreshed shoes, repeating the process to conjure another pair. In no time, there were 3 pairs of shoes laid out before me. One for myself, one for Su Wanyang, and another for Xiao Man. Though it'd be a size too big, stuffing them with cloth or dry grass would still be better than going barefoot. Cloth wrapping 2 of the pairs, I tucked them into my chest before slipping into my own. The fit was perfect. Stepping down, they were firm yet soft, leagues above my ruined straw sandals. Kicking the old ones under the broken cart, I proceeded deeper into the village. No other sign-in prompts appeared along the way. Before long, I arrived at the largest thatched hut in the village. A few stone steps led up to the entrance, faint traces of dried blood still visible on top. Placing my foot on the first step, new location detected. Stone steps leading to the Hall of Brotherhood. Sign in. Sign. Reward. Gunpowder packet times 1. I halted mid-step. Gunpowder? Now that was strategic material. Used wisely, it could be a life-saving trump card. Used foolishly, well, you might just send yourself and your entire family straight to the grave. Lifting my gaze toward the large thatched house, I noticed a worn wooden plaque hanging above the doorway. Its charred, black lettering scrawling the words Hall of Brotherhood. I narrowed my eyes. These road bandits had some nerve playing pretentious. Bootlicking murderers and thieves, posing as some brotherhood. Climbing the steps, I pushed the door open. Creak. A pungent mixture of sweat and alcohol fumes hit me in the nose. Shattered wine jars and gnawed bones littered the floor. Crossing the threshold, new location detected. Within the entrance of the Hall of Brotherhood. Sign in. Without breaking stride, I said sign. Reward. Mind-clearing pills times 1 bottle. I headed straight for the center of the room, where a wide, crude wooden chair was placed. The chair's back bore carved patterns of beast heads, with a filthy tiger pelt draped over it. Standing beside the chair, I studied it carefully. Detected new location, beside the tiger skin armchair. Would you like to check in? Yes. Reward. 1 refined iron dagger. I pulled out the dagger and tucked it into my sleeve for a quick inspection. Including the sheath and handle, it measured no more than a foot long. Unsheathing it half an inch, the blade flashed a cold shimmer. Good stuff. Much handier than the hatchet hanging from my waist. This tool wasn't meant for a frontal attack, but for self-defense at close range or catching someone off guard. It's more than adequate. I slid it into the back of my waistband and pulled my tattered clothes over it to conceal it. Circling around the armchair, I walked to the back door and pushed it open. Outside was a small courtyard. Weeds grew waist-high, and in the corner sat a large water tank covered by a piece of blackened wood. I approached and put my hand on the cover. Detected new location, back courtyard water tank. Would you like to check in? I took a deep breath and muttered internally, yes. Reward, 1 pound of white rice. Immediately after, the cold voice in my mind suddenly changed its tone. Host has checked in a total of 20 times. Inventory expansion mechanism triggered. Backpack slots increased, plus 5 slots. Current total slots, 15 slots. I quickly glanced at the interface in my mind. Originally, there were 10 slots in 2 rows. Now, a 3rd row had been added at the bottom. A total of 15 slots. I stared at those 5 empty slots and found my breathing a bit heavier. Every additional slot meant an extra ounce of hope for survival for a family of 3. I quickly thought of something else. If the 20th check-in triggered an expansion, what about the 30th? Or the 50th? Might there be even more slots? New features unlocked? As for the pound of white rice, it's the finest of foods in these times. Within our current group, people would kill each other over even a handful of husks. Displaying a pound of white rice could drive a group of starving, desperate people crazy. And if I could exploit the backpack bug to duplicate it, 50 pounds? 100 pounds? Not beyond reach. I carefully tucked the white rice into the backpack, feeling notably lighter in spirit. I turned and prepared to head to the front yard to check on how Zhou Kuei was doing. After just 2 steps, I froze. The wind carried a faint sound. It sounded like crying, or maybe muffled sobbing. It came from the farthest corner of the backyard. The smile fell from my face as I instinctively reached toward my left arm. Under my sleeve, the cold, solid steel of my hidden wrist arrow rested firmly against my forearm. I softened my steps and followed the sound. Rounding 2 collapsed firewood sheds, I spotted a large building. The windows were sealed shut with thick planks of wood, allowing no light to filter through. The most conspicuous feature, however, was the heavy wooden door with a giant iron lock, the size of a fist, bolted onto it. The sobbing was coming from the gap beneath that door. I walked up to the door. An unpleasant stench assaulted my nostrils, a rancid mixture of urine, sweat, and an unidentifiable foulness. Trapped for who knows how long, it was strong enough to churn my gut. I tugged on the lock. It was heavy, solid, robust. Is anyone in there? I kept my voice low. The sobbing inside stopped instantly. After 2 breaths, there were faint, shuffling sounds, like someone retreating to the corner. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. Zhou Kuei appeared, flanked by 2 trusted followers, holding 2 coarse cloth garments in hand. Upon spotting me in the distance, Zhou Kuei quickened his pace. Brother Chun, we found some clothes. They're old, but wearable. He handed the clothes over, his attention caught by the heavily locked door. His eyes gleamed. This room's locked up so tightly. Could this be where the bandits hid their gold and silver? His 2 followers leaned in eagerly. One swallowed hard. The other rubbed his hands together. That lock is bigger than my fist. There must be something good inside. I slung the clothes over my shoulder without a second glance. Zhou Kuei leaned toward the door gap for a sniff. The next second, his face turned green, and he stumbled back 2 steps, clutching his nose. Damn it! What the hell? Did the bandits move their latrine in here? His 2 companions coughed uncontrollably, visibly affected by the stench. I didn't answer. Pulling out the hatchet from my waist, I gripped it with both hands and aimed at the iron lock. Step back. The 3 immediately retreated. Taking a deep breath, I braced my back and swung the hatchet with force. Clang. Sparks flew as the blade struck home. The lock's shackle was partially severed, and a chunk of my hatchet's blade edge splintered off. Without batting an eye, I twisted my wrist. The hatchet disappeared briefly from view, returning to my grip as good as new. Too fast. Zhou Kuei and the others only saw the slight twitch in my hand. They had no idea that the system backpack had already repaired the weapon's edge, as pristine as when it was forged. I raised the hatchet and swung again. Crack. The lock's shackle snapped completely this time, the iron lock falling to the ground with a thud, kicking up a layer of dust. I put away the hatchet, stepping forward to kick the door open. Boom. The wooden door burst wide. A wave of even fouler stench poured out. One of the men doubled over and dry heaved, his midday stew almost making a reappearance. The inside remained dark, with only a sliver of light from the open door illuminating a small patch of filthy dirt on the ground. I squinted, scanning the interior for a few heartbeats. The moment my eyes adjusted and the scene within came into focus, my gaze turned deadly cold. The room was spacious but bare, not even a bed. Moldy straw lined the floor in uneven patches. In the farthest corner, huddled several blackened figures. Not 1, not 2, at least 10 girls. They were pressed tightly together, trembling like a flock of frightened quail. The oldest looked no more than 17 or 18, and the youngest barely 13 or 14. Their clothes, if you could call them that, were little more than tattered scraps, with some only wrapped in filthy burlap sacks. Exposed limbs showed bruises and scabs, a horrifying sight. One girl, her face smeared with ash, took a trembling half-step forward. Spreading her arms, she shielded the smaller girls behind her. She could barely remain standing, but locked her bloodshot eyes on us with defiant desperation. Don't come closer. Her lips bled from being bitten, her voice cracking and raw. Please, just don't come closer. Zhou Kuei's face darkened instantly. He was a rough man, no stranger to bloodshed, yet this scene ignited a fury he couldn't contain. With a clenched fist, he struck the doorframe. sending a cascade of dust raining down. Those animals. We let them off too easy earlier. Should have gutted them piece by piece. I scanned the room, my gaze lingering on the smaller girls momentarily. The fingers resting on the wrist arrow's trigger mechanism beneath my sleeve slowly relaxed. In this savage world, life was cheap. But some things crossed the line of humanity. Enough. My voice wasn't loud, but it silenced the sobs immediately. The girl shielding the others shuddered and dropped to her knees, her forehead slamming onto the filthy ground. Master, I beg you, have mercy. Please spare these girls. Still young, can't endure much. Whatever you want to do, come at me. I can take it. She kowtowed as she tugged at the tattered burlap on her body. I frowned and stepped forward. She shut her eyes tightly in terror, trembling even harder. In the end, a bundle of fabric hit her on the head. She froze in place. I had thrown 2 coarse cloth garments from my shoulders over to her. Put those on. You're safe now. She remained still for a long moment, before slowly pulling the garment from her head. Staring at it, stunned, she didn't dare to move. The bandits who tormented this village are either dead or fled. You're all safe now. The room fell silent. A dozen wide eyes stared at me blankly, as if they couldn't process my words. The bandits? Dead. Even that devil of a man among them? Dead as well? The leading girl swallowed hard. Really? Behind me, Zhou Kuei shouted with exaggerated loudness. Why would we lie to you? The ground outside is covered with corpses. The blood hasn't even dried yet. If it weren't for us, you'd still be locked up in this hellish place. As soon as those words fell, the room couldn't hold it anymore. Wah! No one knew who started crying first, but in no time, a dozen or so young girls clung to each other, sobbing uncontrollably. The cries carried fear, resentment, and the disorientation of surviving a near-death ordeal. Their wails gave me a headache. I wasn't good at comforting others, nor did I have patience to stand here watching a room full of people cry. I turned to Zhou Kuei. Call for a few of the women in the team. Boil some hot water, let them wash up. Find them something decent to wear. We can't let them go out like this. Zhou Kuei nodded, but his expression stiffened halfway through his response. He glanced back into the room, lowered his voice, and leaned in closer. Brother Chun, we've saved these people, but this is 15 mouths to feed. His voice was deliberately hushed. Our team's already short on rations. We dug out what little grain we found in the cellar, and even then, it's barely enough for a few days' worth of gruel for everyone. Now with 15 more people, how are we supposed to manage? Harsh words, but they were the truth. Every additional mouth upped the risk of famine. And these 15 girls, who could barely stand upright at the moment, wouldn't be able to handle hard labor anytime soon. Having them in the team was nothing but an added strain. I glanced back. The leader, now draped in one of the coarse cloth garments, still remained kneeling. She clutched the other piece of clothing tightly in her hands, unwilling to wear it herself, instead carefully draping it over the smallest girl behind her. I turned my gaze away. Inside the system backpack, I still had nearly 1,000 white steamed buns. Forget 15 people. I could sustain this 100-person team for days without breaking a sweat. I need to come up with a plan. After a moment of silence, I spoke. Take them with us. Zhou Kuei looked at me. They might not be able to handle heavy labor, but that doesn't mean they can't do anything. Firewood, cooking, mending clothes, tending to the wounded. These are all things they can learn. We've got plenty of strong men in the team, but we're short on hands to handle smaller chores. Zhou Kuei said nothing. Don't allocate full rations as if they're laborers. Stick to half a bowl of thin gruel a day to sustain them for now. When we reach the south and find opportunities, let them make their own way in the world. Zhou Kuei stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Leaving them behind in Heishui village would mean inevitable death, either from starvation or being captured again by remaining bandits. Gritting his teeth, he nodded. All right, since you're the one who saved them, we'll do it your way. He turned and yelled outside. Get a few of the women over here. Boil some water. Find some clothes. Move faster. Don't you dare dawdle. Then he looked back at me. Brother Chun, let me be frank. I can take them in, but we're still rationing tightly. If these 15 mouths cause trouble, I won't be soft. I nodded. Manage them however you see fit. Pausing for a moment, I added. But if anyone thinks of taking advantage of them, deal with it according to the team's rules. Zhou Kuei was slightly taken aback, then grinned. Got it. Don't worry. As long as I'm around, anyone who tries anything, I'll chop their hand off. Inside, the leader of the girls visibly flinched when she overheard this. She raised her head to look at me. In her eyes, there was still fear, but now there was also a faint glimmer of hope. I stood at the doorway, watching as their tears slowly dried up. The 2 garments I'd given them, she'd passed them both to the 2 youngest children. She still wrapped herself in that tattered sack, her shoulders so thin they looked like dry sticks. After a long while, she summoned up her courage to approach me. With a loud thud, she knelt down again. Benefactor, my name is Xiaoer. Her forehead hit the filthy dirt floor, her voice hoarse and raw. The immense kindness you've shown us is beyond repayment, even if I turned into an ox or a horse. From now on, my life is yours. Whatever you ask of me, I'll do. I didn't help her up. In these times, kneeling cost nothing. Staying alive paid the real price. Stand up, I said indifferently. I don't need livestock. Wait here. Someone will come with water and clothes. Get cleaned up, then head to the front courtyard. Xiaoer froze, tears streaming from her eyes once more. Without sparing her another glance, I turned and walked away. These 15 girls were indeed pitiful. But with 15 more mouths to feed came 15 more shares of depletion. Taking them in was a charity. Not being able to sustain them was a death sentence for us all. But with the system on my side, there was no way I couldn't save them. I just had to figure out a plan. I made my way back to the cart. Su Wanyang, looking worried, kept glancing towards the back of the courtyard. When she saw me returning unscathed, she finally let out a breath of relief. Xiao Man sat obediently on the cart, clutching a water pouch to her chest like a little kitten. Where did you go? I saw Zhou lead people to the back courtyard in a hurry, Su Wanyang asked in a hushed voice. I unhooked the hatchet from my belt and tossed it onto the cart. There were over a dozen girls locked in the woodshed at the back. They'd been taken by the bandits. We just freed them. Zhou's gone to get clothes for them. Su Wanyang froze. Being a woman, she naturally knew the fate awaiting women captured by bandits. She bit her lip, her expression flushed with compassion. Those bastards deserve 1,000 deaths. She cursed under her breath and turned to rummage through her tattered bundle. Beyond the few steamed buns I'd given her, there were only 2 old but clean spare garments. She pulled them out, stared at me hesitantly. I knew what she wanted to do right away. Go ahead if you want to give them, I said, reminding her, but don't be too soft-hearted. Just hand them the items and keep your distance. In times like these, there's too much misery around. You can't afford to pity everyone. She nodded. I know. Taking the clothes, she headed toward the back courtyard. I leaned against the cart, closing my eyes to think. The bandits of Heishui village have been cleared out. This place has a well, and houses too. The team will definitely rest here tonight. For others, it's a rare place to stop and stay. For me, this is an unfinished game level. I glanced at the dilapidated houses deeper in the village. I'll have to explore them tonight. It'd be a waste not to. After a while, Su Wanyang returned, her eyes a little red. Did you give the clothes? I did, she sighed. Not a patch of good skin left on her. I said nothing, just let out a long sigh. The sky gradually darkened. Zhou Kuei wouldn't let everyone crowd into the open space. There were houses in the village, albeit run down, but they could at least block the wind. He led some men to search house by house, confirming there were no bandits or dead bodies before assigning houses to groups. The core members stayed near the village center, while the refugees were placed farther on the outskirts. The 100+ pounds of mixed grains they found in a cellar were rationed out by head count. Just a little for each family, enough to scrape by, but nothing more. My family of 3 was assigned a small courtyard near the well. The courtyard gate hung askew. Half of the mud wall had collapsed, and there were a few holes in the roof. But there was an earthen stove inside, and the backyard had half a mud wall providing some cover. This counted as a good spot. Su Wanyang laid Xiao Man down on a clean wooden plank and spread a quilt over it. Xiao Man nestled into it and contentedly narrowed her eyes. Soft, Mama. Su Wanyang gently stroked her little face. Mama will cook porridge for you in a while. I pushed the handcart into the courtyard and set 2 hatchets against the wall. Su Wanyang glanced at the 2 nearly identical hatchets, but said nothing. I propped a coarse clay pot on the earthen stove, adding some dry twigs I'd gathered from the courtyard. The grains Zhou Kuei distributed were little and mixed with sand and husks. Su Wanyang sat by the stove, patiently picking through them grain by grain. She was very meticulous. In these times, every single grain was precious. I checked out the backyard. I'm going to see if there's anything useful back there. Su Wanyang looked up. Don't go far. Just in the courtyard. I carried a water pouch and entered the backyard. The backyard was overgrown with weeds up to my waist. There was a broken vat in the corner, and beside it, half of a collapsed chicken coop. As I approached the broken vat, new location detected, broken water vat in small courtyard. Sign in. My eyes lit up. Sign in successful. Reward. Acacia powder ×1 packet. Acacia powder? Just in time. I sniffed myself. The mix of blood, sweat, dirt, and medicine was overwhelming. Forget Su Wanyang. Even I could hardly stand it. I walked toward the collapsed chicken coop. New location detected. Beside collapsed chicken coop. Sign. Reward. Eggs ×6. Good stuff. Xiao Man needed nourishment. I moved to another corner of the yard, spotting half a millstone partially buried in the soil. New location detected. On broken millstone. Sign. Reward. Rapeseed oil ×1 small jar. Oil. In these famine years, Oil was more precious than meat. Heishui village was worth coming to after all. I circled around to the gap in the courtyard wall, waiting for a moment. No prompt popped up. I wasn't disappointed. Getting 3 sign-in spots in a day was already pretty good. I glanced back at the house. Su Wanyang was still picking through the grain. Xiaoman lay on the quilt, hugging the water pouch and humming a little tune. No one was looking at the backyard. I took out the water pouch and acacia powder, slipping behind the half-collapsed mud wall. I stripped off the rough hemp clothes that were caked with blood scabs. The hemp had stuck to my wounds. Every tug sent a sharp, piercing pain through my chest. Gritting my teeth, I carefully peeled it off bit by bit. The scabs tore open, fresh blood oozing from the edges of the wounds. The injuries on my chest and leg hadn't fully healed. Some had scabbed over, while others were soaked white from sweat. Popping the wooden stopper, I poured water over myself. The icy water flowed over my skin. Blood, dirt, and medicinal powder washed into the yellow earth beneath. I closed my eyes. Since waking in that ruined temple, I'd been either starving or fighting for my life. Killing wolves, killing men, battling bandits. Every inch of my body ached. But with that water flushing over me, I finally felt like I wasn't just someone who'd crawled out of a pile of the dead. Once the water pouch was emptied, I summoned another one from my inventory. I scrubbed my hair and body with the acacia powder, rinsing multiple times. Only when the metallic tang of blood faded and my skin was numbed from the cold did I stop. I retrieved the coarse cloth clothes Zhou Kuei had given me earlier. The sleeves were patched, but at least the garments were clean. Looking down at myself, I finally resembled a human being again. I balled up the filthy clothes and the empty water pouch, stuffing them into the bottom of the broken vat. After making sure no trace was left, I headed back inside. The aroma of porridge was already wafting through the house. Su Wanyang had put the mixed grains into the pot and was slowly stirring it with a wooden stick. The porridge was thin enough to reflect a person's face. I looked at Xiaoman, then at Su Wanyang, who was adding firewood, and turned my back to them. Pulling half a steamed bun out of my inventory, I crumbled it into the clay pot. As the white flour dissolved into the hot soup, the thin porridge quickly thickened into something much heartier. After a moment's thought, I cracked in 2 eggs as well. The egg yolks and whites spread out, swirling over the surface of the porridge. The fragrant aroma intensified immediately. Xiaoman's nose twitched, her eyes lighting up. "Mama, it smells so good." Su Wanyang paused, looking up at me. Unbothered, I sat down as if nothing had happened. The grains Zhou Kuei handed out. Who knows what's mixed in? Let's just consider ourselves lucky this time. She gazed at me for a moment without saying anything, then lowered her head and continued stirring. The porridge was done. She served Xiaoman half a small bowl first, blowing on it a few times before holding it to her lips. Xiaoman took a bite, and her eyes curved into little crescents. "Mama, the porridge today is smooth and fragrant. Eat slowly." I served myself a bowl too. The warmth of the porridge seeped into my stomach, dulling the pain from my injuries a little. After eating her fill, Xiaoman looked much more spirited. She leaned on the quilt, clutching my sleeve. "Papa, you chased the bad guys away today." I smiled, pinching her little nose. "Were you scared, Xiaoman?" She thought about it seriously. "Yes." Her voice was tiny as she added. "But with Papa here, I wasn't as scared." Something brushed gently against my heart. I whispered, "Papa will always be here." Xiaoman beamed with happiness. Before long, the little girl was so sleepy she couldn't keep her eyes open anymore. "Su." Madame Su gently tucked her into the quilt and softly patted her. Outside the house, the wind slipped through the cracks of a broken window. The flickering firelight wasn't strong, casting alternating brightness and shadows on the dirt walls. Xiaoman quickly fell asleep. Just as I was about to get up, Su Wanyang suddenly spoke. "Chen Su." Her voice was soft, yet it stopped me in my tracks. "Yes." She didn't look at me. She bent down and picked up the 2 machetes from the corner of the wall, placing them between us. Then, she took out 2 water pouches and set them side by side on the ground. Her fingertips traced the crooked stitching along one side. The same position, the same stitching. Even the uneven arc was identical. It was as if it was carved from the same mold. She raised her head and quietly looked at me. "This water pouch." I didn't say a word. She turned her gaze to the 2 machetes. "And these 2 blades." Her words were measured and deliberate. "When you fought that bandit leader, I saw your blade break. But when you came back, the blade was fine again." The room fell silent. Only the occasional popping from the firewood under the stove broke the stillness. These steamed buns, the medicine, the quilts, and tonight's eggs in the pot. Each item she mentioned sank my heart further. "Chen Su, how many secrets are you hiding?" The flames flickered. The shadows of the 2 of us stretched across the mud wall, close yet separated by what felt like an invisible line. I looked at her. This woman, she had seen it all along. She had just never asked before. I was silent for a moment before speaking in a low voice. There are some things I can't fully explain. Her fingers slowly tightened. But I can tell you, I won't harm you or Xiao Man. She looked at me. After a long pause, she softly replied, I know. Those 3 words allowed me to breathe a sigh of relief. I spoke quietly. I can find things. She didn't interject. I considered my words carefully. Things others can't find. After that, I raised my hand. My palm felt a slight weight. A small pouch of gleaming white rice appeared in my hand. Su Wanyang's breath hitched. White rice. Not chaff. Not mixed grains. It was rice, so clean it shimmered. I placed the rice pouch on the ground, grabbed a handful, and poured it into a chipped bowl. Then I made the pouch disappear and took it out again. The rice pouch was full once more. Her eyes widened bit by bit. I poured out half the pouch, stowed it, and retrieved it again. The pouch was still full. Once, twice, 3 times. The pile of white rice in the bowl grew higher and higher. She stared at the mound of rice, her throat shifting, unable to utter a single word. Finally, she understood. Why the water pouch never emptied. Why the steamed buns were never finished. Why the machete, once broken, could become whole again. And she also finally grasped why I suddenly had the confidence to keep her and Xiao Man alive during these desperate times. I stopped what I was doing. Do you understand now? Her voice trembled. It's inexhaustible. More or less. I replied, not mentioning anything about the system or the fact that I was from another world. As long as the item remains in my possession, I can restore it to its original state. She lowered her head, staring at the bowl of white rice in silence for a long time. When she looked up again, her face had gone a shade paler. Does anyone else know about this? Only you, I said, meeting her gaze. And from now on, only you can know. Her fingers trembled faintly. She understood better than anyone how terrifying this secret was. Grain, water, medicine, weapons. Which one of those wasn't enough to drive someone mad? She reached out and carefully gathered the rice on the ground back into the bowl. Her movements were slow but steady. From now on, don't reveal these things in front of others. If you have to, tell me first. I raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid? She shot me a glance. I am. After a pause, she added. But not of you. I'm afraid something might happen to you. I was taken aback. She pushed the bowl back in front of me, her voice soft. You once said you wouldn't abandon the 2 of us. I'll trust you this once. I looked at her. The weight in my chest seemed to be gently lifted. In a quiet voice, I said, not just this once. She looked at me, puzzled. I put the rice away and said seriously, from now on, always trust me. She froze for a moment. The firelight reflected off her face, her earlobes gradually blushing red. She turned her face away, yet her tone was still defiant. Let's get through tonight, first before you start talking big. I chuckled softly. I placed the machetes back in the corner and handed her the water pouch. From now on, you're in charge of these things at home. She looked at the water pouch in her hands. The crooked stitching was still visible. She gently caressed it. Then when you go out to look for things, make sure to let me know. I nodded. All right. Outside, the night in Heishui village settled into complete stillness. In the distance, the occasional coughs of refugee wanderers could be heard, along with the sound of Zhou Kuei's men patrolling. I stood up and adjusted my sleeves. Su Wanyang watched me. You're still heading out? Yes. I glanced toward the dark village lanes, my gaze turning solemn. I haven't finished searching this village. If I'm lucky tonight, I might get my hands on something life-saving. She remained silent for a moment. Then, she picked up one of the machetes and placed it by her side. Go ahead. She glanced at the sleeping Xiao Man. I'll hold down the fort. Warmth welled up inside me. That word home, uttered within this drafty, broken hut was more heartening than any other words. I pushed open the door and stepped into the night. The night wind carried away some of the scent of blood, clearing my head. Heishui village, ravaged by bandits during the day, was now eerily cold and desolate. I followed the dirt path deeper inside. During the day, Zhou Kuei's gang had already scoured the area once. Pots, grain sacks, and anything the bandits had visibly hoarded had been rummaged through. But that was just their search of the village. I was different. I had the system. I arrived at the loyalty hall where the bandit leader had stayed during the day. Inside, it was pitch black, and the air still faintly reeked of blood. I pulled out a small fire starter and gently blew on it. The flame came alive. The bloodstains on the ground had turned dark, and they felt sticky underfoot. I made my way to the back of the tiger skin armchair. During the day, I had done a system check-in here, which had rewarded me with a well-made short iron blade. If the front of the chair had something, perhaps the back still held undiscovered potential. I crouched down and began tapping inch by inch along the base of the wall. Thump, thump, thump. On the third brick, the sound changed. Hollow. My eyes narrowed as I drew the short blade and began wedging it into the gap of the brick, working to pry it loose. The green brick loosened. I pulled the brick out, revealing a dark, shadowy compartment within the wall. Reaching inside, my fingers brushed against a small, solid wooden box. The moment I dragged the wooden box out, new location detected, hidden compartment in Loyalty Hall. Do you wish to check in? The corner of my mouth twitched. As expected, the system's check-in determination sometimes only required breaking through the thinnest layer of an invisible barrier. Check-in. Check-in successful. Reward. Zhuge repeating crossbow ×1. My fingers tightened. A repeating crossbow. This was a weapon of mass destruction for group combat. During the fight earlier today, my wrist-mounted arrows managed to kill several bandits, but they were ultimately limited in range and size. The repeating crossbow was different. Its firepower and range far surpassed my little spring-loaded darts. With a thought, I summoned it into my hands. My hands sank with its weight. The body of the crossbow was entirely black, cold to the touch, and heavy in my grip. In the crossbow's magazine were 10 fine steel bolts, their tips sharp and slim, gleaming faintly under the flickering firelight. The mechanism was intricately designed. With one pull of the trigger, it could fire repeatedly. A fine piece of equipment indeed. With the assistance of the glitch-like auto-repair in my system's inventory, I alone could deliver the firepower of a small squad of archers. I returned the crossbow to my backpack. Then, I opened the small wooden box. Inside were a few pieces of broken silver and a stack of yellowed papers. I pocketed the silver without much excitement. In these troubled times, silver was only valuable if you could find someone willing to trade grain for it. I picked up the stack of papers. Land deeds, slave contracts. Some names were smudged by sweat and dried blood, but the handprints on them were still visible. I frowned. These bandits didn't just steal grain and kill people. They were also trafficking human lives. I closed the wooden box, keeping the contracts inside, and put them all away. These items might not be useful now, but who knows what the future holds. I circled around Loyalty Hall again, but no new prompts appeared. Behind the hall was a small courtyard with a dry well in the center. I walked over and leaned down to peer inside. The bottom was engulfed in shadow. Even the light of my fire stick couldn't reach it, illuminating only the damp walls within. A cool draft wafted upward from the well's mouth, carrying a faint, musty smell. New location detected. Dry well beside Loyalty Hall. Do you wish to check in? Check in. Check in successful. Reward. Fine steel chainmail armor ×1. My breath hitched. Armor. Without hesitation, I retrieved it. It was a fitted soft armor, its rings interwoven tightly, one loop linking into the next with exceptional density. It was heavy in my hands, but its edges were smoothly filed, ensuring it wouldn't cut into the skin. With this layer of iron skin, close combat wouldn't lead to me being pierced through with a single blow. I looked around. No one was in sight. I peeled off my outer layer, slipped on the chainmail, and then draped my tattered clothes back over it. It fit perfectly. The cold rings pressed against my skin and aggravated my wounds slightly, sending jabs of pain. But I felt a reassuring certainty deep down. What's a little pain? If it keeps me alive, it's worth it. I considered my surroundings some more. The area by the well's mouth counted as one location. What about the edge of the well? Or the bottom? Back at the ruined temple, I managed to check in 3 times with just one well. I stepped up onto the edge of the well, lingering for a few breaths. Nothing happened. I crouched down and placed my hand on the stone lip of the well. Still no reaction. Seems this Blackwater village, didn't intend to let me exploit any bugs. I didn't feel too greedy and turned toward the back of the village. Behind the village lay a barren field and a small hill. The further I walked, the stronger the smell in the air became. It wasn't the metallic tang of blood, but the sickly stench of rot. I slowed my steps. At the foot of the hill was a large pit filled with bleached bones. Some were blackened while others still bore scraps of dry, leathery flesh. Torn clothing was tangled among the bones, fluttering lightly in the wind. My expression darkened. The bandits had been squatting here in Blackwater Village for God knows how long, wreaking havoc and destruction. The refugees from earlier had only been combing through the surface remains, but the truth of Blackwater Village was here, in this pit. New location detected. Blackwater Village mass grave. Do you wish to check in? I was silent for a moment. Check in. Check in successful. Reward. Golden wound salve ×10 bottles. 10 bottles of wound salve. A wave of relief washed over me. This was a timely blessing. The 2 pouches of medicine powder that Zhou Kuei gave me earlier weren't very effective. The wounds on my chest and legs still throbbed and burned faintly. What the system provides is always top-notch. I took out one bottle, pulled out the stopper, and sniffed it. A refreshing medicinal aroma rushed into my nostrils, immediately easing the burning pain in my chest. A quality product. I glanced again at the pile of bones in the pit. At first light tomorrow, I need Zhou Kuei to bring people here and fill this pit in. Speaking nothing of anything else, at least give these folks a proper burial. I turned to leave. After just a couple of steps, I stopped abruptly. The dried grass behind the hill had been flattened westward by the night wind. But just a moment ago, a tuft had moved in the wrong direction. I narrowed my eyes. The next second, a dark figure darted out from behind the hill, hugging the ground as it slipped into a derelict thatched hut nearby. It moved swiftly. I snuffed out my fire stick, plunging the surroundings into darkness once more. Quieting my footsteps, I crept toward the hut, skulking along the shadows cast by the mud walls. I stopped just outside the door, my left arm slightly raised. Beneath my tattered sleeve, the cold steel mechanism of my wrist-mounted dart launcher pressed tightly to my wrist bone. Someone was inside. The door was slightly ajar. Hugging the wall, I held my breath, straining to catch any noise from within. Inside came the sound of rummaging and a muffled, irritated curse. Damn it, where did the second-in-command stash the silver? I've searched everywhere, but haven't found a single copper coin. Can you keep it down? The refugees in the village haven't all passed out yet. If they hear us, we're dead meat. Bah, what's there to fear? A bunch of starving living skeletons. The second-in-command was just careless this time, ambushed by that brat with a firewood hatchet. Once reinforcements from the main camp arrive tomorrow, not one of these refugees will get out alive. My hand gradually slid to grip the hilt of my short dagger. The main camp? So, this group of bandits was only using Blackwater Village as an outpost, and they had a larger stronghold behind them? My gaze turned cold. Leaving the weeds unrooted only allowed them to spring back with the breeze. I picked up a small stone and tossed it toward the nearby open space. Clatter. The noise inside stopped abruptly. Who's there? A head poked out of the gap in the door, holding a bloodied machete. I pressed myself into the shadow just beside the door. Silent, unmoving. After looking around for a while and spotting nothing, his courage swelled again. Must be a damn stray cat. You keep looking. I'm gonna take a leak. He pushed open the door, tugging at his trousers as he stepped out. Just 2 steps forward. I lunged from the shadows. My left hand clamped over his mouth, while my right hand, gripping the short dagger, drew Jiu-Jitsu into the kidney. CHH. The blade sank into the flesh. The man's eyes opened wide in an instant, and a muffled noise escaped from his throat as his body struggled violently. I tightened my arm, giving him no chance to cry out. With a swift motion, I pulled out the short knife and reversed my grip for another strike. Warm blood splattered onto the blades of grass. Supporting his weight, I gently lowered his body to rest at the base of the wall. Inside the house, the sound of rummaging continued. Old Six. No response. Oi, Old Six. Did you fall into the latrine? How does it take this long to piss? Cursing under his breath, a figure emerged, knife in hand, heading towards the door. Just as he peeked outside, a cold blade pressed against his neck. Don't move, I whispered in a low voice. His body froze, and the knife in his hand clattered to the ground. Spare me. Please, spare me, heroes, he pleaded, trembling. I kicked his legs out from under him. With a thud, he collapsed to his knees. Pressing the knife a fraction deeper into his flesh, blood began to bead along the edge. I'll ask you answer. Say one more word than needed, and I'll send you to reunite with your boss. His teeth chattered in fear. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Where's your main base? How many men are there? About 30 li to the east, at Blackwind Mountain. Over 200 brothers are there. The main leader is called Mountain Eagle. They've got dozens of horses and reinforced bows. Over 200 men, with horses and bows. My heart sank. This wasn't like the ragtag bunch we encountered during the day. When your second-in-command died, how long before the main camp finds out? He swallowed a lump of fear. When second boss was killed, some of the faster runners escaped. They must have gone back to report. Blackwind Mountain isn't far from here. On horseback, it's a half-day's ride at most. By tomorrow morning at the latest, the Mountain Eagle will definitely bring his men here to kill. Tomorrow morning. I glanced at the sky. It was already deep into the night. Time was not on our side. Are there more stashes hidden in Blackwater Village? His eyes darted away for a moment. I pressed the knife deeper. Think carefully before answering. Yes. Yes. There's a cave in the rear hills. All the loot the boss plundered is stored there. Only the main boss and a few of us trusted ones know about it. Lead the way. I yanked him up by his collar, pressing the short blade against his back. He didn't dare make any sudden moves, leading me in a hunched posture. We made our way around a dirt mound, through a patch of dried grass, and arrived at a chaotic pile of rocks at the base of the rear hill. Several large stones were wedged tightly against the mountain face, concealing what lay beyond to an untrained eye. He began shifting the stones, revealing a dark opening into a cave. It's all in there, he said as he turned back with a forced smile, one that was more bitter than tears. Let me go? I swear, I won't return to the main camp. I'll go back to farming honest. Please let me go. I looked down at his hands. They were calloused on the back, but also crusted with dried blood. These hands, do you think they can still hold a plow? He froze for a moment. In the next instant, My short blade plunged into his chest. Monsters like this, who rob and kill, would only be a scourge if left alive. I kicked his lifeless body aside and took out my fire starter, blowing on it to make it spark. Crouching, I stepped cautiously into the cave. The interior wasn't deep, but was dry and sheltered. By the flickering light of the fire, I stopped in my tracks in shock. The cave housed over a dozen large wooden chests. I pried open the first one, gleaming silver ingots, stacked neatly. I moved to the next, strings of copper coins, tightly bound. A fleeting glance was all I gave it. Money was valuable, but not immediately useful to me. I opened the third chest. Cold light shimmered as I lifted the lid. Inside were a dozen brand new sabers, their edges coated with rust-preventive oil. The fourth chest contained rigid hardwood bows, along with 2 large bundles of arrows. For a moment, my breath caught. These bandits weren't just looting grain and murdering. They had stockpiled military weapons. New location detected, bandit cache cave. Sign in. Sign in. Sign in successful. Reward, refined fire starter X1. I raised an eyebrow. A refined fire starter? Useless garbage. I pocketed the item and turned my gaze back to the dozen wooden chests. The gold and silver could wait. The sabers, hardwood bows, and arrows were what we desperately needed right now. I tried storing the sabers into my system backpack. The gray interface remained unresponsive. As expected, ordinary items from the outside world couldn't be stored. There was no way I could carry all these weapons alone. I'll need to get help. I turned and exited the cave, retracing the backhill trail towards Blackwater Village. The village was silent. After the day's journey and the earlier battle, its displaced residents were fast asleep, their snores blending into a collective buzz. I made my way straight to the courtyard where Zhou Kuei stayed. 2 of his trusted men were supposed to stand guard by the gate, but both were dozing against the dirt wall. One nodded off with his head jerking forward. The other had a string of drool glistening at the corner of his mouth. I walked over and lightly kicked one in the calf. Who's there? Startled, the man jolted awake, fumbling for his knife. Recognizing me, he exhaled in relief and wiped his mouth. Brother Chun, what's the big deal? Showing up in the middle of the night? Nearly scared me half to death. Go wake up Zhou Kuei. This is urgent. The man noticed the grave look on my face and dashed into the house without delay. Moments later, Zhou Kuei emerged in a tattered leather breastplate, carrying his hefty, broad-backed blade. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face carried a touch of irritation. Brother Chun, what's so urgent in the dead of night? Did the sky fall? He asked with a yawn. The sky hasn't fallen, but a living demon is on his way. The young caught in his throat. I spoke clearly and deliberately. I just inspected the rear hill. Took out 2 hiding bandits. They belong to a major camp in Blackwind Mountain, east of here, 30 li away. Their boss is called Mountain Eagle. They have over 200 men, dozens of horses, and reinforced bows. At the latest, they'll attack by tomorrow morning. All traces of drowsiness vanished from Zhou Kuei's face as his tough features trembled in shock. What? 200 men? With horses? The 2 guards overhearing nearby turned pale with fright. I shot Zhou Kuei a cold glare. Why don't you shout a little louder? Wake the whole village while you're at it. He quickly bit back any outbursts, though cold sweat was beginning to drip down his forehead. Pacing around the courtyard in growing urgency, he slapped a hand against his thigh. Damned hell. Forget sleeping. Quick, wake the brothers, pack up, and get out of here. With that, he charged towards the exit, weapon in hand. I grabbed his arm, stopping the 8-foot-tall giant dead in his tracks. Run? And where exactly do you think we can run? Blackwind Mountain is. Just 30 miles. Our group is made of the elderly, weak, sick, and wounded, plus the ones pushing carts. How far can we travel in a single night? 10 miles at most, I said. They're on horseback. At first light, they'll follow our footprints, and in less than an hour, they'll catch up. When the bandits on horseback chase us down on flat land, how do you plan to fight them off? Zhou Kuei was exasperated. He shook off my hand. Then what do you suggest? Stay in the village and wait for death? We've only got around 30 able-bodied men, while they have over 200. They could drown us in their spit alone. I locked eyes with him intensely. Running is certain death. Staying and fighting gives us a sliver of hope to survive. The night wind whistled outside the yard. From the distance came the faint sound of coughing from the refugees. These people had just survived a brutal fight during the day, barely managing to fall asleep at night. Among them were the elderly, children, women, and the wounded. If we attempted to flee through the night, we wouldn't make it far. Zhou Kuei gripped his knife tighter and tighter, his knuckles turning white. How do we fight? I pointed toward the village entrance. The terrain of Blackwater Village is something we know better than they do. The village entrance is narrow, flanked by crumbling walls and broken-down houses. Horses can't pick up speed charging in here. If we can block them at the entrance, half their cavalry's advantage will be nullified. Zhou Kuei's eyes flickered with consideration. I just discovered a cave on the back mountain. Inside, the bandits had stashed about a dozen machetes, several hardwood bows, and 2 large bundles of arrows. Now, you take a few trustworthy men with you, and follow me to bring them back. Give the machetes to the strongest men, and station the archers on the rooftops. If they dare step into the village, we'll show them that Blackwater Village is not a place they can come and go as they please. Zhou Kuei's eyes lit up at the mention of weapons, but quickly darkened again. Having weapons is good, but the numbers are still stacked overwhelmingly against us. Brother Chun, it's not that I'm a coward, but this fight seems nearly impossible to win. Even if it's hard, we fight, I replied firmly. I reached into the folds of my robe and pulled out a packet of gunpowder, letting it dangle before his eyes. The faint smell of sulfur reached his nostrils. Besides, I added coldly, I've got this. If they huddle up together, I'll send them flying straight to the heavens. Zhou Kuei stared at the packet and clenched his teeth. Let's do it. Damn it. If we die like men. Otherwise, we'll live like ghosts forever. He knew I was right. Fleeing wasn't an option, we wouldn't escape them. Staying and using the terrain and weapons gave us a slim chance. Turning, he growled at 2 of his trusted men. Go, wake up Liurgu and the rest. Remember, don't alert the refugees camped on the outskirts. Bring tools and follow Brother Chun to the back mountain to collect the supplies. The 2 men dashed off immediately. An incense sticks time later, I led Zhou Kuei and a dozen of the toughest men up the mountain in the dark to the cave. As the firelight flickered inside, one crate after another filled with machetes, hardwood bows, and arrows came into view, leaving everyone stunned. Liurgu picked up one machete and tested its edge with the pad of his thumb. It nearly sliced through his skin. Wow, this thing's heavy. A man nearby lifted a bundle of arrows, unable to hide his surprise. These bandits sure were sitting on a fortune. Zhou Kuei kicked the side of one wooden box. Quiet. Start hauling. We need everything in place before dawn. The men got to work immediately. Some carried crates of machetes. Others slung bows over their shoulders, while more hauled bundles of arrows, trudging step by step back to the village. By the time we returned to the village entrance, the eastern sky was already showing faint traces of light. I broke off a dry branch and drew a rough map of the village's layout on the ground, detailing the entrance, the main road, the crumbling walls, and the houses on both sides. Zhou Kuei, pick 20 of the strongest men, arm them with the new machetes, and hide them in the ruined houses on both sides of the main road. Remember, no one is to reveal themselves when the bandits first charge in. Wait until their horses slow down or when they dismount to search the village. That's when you strike. I emphasized my point by jabbing the branch into the ground. Don't aim for the men first. Go for the horse legs. Zhou Kuei nodded before turning around to begin picking his men. I then turned to Liurgu. You take a few men who know how to shoot arrows. Climb up to the rooftops and the old locust tree. He puffed his chest, but I quickly doused him with cold reality. Don't expect to hit a bullseye at 100 paces, you don't have that skill. Liurgu turned red with embarrassment. I didn't criticize further, continuing instead. Target those on horseback, especially the ones wearing the best armor or shouting the loudest. If you can't hit their heads, aim for their chests. If you miss their chests, fire into the crowd. As long as they become chaotic, that's enough. Understood, he nodded emphatically. After that, I led some men to stretch 3 ropes across the dirt path leading to the village. The ropes lay concealed close to the ground, hidden under loose soil and withered grass. Almost invisible without careful inspection. We dug shallow pits behind the broken walls on either side, where we buried packets of gunpowder. The fuses trailed back to a concealed spot behind the damaged wall. Zhou Kuei stared at the thin fuse and asked me in a hushed tone, Brother Chun, will this really send them flying? I patted the dirt off my hands. Maybe not all the way to the heavens, but it'll definitely make sure they never forget Blackwater Village. By the time our preparations were complete, the sky had begun to brighten. The village was eerily quiet. I returned to the small courtyard. Su Wanyang sat by the fire stove bed, clutching a firewood knife I had given her. Her eyes were glued to the courtyard gate. Xiaoman was curled up in her arms, fast asleep. Hearing the door creak, she shot to her feet. What happened? There's been noise outside all night. Zhou Kuei and the others moved a ton of things. I walked over to the water tank, scooped a ladle of cold water, and splashed it over my face. The chill helped suppress some of the exhaustion from not sleeping a wink. I put down the ladle. The Blackwind Mountain bandits are coming. Her face went pale. How many? Over 200, I admitted, plus horses and bows. The firewood knife nearly slipped from her grasp. Over 200, then we. Don't be afraid. I stepped forward and placed both my hands on her thin shoulders. Through the coarse cloth, I could feel her fragile frame. Looking into her eyes, I said firmly, We've set traps at the village entrance. This battle won't be easy, but it's not unwinnable. Her eyes began to well up with tears. Lowering my voice, I continued. You stay in the house. Lock the doors and windows. No matter what you hear outside, don't come out. If a bandit does break into the courtyard, take this knife and aim for their neck. She glanced down at the heavy firewood knife before clenching it with determination. With a firm nod, she suddenly reached out and grabbed the hem of my clothes. You have to come back alive. You promised Xiaomin you'd let her eat meat every day. I glanced over at the little girl snoozing peacefully and reached out to ruffle Su Wanyan's hair. Don't worry. My life is tough. I'm not someone the king of hell can easily take away. She didn't dodge, but her grip on the hem of my clothes tightened before she slowly let go. Go, she whispered. We'll be waiting for you to come back. I nodded, turned around, and walked out of the courtyard. A thin morning mist shrouded Heishui village. It was eerily silent. There weren't even birds chirping. By myself, I made my way to the collapsed wall at the village entrance. On my left arm, I had tied a finely crafted steel spring-loaded wrist crossbow. At my back was a short iron dagger, and in my hand was a brand new hatchet. Inside my backpack nestled a potent weapon, the repeating crossbow, the Zhuge Lianu. Leaning against the crumbling wall, I closed my eyes to regulate my breathing. The wind blew from the end of the desolate road, carrying with it the scent of dust. Rumble, rumble. A dull sound resonated from afar, and the ground began to faintly tremble. My eyes snapped open. They were coming. The morning fog was churned up by the galloping of hooves. On the horizon, a black line appeared. It rapidly grew, transforming into a tide of shadow. At the forefront were dozens of mounted bandits, followed by hundreds of relentless marauders dressed in a chaotic mix of leather armor and cloth garments, all armed with sabers and spears. Leading the group was a man riding a pure black warhorse. His face was covered with a thick beard, his eyes filled with cruelty. He was the bandit king, Zuoshan Diao. Beside him, one of his lieutenants was laughing wildly while urging his horse on. Big brother, up ahead is Heishui village. Second brother, and the rest were useless. A bunch of them couldn't hold a broken-down village and got wiped out, bringing shame to our Black Wind Mountain. When we get in, kill all the men, and take the women back for fun. Zuoshan Diao didn't respond. He simply waved his hand and led the charge forward. He didn't think much of this village at all. The fellow who managed to escape back to them yesterday mentioned that the leader was just a boy wielding a hatchet. How skilled could he possibly be? It was no more than a trick with numbers and a surprise attack. Today, Zuoshan Diao had brought over 200 men, enough to flatten this village 10 times over. Rush in. Leave no one alive. Kill. The bandits shouted in unison, brandishing their weapons and urging their horses forward. They charged toward the village entrance like a black tidal wave. Up in the withered pagoda tree, Li Ergu gripped a longbow tightly, his palms sweaty, staring at the black mass of charging bandits. His legs trembled uncontrollably. Ergu, what do we do? There are way too many of them. The voice of the man beside him wavered with panic. Li Ergu gulped and recalled the words I had spoken before dawn. Shut the hell up. Brother Chen said to wait for orders. No one fires an arrow without his signal. Inside the dilapidated houses on both sides of the village entrance, Zhou Kuei and about 20 other young villagers clutched their machetes tightly. They were so nervous they hardly dared breathe. The sound of hoofbeats felt like it was stomping straight onto their hearts. Boss, are you sure this will work? Zhou Kuei smacked the back of his head. Shut up. If Brother Chen says it'll work, then damn it, it'll work. Though his words were harsh, he too lacked confidence. After all, these were mounted bandits they were up against. But as he recalled the calm look in my eyes, he forced his panic down. Behind the crumbling wall, I stood absolutely still, watching the charging bandits draw closer and closer. 100 paces, 80 paces, 50 paces. The faces of the dozen or so bandits at the forefront were already twisted into cruel grins, and even the withered grass on the ground was clearly visible. At that moment, pull. The men hidden on both sides bit down, exerting every ounce of strength to haul the rope up. 3 tripwires instantly snapped taut. Whinny. The frontmost warhorse's forelegs abruptly caught on the tripwire. It screamed shrilly, and with all the momentum of its large, heavy body, toppled forward in a massive crash. The rider on its back didn't even have time to scream before being flung through the air and landing with a heavy thud. Boom. Thud. 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 The chain reaction unfolded instantly. The horses behind had no time to stop and slammed into their fallen comrades. Horses collided with horses, men collided with men. The mournful whinnies of the war horses, the sickening snaps of bones, and the screams of the bandits mingled into one chaotic cacophony. The first 20 or so horses fell like dominoes, one after the other, tumbling, rolling, and colliding. Blood and dust erupted skyward. At the narrow entrance of the village, the chaos formed a gruesome mountain of flesh and bone, completely blocking the way. The bandits in the rear were struck with terror and pulled on their reins with all their might. It's an ambush. Stop. Stop now. The front formation instantly devolved into utter chaos. Farther back, Zuoshan Jiao could clearly see what was happening. His face darkened with rage. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect these refugee-like villagers to dare set up a trap. Hold your ground. Hold your damn ground. He roared, drawing the massive 9-ring broadsword from his back. Dismount. Clear the way. The bandits clogging the village entrance hastily jumped off their horses. Amidst curses, they began dragging the wailing warhorses and injured comrades aside. Men and horses mixed together in a chaotic tangle. Behind the crumbling wall, my expression was cold as ice. I glanced up at Li Ergu, who was in the pagoda tree, and gave him a hand signal to ignite the explosives. Ergu, light it. Fire the fuse. Li Ergu, momentarily dazed from the earlier scene, jolted awake upon hearing the shout. He pulled out a cloth-wrapped fire starter, his hands shaking as he blew it into life, and lit an arrow tipped with a fabric-soaked fuse. Ergu, where do I aim? Brother Chen said to aim for the most obvious dirt mound. Drawing his bow, Li Ergu took a deep breath and fired toward the loosened dirt mound I had prepared near the village entrance. Whoosh! The fire arrow flew haphazardly, its accuracy abysmal. With a muffled thunk, it embedded itself 3 feet short of the dirt mound. The flame on the arrowhead continued to burn. Damn it! I missed. Li Ergu slapped his thigh in frustration. At the village entrance, a bandit leader dragging a horse carcass spotted the smoldering arrow. He froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha ha! These useless fools can't even shoot straight. They think they can take us on. Before his words could fully leave his mouth, the flame licked at a nearly invisible fuse trailing from the dirt mound. Hiss! A flash of sparks streaked into the dirt mound. The bandit leader's laughter abruptly froze. The next moment, boom! A thunderous explosion tore through the air, originating from beneath the dirt mound. In an instant, the entire cache of gunpowder unleashed its fearsome power. The blast wave, accompanied by soil, fragments of rock, and searing shockwaves, erupted like a black flower of death, blooming right in the densest part of the enemy cluster. The dozen or so bandits huddled together had no time to react before being hurled into the air. Shattered limbs and scalding flesh scattered violently across the area. At the center of the blast, a half-man-deep crater formed on the ground. The surrounding bandits were disoriented, staggering as their ears buzzed uncontrollably. One leader who had been too close lay on the ground, half his body blown to unrecognizable shreds. He stared in disbelief at what remained of his lower half, his mouth agape, unable to issue a sound. The entire village entrance fell into silence. Inside one of the houses, Su Wanyang tightly covered Xiao Man's ears, pressing the child close to her chest. Her face was pale, her heart pounding in her chest. The loud explosion had shaken the roof, causing dust to rain down. She had no idea what was happening outside, but she knew that I was there. Behind the collapsing wall, I had dirt from the blast all over my face. Spitting out sand, my eyes remained steely and focused. It has become a living hell. The brightness was blinding. It worked. This blow was enough to give those ruthless bandits a taste of hell. At the rear, Zuoshandia's warhorse reared up in panic, letting out a piercing neigh. He gripped the reins tightly, staring at the smoking crater ahead and the scattered, mutilated bodies around it. His facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. Tripwire. Gunpowder. Where on earth could refugees possibly have come up with something like this? Aya! He threw his head back and unleashed a beastly roar, his bloodshot eyes brimming with rage. Kill them. All of them. Get in from both sides. I want every last one of them dead. Dead. The bandits snapped out of their shock, their eyes now filled with boundless fury and madness. Revenge our brothers. Slaughter those bastards. They went around the Hell's Cape at the village entrance, scrambling over collapsed walls and broken houses to enter the village from both sides. The terrain at the entrance might block cavalry, but for these savage foot soldiers, broken walls and ruined houses were no obstacle at all. Up on the old locust tree, Li Ergu's scalp tingled with terror. Brother Chun, they're climbing in from both sides. There are too many of them. We can't hold them off. Behind the crumbled wall, my expression remained utterly calm, unperturbed. I had expected this. Gunpowder could scatter their formation, but it couldn't kill over 200 people. The real hard battle was just about to begin. Zhou, my voice wasn't loud, but it carried undeniable weight. It's your turn. Inside a broken house, Zhou took a deep breath before standing up abruptly, gripping his thick-backed broadsword so tightly that veins bulged on the back of his hands. He glanced back at the 20-plus equally tense men behind him. Are you afraid to die? A young man licked his chapped lips. Afraid. But I'd rather die fighting than get hacked to death like a dog by these beasts. Well said. Zhou Kuei grinned viciously, a fierce glint in his eye. Behind us are our women and children. If we let them charge in today, it's all over for us. So grip those blades tight. He pointed at the bandits climbing over the walls outside. Brother Chen said this. To kill, you have to catch them off guard. Did you hear me clearly? Yes, we did. The 20-plus men growled in unison, their voices carrying the desperation of those cornered with nothing to lose. At that moment, a dozen bandits had already climbed over the western wall, landing on the main road. They had just regained their footing and barely had a chance to assess their surroundings when a thunderous roar erupted. Kill! Zhou Kuei kicked open the broken wooden boards, storming out first like a ferocious tiger leaping out of its cage. The 20-some village men followed closely behind, shouting fiercely. Those dozen bandits were utterly stunned, never expecting people to be lying in wait behind the wall. The leader barely had time to raise his blade. Zhou Kuei had already closed in, crouching low as he swung his thick-backed broadsword in a heavy, forceful arc. Squelch! The blade tore into flesh, a geyser of blood spurting forth. The bandit's left leg was grotesquely severed. Ah! He fell to the ground, screaming in agony. Zhou Kuei didn't even glance at him, immediately lunging toward the next target. The youthful villagers mimicked his actions. In a flash, the main road gleamed with flashing blades, the cacophony of combat reverberating through the heavens. Splat! Crack! One bandit after another was struck down. These refugees, who once fled at the mere sight of bandits, showed no fear today, only a reckless determination to turn the tide, because they knew there was no retreat. At the forefront, Zhou Kuei seemed possessed by the spirit of a battle god. Swinging his thick-backed broadsword wide, and with immense power, every strike was decisive. A crazed bandit charged at him, eyes burning red. Zhou Kuei refused to dodge, instead ramming the man with his shoulder. Bang! The bandit stumbled backward 3 steps, as if hitting a wall. Without giving him a chance to recover, Zhou Kuei swept his blade horizontally. Swish! The bandit's head soared into the air, a crimson geyser erupting several feet high. Well done. That was incredible. Lier Go, up in the locust tree, was filled with fiery excitement as he knocked an arrow, aiming at a bandit attempting to ambush Zhou Kuei. Though his shot didn't kill, the arrow embedded itself into the bandit's thigh, causing him to falter momentarily. Taking advantage of the opening, Zhou Kuei swung around and struck the bandit down with a single slash. Behind the crumbled wall, I observed the chaotic scene with a calm demeanor. Zhou Kuei's performance had exceeded my expectations. This guy wasn't just strong, he was quick-witted. I mused silently to myself. Zhou Kuei wasn't a bodyguard in the past for nothing. This retaliatory strike was swift and brutal. In the blink of an eye, the main road at the village entrance became a graveyard for 7 or 8 bandits. The remaining bandits were shocked by the sudden and intense resistance. What they had assumed would be an easy slaughter turned into a nightmare as soon as they entered the village. Retreat! Fall back! One of the bandit leaders yelled, his voice trembling. Gratefully, the remaining bandits scrambled to retreat, tumbling back out over the walls. Trying to run? Not so fast. Zhou Kuei was in a killing frenzy, his blade ready to pursue. Don't chase them. My voice cut through the air just in time. Hold the passage. Don't let them back in. Zhou Kuei jolted to a stop, a cold sweat breaking out on his back as he surveyed the regrouping bandits outside the walls. He had nearly lost his head in the heat of battle. If he had pursued out into the open, without the advantage of the terrain, their small force wouldn't have stood a chance. Damn it! I almost made a mistake, Zhou Kuei cursed under his breath, immediately ordering his men to block the entrance and reinforce temporary barricades. We had won the first skirmish, albeit just for now. Zhou Kuei glanced back at me, for the first time showing genuine respect in his gaze. From the tripwire to the gunpowder, and finally this counterattack. Every move had been calculated to perfection. At the back of the enemy's formation, Zhou Shandio watched the chaotic village entrance with a face darker than storm clouds. His men had barely engaged and already been repelled, losing 7 or 8 in the process. Boss, these refugees, they're a bit strange, one of the bandit leaders muttered, clearly shaken. And they seem to have someone in charge. Their tactics are organized. Zhou Shandio's eyes narrowed as he scanned the uneven rooftops of the village. He knew there was an expert in there, no doubt about it. A frontal assault would be too costly. The entrance itself was already cluttered with bodies and craters, making it impossible for horses to charge through. Huh, do they think sealing off the village entrance is enough? Zhou Shandio sneered, raising his massive 9-ring broadsword and pointing towards the open fields on both sides of the village. Split off 100 men, flank them from both sides, and climb over the rear walls. This village isn't that big. They might hold the front gate, but the backyard? I'll turn this place into a living hell. Surrounded on all sides, crush every single one of them. Yes, A leader acknowledged the command and swiftly organized over 100 bandits into two groups. Like two massive pincers, they aimed to encircle and attack the rear of Heishui village. From behind a broken wall, I witnessed the bandits splitting their forces, and my pupils shrank abruptly. What I had feared the most was now actually happening. The rear of the village was home to the elderly, the weak, women, and children. Su Wanyang and Xiao Man were there too. Damn it, these beasts are trying to circle around. Zhou Kuei stomped his foot anxiously. There were nearly no defenses at the back of the village. Most of the earthen wall had collapsed, and any grown man could easily climb over it. If over 100 bandits managed to slip in, those frail villagers would be as helpless as lambs to the slaughter. Zhou Kuei, my voice was chillingly composed. Take 10 men and immediately go to reinforce the rear. Zhou Kuei flinched. Brother Chun, what about the village entrance? If I leave, you'll be the only one here. I'm enough on my own, I interrupted firmly, leaving no room for argument. I glanced at the bandits still organizing their formation, then turned to look at the rear of the village. Remember, I said, with a commanding tone, your mission is not to kill all of them, but to hold the courtyard walls and protect the women and children. Especially our house. Don't let a single bandit take a step inside. Zhou Kuei's heart jolted at my words. He knew by our house, I meant Su Wanyang and Xiao Man. I had entrusted him with the most critical of tasks. This trust was heavier than any order. Brother Chun, you have my word. Zhou Kuei slapped his chest with his broadsword, the thud echoing resolutely. As long as I, Zhou Kuei, draw breath, I won't let a single scoundrel lay a finger on your family. With that, he called upon 10 of the strongest men, and without looking back, headed straight toward the rear of the village. With Zhou Kuei gone, the pressure at the village entrance mounted drastically. The defensive line, which had been held by more than 20 men, was now reduced to barely over 10. They clung to makeshift barricades, staring nervously at the bandits outside who were ready to move at any moment. The mountain bandit leader, Zhuoshan Diao, sneered coldly when he noticed the villagers dividing their forces. Trying to split their troops? What overconfidence! He waved his massive saber. Archers, step forward and suppress them. The rest, prepare to storm in. Dozens of bandit archers surged forward, aiming their bows toward the rooftops and behind the walls in the village, releasing a volley of arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows rained down like a storm, blotting out the sky. Get down. Everyone get down. Li Ergu, who had climbed the locust tree, shouted hoarsely while clutching onto the trunk desperately. Beside him, another man, unable to dodge in time, was struck in the shoulder with an arrow. He let out a terrible scream before falling to the ground. The young men atop the roofs, tasked with returning fire, were completely suppressed and could only crouch behind the ridges of the rooftops. In an instant, the firepower at the village entrance was neutralized. The rest of the bandits charged once again, stepping over the bodies of their fallen comrades and howling as they surged forward. Cold determination filled my gaze from behind the collapsed wall. With just a thought, the Zhuge repeating crossbow that had been sitting quietly in my system's backpack materialized in my hands in an instant. Its body was icy cold and heavy to the touch. The magazine held 10 crossbow bolts, their sharp tips gleaming ominously. I crouched behind the wall, taking cover as I set up the crossbow. I didn't aim at the charging bandits, but instead set my sights on the archers providing covering fire in the rear. To catch the thieves, capture their leader. A snake's weakness lies in its 7 inches. Eliminate these archers, and the pressure at the village entrance would diminish dramatically. I took a deep breath and pulled the trigger. Buzz! A faint vibration sounded from the mechanism, followed by the sharp whistle of the bowstring. Whoosh! The first bolt flew out like a streak of lightning. Before the archer who had just drawn his bow could react, the bolt pierced his brow. His expression froze as he fell straight backward. I didn't pause. My finger kept moving the trigger. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In rapid succession, bolts shot out at incredible speed, streaks of black lightning that struck the archers with unerring precision. An archer who had just released an arrow was hit in the throat before he could draw another from his quiver. Another, who tried to flee for cover, only made it 2 steps before a bolt went clean through his back. Within just a few breaths, I had emptied the entire magazine of bolts. 10 bolts had taken down 5 archers. The remaining archers screamed in fear and fled in all directions, as if facing a divine archer from the heavens. There's a sharpshooter. Run. His arrows are too fast. The suppressive fire from their rear collapsed instantly. The pressure on Li Ergu perched in the locust tree eased. Hesitantly, he peered out to see the ground littered with the bodies of the archers. His jaw hung slack in sheer disbelief. Who did this? He had been forced to keep his head down earlier and had no idea where the deadly bolts came from. Behind the broken wall, I quickly stowed the now empty crossbow back into my system backpack. With another thought, retrieve. A freshly loaded Juga repeating crossbow, complete with a full set of bolts, appeared in my hands once more. I set up the crossbow again, this time shifting my aim toward the bandits who had already reached the barricades. Meanwhile, at the rear of Heishui village, over 100 bandits crept silently along, arriving at the collapsed section of the village's rear wall. Split up. 3 people to a team, one leader whispered. Don't make any noise once you're in. Look for women and food first. Once you find them, signal us immediately. Yes. The bandits complied, using both hands and feet to climb over the earthen wall, sneaking into the village's backyards. The rear of the village was soon filled with the sounds of scraping, the crumbling of walls, and suppressed breaths. At the small courtyard where we lived, Su Wanyang clutched Xiao Man tightly, pressing her back against the locked wooden door. In her trembling hands was a wood-cutting knife, gripped tightly. The sounds of footsteps and shouting outside grew louder and closer. Xiao Man buried her face in her mother's chest, trembling uncontrollably. Mother, I'm scared. Don't be scared, Xiao Man, don't be scared. Your father will be back soon. Su Wanyang's voice quivered as she tried her best to soothe her terrified daughter. At that moment, bang! The partially collapsed earthen wall of the courtyard was kicked open, leaving a gaping hole. 3 burly bandits with ferocious expressions and knives in hand stepped in with sinister grins. Well, this yard looks clean, definitely a woman's place. The leader, a one-eyed brute, scanned the area before his gaze fixed on the locked wooden door. Break it down. The other 2 bandits immediately raised their feet, sending powerful kicks at the wooden door. Bang, bang. The old, fragile door rattled violently as the wooden latch groaned under the strain, seemingly on the verge of snapping. Inside the house, the blood drained from Su Wanyang's face. Her gaze fixated on the door that could fall apart at any moment, her heart pounding frantically in her chest. She instinctively looked down at Xiao Man in her arms, then at the icy wood-cutting knife in her hands. My words echoed in her mind. If the bandits really break in, use that knife, aim for their necks. Her hands trembled even more intensely. The hand gripping the hilt of the knife tightened little by little. Boom. The wooden door was finally kicked open. A one-eyed bandit stepped in with one stride. His face twisted into a lecherous grin as he saw that the room contained only a woman holding a child. "Tsk tisk, it's a chick with a brat," he said, approaching with his knife in hand. "Hey there, lass. Ditch that little bastard and come serve me properly." Before he could finish speaking, Su Wanyang's head snapped up abruptly, her eyes blazing with a ruthless ferocity born of desperation. She shoved Xiao Man behind her, gripped her heavy chopping knife in both hands, and used all her strength to swing it violently down at the one-eyed bandit's head. There was no technique in this strike. Her eyes were shut tight, and the only thought in her mind was, kill him. The one-eyed bandit had never expected this seemingly frail woman to fight back, let alone with such ferocity on her first move. His lecherous smirk froze on his face, and his instincts made him try to raise his knife to block. Too close. No time. Squelch. The heavy chopping knife struck his shoulder with brutal force, snapping his collarbone and embedding deep into his flesh. Oh! The one-eyed bandit screamed in agony, dropping his knife with a clang as he staggered back. Blood gushed from his gaping wound, instantly dyeing half his body red. Su Wanyang, too, felt the shock reverberate painfully through her hands, almost making her drop the knife. She opened her eyes and saw the horrifying sight of the blood-soaked bandit. Her stomach churned violently, and yet, she did not step back. Behind her was Xiao Man. The other 2 bandits at the door were stunned. They hadn't expected this frail-looking woman to incapacitate their lieutenant with a single blow. "Damn it! You filthy wench wants to die," one of the bandits roared, raising his knife and charging at her. Su Wanyang's face turned deathly pale. She tried to lift the chopping knife again, but as she saw the glinting blade of the bandit's knife about to strike her head, despair filled her heart. She shut her eyes and tightly shielded Xiao Man in her arms. Bang! The expected searing pain did not come. Instead, there was a heavy thud, followed by a muffled cry. Su Wanyang's eyes flew open in shock. The bandit who had been charging at her now had a thick-backed knife lodged deep in his chest, the blade's tip protruding from his back. His eyes bulged wide as he opened his mouth to speak, but only blood gushed out. He collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Behind him stood Zhou Kuei, a towering figure as solid as an iron tower, still holding the posture of having just thrown the knife. "Don't be afraid, sister-in-law. I've got this," Zhou Kuei bellowed, yanking the blade from the corpse. Behind him, a group of 10 men followed closely, each wielding sturdy machetes. "You 3, guard this courtyard. Not a single fly gets in, understand?" Zhou Kuei barked without even turning his head. "Yes, sir." 3 of the men immediately rushed into the house, placing themselves in front of Su Wanyang and Xiao Man, watching the outside cautiously. The remaining bandit, seeing Zhou Kuei's men storm in like gods descending, was so terrified he bolted for a hole in the courtyard wall. But as he reached the wall, Zhou Kuei had already dispatched the two bandit archers in an adjacent courtyard and was dashing back. With one bound, he caught up to the fleeing bandit. Blade raised, he swung it down. Crack! The bandit's head rolled away like a volleyball. Zhou Kuei flicked the blood off his blade and strode towards Su Wanyang. He glanced at the one-eyed man, still writhing in agony and clutching his shoulder, then at the chopping knife in Su Wanyang's hands, from which blood still dripped. A flicker of admiration and surprise crossed his eyes. "Sister-in-law, well done." Zhou Kuei praised sincerely. "That strike. You've got your man's boldness in you." Without another word, he finished the one-eyed man with a clean downward slash. Turning to the three men in the house, he commanded, "Guard them well. If Qin's family suffers even a scratch, you can answer to me with your heads." With that, Zhou Kuei hefted his blade and led his men to storm the next courtyard. The sounds of fighting and screams of pain echoed endlessly from the back of the village. Zhou Kuei and his 10 men were like a razor-sharp blade cutting through the chaos, charging back and forth in the bandits' rear lines. Though they were few in number, they were the village's strongest warriors, each one formidable. Against these scattered soldiers and bandits, their assault was calculated and effective. Zhou Kuei in particular was a ferocious force, wielding his massive blade with such vigor that it roared through the air. Everywhere he went, it was either death or injury. Meanwhile, down in the houses where the young women freed from captivity hid, they were guarded by older girls like Xiao'er, holding wooden clubs and stones at the ready. Though they were terrified, this time, they didn't just cry and cower like before. Inside the house, Su Wanyang's body was still trembling, though her grip on the knife steadied considerably. Xiao Man peeked timidly from behind her mother, her face as pale as a sheet as she stared at the corpses on the ground. She clung tightly to her mother's clothing, speaking in a small, trembling voice. "Mom, you drove the bad men away." Su Wanyang looked down at her daughter, then at the bloody blade in her hands. A complicated storm of emotions churned within her. It was her first time killing someone. Yet, contrary to what she had imagined, there was no overwhelming disgust or fear. Instead, an odd sense of solidity grounded her. It turned out that when a mother picked up a blade to protect her child, she truly became fearless. She held Xiaoman closer. "Yes, Mom drove the bad men away. At the village entrance, the slaughter was a bloodbath. I couldn't think about anything else, my entire being consumed by the intensity of this bloody battle. The bandits' archers, I'd taken care of them one by one." The pressure on the village entrance eased significantly. Up in the locust tree, Li Ergu and the archers on the rooftops were finally able to fire freely. Their accuracy was still laughable, but their elevation gave them a slight edge. Dozens of bandits crammed into the small village gate, surging toward the barricade of corpses and wrecked carts like a tide. One after another, they became perfect targets. Arrows found their marks, and men dropped screaming. Yet more bandits, stepping over their fallen comrades, made it to the barricade at last. Kill. Behind the barricade, a handful of able-bodied men faced off against the bandits in brutal melee combat. Blades clashed. Blood splattered. One man took a slash to his arm, but didn't retreat. Instead, he lunged forward with a roar, driving his machete into the bandit's stomach. Both men groaned and fell to the ground together. Such scenes replayed over and over again. Both sides had blood boiling in their eyes by now. And I stayed hidden behind a crumbled wall. The Zhuge repeating crossbow in my hands was the deadliest weapon in this entire fight. Each time I peeked out, a volley of whizzing sounds burst forth. Each pull of the trigger sent bandits dropping to the ground. I moved like a ghost, targeting the leaders and front-runners among the bandits. The bandits were terrified of me. They couldn't figure out where my bolts came from, only that they were monstrously fast and uncannily accurate. Dodging was futile. Ghosts. This village's got ghosts. That sharpshooter is still there. Their momentum broke like a snapped bowstring, and I single-handedly forced their charge to a halt. Farther back in their ranks, their leader, the notorious Zhuo Mountain Vulture. Looking at his men falling one after another, his lungs felt like they were about to explode with rage. The 100 men he had sent to circle and attack from the rear still showed no sign of movement. A frontal assault had been firmly suppressed by me. "Useless. A bunch of useless fools," he roared. "Where the hell are the archers? Find him and kill him." But his archers? Most of them had already been taken down by me. The remaining few cowered behind cover, not daring to show their heads. "Boss, that kid's arrows are too damned spooky. The brothers can't even break through." One of his leaders ran back, face stricken with despair. The bandit leader, Zhuo Diao, kicked him over with a thunderous blow. "If they can't break through, then throw your lives at it." He grabbed a sturdy bow from one of his men and shot an arrow haphazardly toward the village. "Charge!" Whoever dares retreat, I'll cut them down myself. Just then, a bandit, drenched in blood, came tumbling back from the rear of the village. B-boss, something's wrong. The rear path is blocked too. A group circled around behind us and scattered our men. What? Zuoshan Diao's eyes widened in shock. Surrounded and attacked on both sides. Wasn't that supposed to be their tactic? He grabbed the reporting bandit by the collar, hoisting him into the air, his bloodshot eyes glaring menacingly. Over 100 guys, and you're telling me they got blocked by just a dozen people? Are you joking with me? The terrified bandit stuttered, barely able to speak. It's true, boss. That guy's like a lunatic. He's leading his men to charge everywhere, and we can't even regroup properly. Zuoshan Diao lashed out, kicking the man far away. He turned and looked at the village entrance. The shouts and cries of battle were still coming from there, but his men had already lost their fighting spirit. They were stuck outside the barricades, unable to make any headway. An ominous feeling grew stronger and stronger in his gut. They couldn't afford to stall any longer. Lifting his massive, 9-ring broadsword, he shouted with all his might, "Listen up. Retreat now. Fall back to the forest. Archers, cover our rear." The moment the order for retreat was given, the bandits assaulting the barricades heaved a collective sigh of relief. One after another, they scrambled to retreat, stumbling over themselves as if any delay would mean an inevitable death at the hands of some unseen ghost. From behind the broken wall, I observed their retreat with cold eyes. Come as you please, and leave as you wish. Not on my watch. I raised my repeating crossbow once again. This time, I would not show any mercy. Stepping out from the shadows, I knelt halfway to the ground, crossbow aimed squarely at the fleeing backs. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 10 crossbow bolts flew out in an instant. The exposed backs of the retreating bandits were well within my firing range. Miserable cries echoed one after another. Bolt after bolt struck true, piercing hearts and sending the bandits sprawling lifelessly to the ground. Even as a faint hope of survival flashed across their faces, none of them managed to escape this blood-drenched hell. As soon as my crossbow was emptied, I crouched down, using the broken wall as cover, and swiftly reloaded. Unload. Retrieve. Reload. A full quiver once more. Standing, aiming, firing. The motions were fluid, seamless, and executed with blinding speed. Lier Go, perched on the locust tree, was completely stunned. His mouth hung open as he watched me, like a tireless machine built for slaughter, rising, firing, and crouching again and again. Each time, several lives were reaped. Sweet Mother of God. Brother Chun, just how many bolts did he bring? He mumbled to himself. To him, my quiver seemed bottomless, a ceaseless fountain of ammunition. This was beyond his comprehension. This wasn't human, this was divine. The remaining archers tasked with covering the retreat saw this terrifying display of endless firepower and dropped their bows in panic. They fled alongside the main group, no longer willing to stand their ground. The supposed rear guard became a laughingstock. Mounted atop his steed, Zuoshan Diao watched his men fall in droves. His heart felt like it was bleeding. He turned to glare at the broken wall, where my faint silhouette loomed ominously. His eyes were filled with venomous hatred. That damnable sharpshooter, too terrifying. One man was enough to keep dozens of his men at bay. Go. Move faster. No longer daring to linger, he pressed his spurs to his horse's flanks and led the remaining few dozen bandits in a frenzied escape along the desolate path. At the village entrance, the cacophony of battle gradually subsided. What remained were the bodies strewn across the ground and the groans of the wounded. Behind the barricades, a dozen stout villagers, exhausted and gasping for breath, collapsed one by one. Their bodies bore wounds, more or less, yet their faces were alight with disbelieving exhilaration. They had won. This ragtag group, once dismissed as worthless refugees, had truly repelled over 200 vicious bandits from Blackwind Mountain. Every pair of eyes settled on the broken wall. I slowly straightened up. The Zhuge repeating crossbow, my trusted weapon, had long since been stashed back into my system's inventory. In its place, I now held a bloodied cleaver. I cast a glance at the retreating figures, unconcerned about pursuing them. Pursuing desperate villains was unwise. Besides, our side was nearing its limit too. Casualties were significant. We had nothing to gain from chasing them down. Clean up the battlefield, I said hoarsely. Treat the wounded and count the numbers. The men, though weary, rose supporting one another and began silently gathering the aftermath of the battle. At that moment, Zhou Kuei returned from the rear of the village with his men. He and his 10 brothers were drenched in blood, a mix of their own and their enemies. When he saw the scene at the village entrance, a battlefield 10 times as bloody as the one he had faced, he froze in his tracks. Scattered across the ground were at least 40 to 50 bandit corpses, the majority of them with arrows lodged squarely in their backs. Meanwhile, on my side, apart from a few severely injured, there were almost no fatalities. Zhou Kuei stopped in front of me, his throat moving as if to speak. For a long moment, words failed him as he took in my dust-covered form and eerily calm expression. He had always admired my mind. But now, he felt a tinge of fear. This man, he realized, wasn't just intelligent. When it came to fighting, he was a force beyond human comprehension. One man, single-handedly, had held the entire village entrance. Brother Chun. Zhou Kuei's voice was raspy. The bandits in the back have been dealt with. 7 brothers were injured, but no one died. The women and children are safe. He paused, then added hesitantly, your wife, she took down one of the bandits with a single slash. Hearing those words, the tension that had gripped my body finally eased. I nodded, my voice carrying a trace of weariness. Good job. With that, I turned and walked back toward my small courtyard. At that moment, I didn't want to deal with anything else. I only wanted to see with my own eyes whether my wife and child were truly unharmed. Zhou Kuei watched my swaying, stumbling figure moving away, opened his mouth as if to speak again, but ultimately only took a deep breath and turned back to his men, shouting, what the hell are you standing around for? Hurry up and carry the wounded brothers inside. The horses, drag the dead ones aside and secure the living ones. Those are treasures. Swords, bows, arrows. Gather everything that can still be used. Don't leave a single thing behind. Amidst the aftermath of the bloodshed, Heishui village stirred back to life. After the bloody battle, a brand new order began to take shape. And at the core of this new order, everyone knew very well who stood there. It was no longer Zhou Kuei. Instead, it was the man who silently walked towards the backyard, carrying a hatchet in his hand. When I pushed open the courtyard gate, my hands were still trembling slightly. In the yard, the stench of blood lingered in the air. 3 bandit corpses lay sprawled across the ground in gruesome disarray. 2 had fallen at the hands of Zhou Kuei's men, while the one-eyed bandit had been cut down by Su Wanyang herself. The door to the house was wide open. Su Wanyang sat dazed on the threshold, clutching Xiaoman in her arms. Blood spots were scattered across her coarse cloth dress, her face pale as a sheet of paper. When she heard the gate creak open, her head jerked up sharply. The moment she recognized me, tears welled up in her eyes and streamed down her face. Why you're back? I walked briskly toward her, squatting down in front of her. I reached out, wanting to touch her face, but when I saw my hands covered in dirt, I wordlessly drew them back. Yes, I'm back. I took a moment to look at her, then at Xiaoman cradled in her arms. The little girl buried her face into her mother's chest, leaving only her wide, frightened eyes exposed as she stared at me timidly. Is everyone all right? My voice was soft. Su Wanyang shook her head, then quickly nodded. She pointed to the lifeless body on the ground, her lips quivering as she stuttered. I cut him. You did well. I looked at her, not a trace of blame in my eyes. I understood how much courage this woman had summoned to protect her child. If something like this happens again, do it just like you did. As I spoke, I reached out to take Xiaoman into my arms. The little girl's body was still trembling. Her hands were icy cold. I held her tightly, patting her back gently, over and over. Don't be afraid, Xiaoman. Daddy's here now. All the bad men. Daddy scared them all away. She nestled her face into the crook of my shoulder. Breathing in the familiar scent, her small body gradually relaxed until, at last, she let out a loud, heart-wrenching cry. Her long-overdue sobs seemed to vent every ounce of fear that had bottled up inside her. I just held her like that, letting her cry. I didn't say a single word. Su Wanyang watched from the side, her tears falling silently as well. After a long while, Xiaoman finally cried herself into exhaustion and drifted off asleep in my arms, her small frame hitching occasionally with soft hiccups. Only then did I gently place her onto the quilt-covered bed, pulling the blanket snugly over her. Then I stood up, walked to Su Wanyang, and extended my hand to help her rise. Her legs had gone numb from sitting. She stumbled and fell directly into my chest. I caught her instinctively, holding her close. Her body was thin and frail, still quivering lightly. Her hair carried a faint metallic tang of blood. It's all over now, I whispered softly into her ear. She buried her face in my chest, murmuring an almost inaudible mm. For the first time, she drew so close willingly. No fear, no resistance. Just the solace of someone finding a lifeline after a harrowing ordeal. At the village entrance, though the fight was over, the atmosphere was still thick with tension. Zhou Kuei directed the aftermath. The corpses of the bandits were piled into one corner, while the looted weapons, bows and arrows, and dozens of sturdy live horses were all gathered together under the guard of his trusted men. The refugees who had been hiding in their houses on the outskirts of the village began cautiously sticking their heads out one by one. The moment their eyes landed on the mound of corpses and those robust war horses, their faces lit up with an unsettling mix of greed and excitement. Meat? So much meat. Horses. With horses, we can head south. And look at those knives. So many knives. The crowd began to stir. A few bold young men rubbed their hands together and edged closer, clearly tempted to grab a piece of clothing or snatch up a weapon. Stand the hell where you are. Zhou Kuei sent one of them sprawling with a fierce kick, stabbing his hefty broadsword into the ground as his eyes blazed with fury. Anyone who takes one more step forward, I'll chop their hand off. The refugee who'd been kicked clutched his stomach, refusing to yield. Why can't we take it? We were in the village when you fought the bandits. Shouldn't we get a share too? Yeah, maybe we didn't fight, but we were here. A share. Zhou Kuei let out a mirthless laugh, his voice dripping with disdain. When the bandits charged in, you all cowered in your houses like scared dogs, not even daring to fart. And now you actually have the nerve to come out and demand a cut. He pointed to his still bleeding wound, and then at the groaning, wounded men lying on the ground around him. These injuries, who among you took them? This blood, who among you shed it? The refugees were struck speechless, but the ravenous greed in their eyes didn't diminish in the slightest. From the crowd, a thin, rat-faced man muttered under his breath. Well, it's not like Zhou Kuei did much anyway. If anything, it was Chun Su who scared off the bandits. What does any of this have to do with you? Zhou Kuei's sharp ears caught the words clearly. His head snapped toward the voice, his gaze blazing with menace. What the hell did you just say? Say it again if you've got the guts. The man recoiled in fright, shrinking back into the crowd. Zhou Kuei's face darkened, his expression livid. He understood all too well, though they had won the fight, the cohesion of the group was already crumbling. In the past, he had been able to command these people because he was the toughest fighter among them. But after today's battle, everyone had seen the truth with their own eyes. I was the one they truly looked to for leadership, the backbone of the group. Zhou Kuei, at best, he was just the muscle, a sword swinging at the front lines. If he couldn't handle this situation properly, the group would disband immediately. It was at this moment that I stepped out from the backyard, carrying Xiaoman and holding Su Wanyang by the hand. The moment I appeared, the noisy village entrance fell completely silent. Every single pair of eyes turned to me, filled with reverence, fear, greed, and envy, all muddled together. I ignored the refugees and walked straight up to Zhou Kuei. What's the status? I asked. Zhou Kuei took a deep breath, suppressing the anger roiling beneath his surface. Our side lost 3 men. 11 are seriously injured, and the rest have minor wounds. Over 70 bandit corpses are accounted for. 36 live horses were taken, along with a sizable haul of sabers and bows. I nodded. It was a better report than I had expected. Then I turned to the restless refugees, my voice calm, but every word cutting through the air with clarity. I know what you all are thinking. You want food. You want weapons. You want horses. I scanned their haggard, sallow faces. But listen to me, and listen carefully. The fact that I'm able to stand here and speak to you now, it was paid for with blood. I pointed at Zhou Kuei and the blood-soaked men behind him. Their lives, those are lives. Then I pointed to myself. And my life, it's also a life. Just like your lives are lives. But your lives were safeguarded with their blood. I paused, letting the weight of my words sink in, before my tone turned ice cold. So, how these spoils are divided will be decided by me. And if anyone doesn't like it, I slowly unsheathed the hatchet from my waist, letting the blade scrape audibly against the ground as it carved a shallow line in the dirt. Come out and settle it with me. The entire place fell into a dead silence. Those who had seemed ready to cause trouble just moments ago now hung their heads, not even daring to glance my way. Arguing with me? That'd be courting death. This man, me, had single-handedly gunned down nearly half the bandits. Zhou Kuei watched the scene unfold, feelings swirling within him. He knew, from this moment on, the head of this group had changed. But he felt no resentment. On the contrary, he breathed a sigh of relief. Having someone like me to hold the fort was far more effective than him shouting orders at the top of his lungs. I tucked the cleaver back into my belt and turned to Su Wanyang. Wanyang. She paused for a moment, then looked up at me. Gather a few quick-handed women and find the wound salves from the loot. Tend to the injured brothers first. Then boil some thick congee and butcher the few horses that can't go on. Give the wounded something nourishing. I spoke calmly, as if giving instructions for the most mundane of matters. Yet Su Wanyang's heart skipped a beat. In front of everyone, I addressed her as Wanyang and gave her the task of distributing our most precious medicine and food supplies. This wasn't just a simple order. This was me announcing to everyone, the entire group, that Su Wanyang was my woman, Chun Su's woman, and the undisputed mistress of this group. The gaze of the surrounding women toward her immediately changed. Envy, jealousy, and even a touch of reverence could be seen in their eyes. Su Wanyang's face flushed, but she didn't back down. She looked at me, then at the injured groaning on the ground. She nodded firmly. I'll get on it right away. She handed Xiaoman to me and turned towards the pile of spoils, promptly taking charge. Though her voice wasn't loud and her movements a little hesitant, no one dared to question her authority. Because everyone knew, standing behind her, was me. Su Wanyang moved quickly. She first searched through the bandits' corpses and belongings, pulling out small medicine bottles and paper packets, collecting all the wound salves in one place. Then, she called over Xiaoer and several other young women we had rescued. "Are you girls afraid of blood?" she asked. Xiaoer shook her head. Though the others turned pale, they still followed suit and shook their heads. After all, we had saved their lives, and to have a chance to contribute to our group was something they welcomed. Good. Su Wanyang handed them the medicine. Help clean the wounds of the injured brothers. Apply the salve and bandage them carefully. Be gentle and thorough. Yes, ma'am. Xiaoer chirped with enthusiasm. That one phrase, yes, ma'am, brought a blush to Su Wanyang's face. But she simply nodded. Next, she directed a few diligent women to set up a large iron pot, boil water, and cook congee. Instead of using the mixed grains Zhou Kuei had apportioned earlier, I had her take out a small stash of grain laced with white rice from the cart. It wasn't much, but when mixed with the other grains, the congee came out noticeably thicker and more fragrant. She tossed the horse meat into the pot, and soon the rich aroma of simmering stew filled the air at the village entrance. The displaced refugees who weren't injured could only look on, hungrily licking their lips, their eyes almost turning green with greed. But no one dared beg for a taste. Su Wanyang had made it clear, these pots of porridge were reserved for the wounded and the brothers who had fought that day. Everyone else, they'd have to settle for thin, bland gruel. I stood off to the side, cradling Xiaoman, silently observing her orchestrate the situation. This woman was stronger and far smarter than I had imagined. She didn't panic from suddenly being given authority, instead seamlessly stepping into her role. She assigned the most morale-boosting tasks, medicating the injured and distributing food, to the rescued girls and a few honest, hardworking women. In doing so, the girls would gain a sense of belonging, and the rest of the group would understand clearly, work hard, and you will be valued. Zhou Kuei noticed as well and leaned in close to me, lowering his voice. Brother Chen, your wife's truly got skills. Letting her handle these everyday affairs will work far better than me, a rough brute, trying to manage them. I chuckled lightly, saying nothing. In my arms, Xiaoman watched her mother's back. She whispered, "Daddy, Mom is amazing." "She sure is. Your mother has always been amazing," I said, pinching her little cheek. Soon, the porridge was ready. Su Wanyang personally carried the first bowl, filled to the brim with meat and dried goods, and brought it to a wounded young man who had lost an arm. The man struggled to sit up. "Don't move." She gently pressed him back down. "You're seriously hurt. I'll feed you." She blew on a spoonful of porridge until it cooled, then brought it to his lips. That man, burly and 7 feet tall, suddenly teared up. "Sister-in-law? Don't say anything. Eat." She interrupted, her voice calm, yet imbued with a gentle authority no one could refuse. One bowl at a time, she fed every gravely injured man. None were left out. Even the lightly wounded each received a generous bowl of thick porridge. As for Zhou Kuei and the other 20-plus men who had fought, their bowls overflowed with fatty chunks of meat and dried goods. They held their bowls, eating the kind of meat porridge they had never dreamed of having, hearts warm with gratitude. The way they looked at me and Su Wanyang now had completely shifted, from awe and fear to unwavering loyalty. A single bowl of porridge spoke louder than any heroic proclamations could. Once everyone had eaten their fill, the atmosphere began to ease. I handed Xiaoman back to Su Wanyang and walked over to the pile of spoils. "Zhou Kuei, here. The horses. Pick the best ones and form a patrol unit. They'll be in charge of scouting and keeping watch. The rest will be used for pulling carts and carrying supplies," I instructed, gesturing at the 30 or so steeds we had. "Got it. Weapons. Every man who fought today gets 1 machete, 1 bow, and 20 arrows each. The remainder goes into storage. No one is to use them without my approval." "Understood. All the silver and copper coins are to be confiscated for the group's expenses. From now on, all funds are managed centrally." I issued orders one after another, and Zhou Kuei responded with sharp salutes, carrying out each command diligently. Finally, I turned to the ordinary refugees in the group. They stared at me with hopeful eyes, not daring to make a sound. "Today's battle. You didn't fight," I began curtly, "but you are still members of this group. From now on, the men will repair houses, reinforce the walls, and take turns on watch duty. The women will cook, wash clothes, and care for the wounded. As long as you work, you won't go hungry. Every day, you'll get 2 meals of plain gruel, enough to fill your stomachs. But if anyone dares slack off or harbors ill intentions," my eyes turned cold, "your fate will be the same as the corpses lying on the ground." A chill ran through the crowd as everyone nodded frantically. Work to be done, food to eat, and a safe haven. On this desperate journey of exile, such a life was close to paradise. Only a fool would squander such security. After a brutal battle, the group had begun to solidify. The newly formed group, established with clear ranks and strict rules, came to life in Heishui village just like that. I did not declare myself king, but everyone in the village silently accepted me as their leader. Su Wanyang, through her actions, solidified her position as the lady of the house. She started managing resources, calming people's anxieties, and when necessary, sternly scolding the idle women. I witnessed all of her changes. This flower, once ravaged by years of hardship, was blooming again with astonishing vitality. Towards evening, after tidying up the last of the mess, she came to my side. "Everything's in order," she said softly. I nodded, taking her hand. Her palms were a bit calloused, but warm. "You've worked hard." Her cheeks turned red as she tried to pull her hand back, but I held onto it firmly. "Not too hard," she murmured, lowering her eyes. "It's just a little unfamiliar. You'll get used to it eventually," I said, looking at her. "From now on, this household is yours to manage." Something warm and weighty filled her heart. She lifted her gaze to me. Under the gentle light of the moon, she nodded firmly, and this time, didn't pull her hand away. "I'll take care of it." The next morning, the entire Heishui village was abuzz with activity. Zhou Kuei divided the men into groups, one to reinforce the barricade at the village entrance, another to repair the collapsed courtyard walls, and a third to drag the corpses of the bandits from inside and outside the village to the back mountain. Meanwhile, under Su Wanyang's arrangements, the women washed bloody clothing, tended to the injured, and prepared breakfast. Everything was running smoothly. The young girls we had rescued voluntarily took on the dirtiest and hardest tasks. They didn't speak, only worked with their heads down, as if trying to repay the kindness of being saved with their actions. Standing beneath the old locust tree near the village entrance, I observed it all with a sense of satisfaction. For a group to survive, there must be rules and clearly defined roles. Although yesterday's bloody fight had been brutal, it served as a screening process, revealing those who were truly willing to fight and trustworthy. Zhou Kuei came running from the back mountain, his face clouded with unease. "Brother Chun, we've dragged all the bodies into the pit out back." Damn, the pit was already full of old bones, and now there are over 70 more. The stench is awful, a half-mile away, and it's still enough to make you want to puke. I nodded. "As long as they've been taken there." He froze. "What do you mean? What else can we do? Bury them one by one? Those beasts are better off dead. Even that's too good a fate for them." My face darkened. "Zhou Kuei, when I said bury, I didn't mean dump them there." The smile froze on his face. "Brother Chun, bury? You're serious? That's over 70 corpses, adding the bones already in the pit. You have any idea how long it'll take to dig a proper burial?" He glanced at the refugees laboring nearby and lowered his voice. "The brothers are still carrying wounds from yesterday's fight. How could they have the strength for this? As for those refugees, they're lazier than old mules. They sure won't want to do it. They may not want to, but they have to." My tone was non-negotiable. I turned and made my way to the back mountain. Zhou Kuei hesitated for a moment before hurrying to catch up. Together, we reached the mass grave. After a night, the stench from the pit had grown even worse. Swarms of flies buzzed menacingly, enough to churn anyone's stomach. A few refugees who had dragged the bodies stood far away, pinching their noses with disgust. They finally lazily approached upon seeing us coming. "Boss Chun, Boss Zhou, the job's done. Can we collect breakfast now?" asked a skinny man with sharp features. I ignored him, my gaze fixed on the pile of corpses and bones in the pit. Pointing at the grave, I announced to everyone, "Today, everything else stops. We'll all focus on filling this pit." My words caused an immediate uproar among the refugees. "What? Fill the pit? You're kidding, right, Boss Chun? This huge pit, with so many bodies, when would we ever finish that? We still need to fix the wall. That's more important. Why waste energy on dead men? They were bandits. They deserve to rot here. Who cares about burying them?" Voices of dissent rose around me. From their perspective, the effort would be better spent taking a nap or scavenging the village for valuables they might have missed. Using up strength for a bunch of corpses? Ridiculous. Zhou Kuei wasn't happy either, his face now reflecting frustration. He thought I was blowing things out of proportion and was about to persuade me otherwise. But I slowly turned around and let my gaze sweep over every face raising objections. My eyes were calm, yet anyone who met them couldn't help but shut their mouth. "So, you think they're bandits, beasts, unworthy of burial, right?" I asked coolly. No one answered, but their expressions betrayed enough. I chuckled, a bone-chilling sound. "You're absolutely correct. They are bandits, beasts. Even dying once is too light a punishment for them." "However," I said, my tone turning sharp and rising. If we don't bury them today, there will be a plague here tomorrow. By then, not only Heishui village, it'll spread for miles. Everywhere will turn into a land of death. You think you can escape? The plague has legs. It will chase down every one of you. Plague. That single word hit like a hammer, striking fear into the hearts of every refugee. In a year of famine, the most terrifying thing wasn't hunger or even being mauled by wild animals. It was getting caught in a plague. Watching their bodies rot piece by piece, turning into putrid flesh no one dared to touch. By then, you'd all be running fevers, vomiting, and wasting away with sores everywhere. Lying helpless, just waiting to die. My voice was razor sharp, slicing into their nerves. Your wives and children would steer clear of you, not even daring to give you a sip of water. When you die, they'll throw you into this very pit, stacking your bodies on these bandits, waiting for the next group of survivors to come and lament how bad you stink. I pointed to the sharp-featured man. You, and you, all of you who think burying the dead is a waste of effort. Today, if you don't bury them, the next ones tossed into that pit, left to rot, will be you. The silence that followed was absolute, the kind where even a pin drop would be deafening. Fear etched itself onto their faces, deep into their bones. They could already see the grotesque, rotting vision of themselves abandoned, thrown into this pit like discarded trash. Even Zhou Kuei shivered, his back drenched in cold sweat. Only now did he realize my insistence on burying the corpses wasn't some foolish act of kindness. It was survival. You all got it now, didn't you? Zhou Kuei finally snapped to attention, yelling at the refugees frozen in fear. The crowd roared. Brother Chen risked his life to save you all. Now, all the men, go and grab tools. If the pit isn't filled by nightfall, no one gets dinner. This time, no one dared voice a single complaint. The group of refugees scrambled like spinning tops whipped into motion, stumbling and fumbling their way to find tools. Soon, the entire back mountain echoed with the sound of clanking and digging. Zhou Kuei watched the refugees working with all their might, then glanced at me. The last bit of doubt in his heart was released. He approached me and said earnestly, Brother Chun, you truly see farther ahead than the rest of us. I, Zhou Kuei, am convinced. I patted his shoulder without saying much. To manage a group like this, sheer force alone isn't enough. You need to make them understand that everything you do is for their survival. Only when they see hope will they willingly follow you and work to the bone for you. Compassion is worth nothing in times of chaos. The task of filling the pit was far more enormous than expected. All morning, every able-bodied man in the village was driven to the back mountain. Using broken hose, rusty shovels, and even their bare hands, they shoveled dirt and stones into the massive pit. Sweat soaked their clothes, dirt caked their faces. But no one complained. My earlier words about the plague hung over them like a death sentence. They weren't burying the dead, they were fighting for their chances to survive. Su Wanyang led the women, including Xiu'er, to bring water and coarse grain cakes to the men. As she looked at the sweat-drenched workers and me silently overseeing the pit, her gaze grew complex. She found it harder and harder to understand me. I could ruthlessly reap lives like a god of death, calmly lay out traps, and meticulously strategize. And now, to prevent a plague that hadn't even arrived, I was forcing everyone to toil at this grueling task. Every decision I made seemed cold and merciless, yet the ultimate goal was always to save as many lives as possible. Even Xiaoman followed Su Wanyang around. In her tiny hands was a bun wrapped in cloth, a portion she'd secretly saved to give to me. She walked to the edge of the pit, her face turning pale at the sight of the layers of white skeletal remains. She tugged on my clothes, looking up with her innocent face, and asked softly, Daddy, do they hurt a lot? I froze for a moment and looked down into the clear, untainted eyes of my daughter. Squatting down, I gently stroked her head and spoke in a soft voice, They don't hurt anymore. She nodded, half understanding, and asked again, Then do they not have daddies and mommies anymore? My heart felt as though something had gently pricked it. I looked at the unmarked skeletons in the pit. They were once someone else's children, someone else's parents, someone else's husbands or wives. They once had their own names, their own stories. But in this cursed, famine-stricken era, they had all become a pile of abandoned bones without even a gravestone. I remained silent for a long time before speaking slowly, my voice slightly raspy. They do. They've just gone home. Xiaoman blinked, her big eyes shimmering. She didn't understand what gone home meant, but she sensed it wasn't a sad term. With great care, she held up the bun in her hands and moved it toward my mouth. Daddy, eat. You'll need strength to send them home. Looking at my daughter's earnest little face, my nose suddenly tingled. I opened my mouth and gently took a bite. The bun was soft, carrying the sweet aroma of wheat mixed with the faint scent of my daughter in my arms. I thought to myself, This is the best thing I've ever eaten in both my lives. We worked tirelessly until the sun was nearly down, and finally, the massive burial pit was filled. A tall mound of earth was piled on top, and Zhou Kuei even found a wooden plank, scrawling 2 crooked characters on it with a charcoal stick. Common burial. Though simple, those souls had finally been laid to rest. The men, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, not even wanting to lift a finger. But their spirits were more relaxed than ever. The threat of an impending plague that loomed over them had finally been lifted. That evening, Su Wanyang purposely added extra grain, giving everyone a large bowl of thick porridge. The villagers huddled around the bonfire, eating heartily. The atmosphere was no longer suffocatingly grim. Some started chatting, others told jokes. Surviving yet another crisis made them cherish this hard-fought peace even more. I didn't sit among the crowd. Instead, I sat alone beneath the withered locust tree at the village entrance, using the firelight to study the old military map I had obtained from the system. While Heishui village was temporarily safe, it was not a long-term solution. The mountain bandit leader had escaped, but the Black Wind Mountain was still out there. They had suffered a severe loss this time, and revenge would surely follow. Next time, they might come in greater numbers. We had to leave as soon as possible. The map showed 2 routes to the south from Heishui village. One was the main road, flat and easy to traverse, but more likely to encounter deserters, bandits, or even inspections from government forces. The other was a mountainous path, rugged and difficult, but relatively concealed. My fingers traced back and forth between the 2 routes as I fell into deep thought. At that moment, Zhou Kuei approached, carrying a large bowl. The bowl brimmed with meat porridge, a whole chicken leg resting on top. It was the dried chicken we had found in the bandit's cellar the day before, which Su Wanyang had cooked specifically for me. "Brother Chun, have some." He handed me the bowl. "You've barely eaten all day." I took the bowl, but didn't eat right away. Pointing to the map's 2 routes, I asked, "Zhou Kuei, you used to be a bodyguard, well traveled. Between these 2 paths, which would be safer?" He leaned in, took a glance, and pointed to the mountain route with barely any hesitation. "This one." "Why?" He took a spoonful of porridge and answered through a mouthful. "The main road isn't safe. Don't be fooled by how easy it looks. The people on it are trickier than ghosts. Our group has women, children, and horses, far too conspicuous. If we run into a large band of deserters, or some dim-witted official decides to requisition our horses and manpower, it'd be worse than facing bandits. Sure, the mountain road's tougher and slower, but it's safer." His opinion aligned perfectly with mine. I nodded. I was thinking the same. Taking a sip of porridge, I asked him, "How are the injured faring?" "The missus has been taking good care of them, and we've got enough medicine to keep things under control. The 11 severe cases will need to stay in bed for 10 days to half a month. The others could be back on their feet in 3 to 5 days. 3 to 5 days. I frowned. Time was too tight. We couldn't afford to waste 3 or 5 days. "Tomorrow, have Su Wanyang prepare more dry rations and fresh water," I said in a low voice. Zhou Kuei was taken aback. "Brother Chen, you mean?" "Set off early the day after tomorrow," I replied, leaving no room for negotiation. "Those gravely injured will ride in carriages, and the rest will walk. We cannot stay in Heishui village anymore." Zhou Kuei passed down the orders, then squatted beside me while holding a bowl, slurping noisily on meat porridge. A dried chicken leg in his hand was chewed so thoroughly he was nearly biting through the bone. "Brother Chun, I've got no arguments with your decision," he said, wiping his mouth. "That old bastard's Wa Shandiao got away, but who can stomach that? If he regroups and comes back with reinforcements, we won't be so lucky next time." He sighed, casting a glance at the refugees gathered around a distant bonfire. "It's just this group of people." I followed his gaze. The refugees, now fed and hydrated, huddled in small groups, murmuring in hushed tones. On their faces were traces of relief at having survived the calamity, a sense of uncertainty about what lay ahead, but mostly a contentment with the present circumstances. What's there to fear? At worst, we'll die right here in the village. Isn't Heishui village great? Food and drink aplenty. Why do we have to leave? That mountain path looks terrifying enough on its own. What if we fall while bringing our families along? Isn't Chief Chen worrying too much? The bandits already fled. They wouldn't dare to come back. Snippets of these conversations floated to my ears. I said nothing, quietly finishing my porridge instead. I knew this was just human nature. Once wounds heal, people forget the pain. A few days of comfort, and they would forget how they'd once been chased and hunted like dogs, or how hunger made them desperate enough to even chew on dirt. These ungrateful wretches. Zhou Kuei exploded, slamming his bowl to the ground as he stood up. "Sit down," I said evenly. He paused mid-step, turning back with a face full of indignation. "These people need to be scolded. They won't learn otherwise." "And does scolding help?" I countered. You scold them today, maybe they behave. What about tomorrow? The day after? Are you going to trail behind them, yelling nonstop? Zhou Kuei was struck speechless, plopping back down and scratching his head. Then, what should we do? I didn't answer. Rising to my feet, I walked toward the bonfire. The instant I came into view, the noisy discussions dwindled to near silence. All eyes turned to me, with a hint of fear in their gazes. I know you don't want to leave, I began directly. My tone wasn't loud, but every word echoed clearly in their ears. There are houses here to live in, a well for drinking water, walls to protect you. At night, you don't have to worry about wolves dragging you off. If you're lucky, you might even get 2 bowls of meat porridge. My words hit them right where it hurt. An old woman spoke with a trembling voice, tears brimming. Chief Chun, it's not that we don't want to leave, but we truly can't. With this frail old body of mine, if I cross another mountain, I think I'll end up being left behind on the road. Yeah, Chief Chun, why not just keep to ourselves here for the winter? Please, I beg you, don't make us leave. Cries of appeal rose one after another. I listened quietly, expressionless. Only when they'd voiced their emotions enough did I speak again, slowly. Do you think Heishui village is safe? No one responded. I pointed toward the village entrance. The blood over there hasn't even dried yet. Then I gestured to the rear hills. That freshly filled pit back there. How many bodies are buried beneath it? You know better than I do. Do you think chasing away one squad of bandits means everlasting peace? My tone grew colder. The bandit leader who got away is called Zhuoshandiao. Over at Black Wind Mountain, he commands hundreds of men. This raid was just a fraction of his forces. Do you think he'll let it go after losing so many brothers here? He's probably somewhere in the ravines right now, mustering his troops to come back and chop us into minced meat. Next time, it won't be 200 men attacking. It could be 300, even 400. They'll surround this village, set it ablaze, and none of you will escape. This declaration was like a bucket of ice water, drenching them from head to toe. The complacency on their faces was instantly replaced by fear, and they finally remembered just how horrific yesterday's bloodbath had been. Then, what do we do? One stammered nervously. Leave, I said with only one word. Leave immediately, before they return. Cross the mountains and get far, far away from here. But the mountain roads are treacherous. Treacherous or not, it's better than staying and waiting for death. I cut him off. If you want to live, then follow me. If you want to stay behind and die with the bandits, I won't stop you. Finished, I turned to Zhou Kuei. Spread the word. Everyone rests well today, prepares rations and water tomorrow, and departs at dawn the day after. Those who refuse to leave will stay here in Heishui village to fend for themselves. Zhou Kuei glanced at those refugees, pale with fright, and admired my method. Firm but fair, a sharp stick balanced with the dangling carrot. I played it masterfully. He immediately amplified my order, shouting, "You all heard that. We set off the day after tomorrow. Anyone dragging their feet, I'll be the first to straighten you out." The refugees dared not protest further, shrinking back with lowered heads. I returned to my modest courtyard. Su Wanyang had boiled some hot water and was preparing to give Xiaoman a wash. Xiaoman was sitting on the kong, gnawing on a piece of dried meat. Seeing me enter, she waved cheerfully. "Daddy." I patted her head gently and said to Su Wanyang, "Tomorrow, we leave." Her hands froze, and she looked up at me. "Will they all agree to go?" "They'll agree," I said quietly. She didn't press further but glanced worriedly at Xiaoman. The mountain road isn't easy. What about Xiaoman? Don't worry. I scooped Xiaoman into my arms. We have carriages, and I'll carry her myself if needed. She won't suffer. Xiaoman looked up at me with wide eyes. "Daddy, will there be meat on the other side of the mountain?" I smiled faintly. "Yes, Daddy will get some for you." Only then did she relax, continuing her chewing. Watching Su Wanyang busy herself, a wave of warmth filled my heart. To have a home, a wife, and a child, this was bliss. The next day, all of Heishui village sprang into action. Su Wanyang and the women turned the grain we had seized into portable flatbreads and filled every water pouch we could find. Zhou Kuei and the men inspected the carriages, reinforced the wheels, and sorted the weapons and supplies we had confiscated. Even Xiaoman, like a little adult, trailed behind Su Wanyang. When told to fetch a cloth bag, she promptly brought one over. When tasked with packing dried meat, she worked diligently. Though her small hands could offer little real help, her seriousness melted anyone who saw her. A knowing smile. Even the most reluctant refugees, seeing everyone bustling with energy under the morning sun, began packing up their meager belongings. On the third day, at dawn, at the village entrance, the entire team was assembled. Over 30 warhorses were ready, some pulling carts loaded with supplies, others mounted by the strongest men in the group. About a dozen severely injured individuals were carefully placed on the sturdiest carts. The rest of the people stood silently, carrying their bags, holding their children's hands, gazing ahead. I held the reins of my horse, with Xiaoman sitting on its back. Su Wanyang walked beside me, clutching a bundle filled with food and water in her arms. Everyone was prepared. I turned back for a final glance at the village we had only stayed in for a few days. The desolation, the remnants of violent struggles everywhere, and the newly raised mound in the hills behind the village, such a prominent reminder in the early light, lingered in view. Ah, this cruel world that devours its own people. When will this all come to an end? Let's go. Pulling on the reins, I stepped onto the rugged mountain path leading into the depths of the wilderness. Behind me, Zhou Kuei, Su Wanyang, and over 100 refugees silently followed. The team moved like a long dragon, slowly vanishing into the morning mist. Less than half an hour after our departure, a group of fast-riding horses appeared at the village entrance. At the forefront was none other than Zhua Shandiao, the mountain bandit leader who had fled earlier. He surveyed the now deserted village, scattered with debris, his expression dark and stormy. "Boss, they ran away," one of his men informed. Zhua Shandiao dismounted and approached the extinguished campfire, feeling the lingering warmth with his hand. "They haven't been gone for long," he muttered. He stood upright, his gaze fixed on the mountain path ahead, the tracks of wheels and footprints still visible on the ground. Slowly, his tongue pressed against his back molar as he laughed, revealing yellowed teeth. "Run? You've entered the Black Wind Mountains. Where could you possibly escape to? Spread the word. Everyone will take the shortcut to Tianxia Gorge ahead. I want every single one of them to die in that place." The mountain path was harder to traverse than anyone had imagined. This wasn't a proper road at all, merely a trail eroded by rain, barely wide enough for one person to walk through. It was littered with loose stones and overgrown with brambles. The team moved at a snail's pace, and the carts carrying supplies were particularly difficult to maneuver. The wheels would frequently get stuck in pits or jammed by large stones. Each time this happened, Zhou Kuei had to lead a group of around 10 men to push, pull, and heave with all their might, shouting out chants to free the carts after backbreaking effort. By noon, everyone was utterly exhausted, breathing heavily and drenched in sweat. Those who had initially complained about leaving the village were now wailing even louder. "My feet. I can't go on anymore. What kind of road is this? It's simply killing us. If I had known it would be like this, I'd rather have stayed in Heishui village." Grumbles echoed one after another. Zhou Kuei, hearing this, was boiling with rage. If I hadn't stopped him, he would have probably charged over to teach them a lesson with his blade. "Let them talk," I said calmly. "If they waste their energy whining now, they won't even have the strength to run when real danger comes." Zhou Kuei thought for a moment and realized I was right. With a scowl, he continued leading the way. I held the reins of my horse, walking in the middle of the group. Xiaoman, thankfully, was riding on horseback and comfortable for the most part. But seeing the uncles and elders around him so exhausted almost broke his little heart. He watched them with a worried frown on his young face. Su Wanyang walked beside me, sweat beading on her forehead. Her lips were dry and cracked, but she didn't utter a single complaint, silently enduring the march. I poured some water from my skin pouch and handed it to her. "Drink a little. Don't overstrain yourself." She took small sips, her eyes fixed on the seemingly endless mountain road ahead. "Chen Su, how much longer do we have to keep walking?" "I'm not sure." I shook my head. "The map only shows the general direction. Once we cross that mountain, there should be flat land." Our group continued moving intermittently until afternoon when we reached a cliff. Everyone stopped in their tracks, gasping in shock. Before us lay a gorge about 7 or 8 lengths wide. Although the mountain path resumed on the other side, the only thing connecting both sides was a rickety, decayed wooden suspension bridge. Most of the wooden planks on the bridge were missing. The remaining boards hung crookedly, held together by a few rough hemp ropes, swaying precariously in the mountain wind. It looked as if it could collapse at any moment. How are we supposed to cross this? This bridge? It's a death trap. One step and it'll probably give way. We're doomed. There's no way past this. Despair spread among the group like a disease. Forget the carts. Even the people, just looking at the swaying bridge, felt their legs go weak. Zhou Kuei walked to the edge of the cliff and peeked down. Clouds and mist obscured the bottom of the gorge. It was too deep to see. He picked up a rock and tossed it downward. It took a long while before a faint echo reached them. "Damn it. Falling here means nobody could save us." His expression was grim as he turned toward me. "Brother Chen, what do we do? Should we turn back?" "Turn back?" I shook my head. That was no longer an option for us. Staring at the wide gorge, I walked to the edge of the cliff, my toes nearly hanging over the precipice. The sharp mountain wind whipped at my clothes. New location detected, Tianxia Gorge. Sign in. A slight thrill sparked within me. It's here. Sign in. Sign in at Tianxia Gorge successful. Reward, climbing grapples ×3. Stored in system backpack. Climbing grapples. My eyes lit up. This couldn't have come at a better time. Carefully retreating from the cliff edge, I turned to Zhou Kuei. Let everyone rest here for the time being and regain their strength. Then I led the horse, along with Su Wanyang and Xiaoman, to a quiet corner at the back of the group. Stay here with Xiaoman. I'll check around for possible alternate paths, I said. Su Wanyang nodded. I made my way behind a large rock, ensuring I was out of sight, and immediately opened the system backpack. 3 climbing grapples shone with a metallic gleam, their ends attached to sturdy hemp ropes. My mind raced. 3 grapples obviously wouldn't suffice for the entire group, but I had a cheat-like advantage. Taking all 3 grapples out, I inspected them. They were forged from fine steel, their 5 talons like sharp hooks. The hemp ropes were soft yet carried the cold, durable texture of mixed steel wires, far superior to ordinary rope. I tested recollecting a grapple into the backpack. Inside, the entry instantly returned to climbing grapples times 3. What followed was a repetitive cycle. Remove, collect, remove, collect. Exploiting the backpack's recovery mechanism, I duplicated endlessly. Soon, a small mountain of grapples and ropes piled up on the open ground. I estimated there were enough, so I stopped. Carrying a bundle of ropes and clutching 7 or 8 grapples in my hand, I stepped out from behind the rock. Chinsu, what is all this? Zhou Kuei stared at what I held, stunned into silence. Wounded man. He fought with all his might to protect us from the beasts in the mountains, risking his life. His life. He drinks thick porridge, that's fairness. Her gaze shifted back to Wang Ermatzi and the group of grumblers. And you? When they were chopping firewood, where were you? When they were shielding us from danger, what were you doing? You think walking is the same as carrying the weight of this team, the same as bleeding and sweating for the rest of us? Wang Ermatzi shrank back slightly, looking down for a moment before attempting another protest. I walked all day too. Then walk better tomorrow. Su Wanyang cut him off, her voice cold and steady. She swept her gaze among the others, addressing them all. If anyone feels they're being treated unfairly, stand up now and tell me. What have you done for this team today? If you can justify it, you'll get your thick porridge. If not, sit down, eat your millet soup in silence, and don't tarnish the sacrifices of those who've carried this weight. The camp grew dead silent. The grumbling quieted into shame. Su Wanyang looked at each of them, one by one. None dared to meet her gaze. Fairness isn't about making everything equal. Fairness is people getting what they've earned. You don't like it? Then earn it. Finally, she sat back down, picked up the ladle, and began dishing out another portion of soup as if nothing had happened. The silence lingered for a moment longer before Wang Ermatzi muttered a quiet, fine, grabbing the bowl of thin porridge. He slumped off without daring to escalate the matter further. But the tension eased. Order settled back over the camp. Everyone, whether grumbling or not, went back to their meals or tasks without another word about porridge. In that moment, I couldn't help but admire Su Wanyang's strength. It wasn't just courage, it was the authority in her words, the sharp clarity of her logic. She wasn't just a quiet woman traveling with us. She knew how to keep the team together, how to lead them through moments like this without letting chaos fester. The firelight flickered in her sharp, calm eyes, and for the first time, I thought, maybe I wasn't the only one the group quietly regarded as a cornerstone for survival. The injured, and them. They fought the bandits desperately to protect everyone, taking blows and wounds. Don't even mention thick porridge. If they ate meat every day, that would still be fair. Her voice grew louder and more forceful with each sentence. The entire camp fell silent. Those who had been causing a stir lowered their heads one by one, not daring to make a sound. Su Wanyan walked back to Wang Ermatzi, her gaze as sharp as a blade. Now, tell me, she said coldly, what exactly did you do today besides walking along, whining about being tired and hungry? What gives you the right to drink the same porridge as they do? Wang Ermatzi was struck dumb. His face turned beet red, but he couldn't utter a single word to defend himself. Because everything she said was the truth. Su Wanyan's expression turned icy. From today onward, listen up. This group doesn't support freeloaders, nor does it tolerate lazy slops. If you want to eat well and drink thick porridge, then honestly do your work. If anyone dares to shirk their duties or stir up trouble again. She paused, the tone of her voice becoming almost vicious. Starting tomorrow, their rations, thick or thin, will be cut off. Let them eat bark in the mountains. The entire camp fell into a deathly silence, everyone stunned. In their impression, this woman might have recently displayed some competence, but she was still a woman, a soft-spoken, gentle creature. Today, they realized how completely wrong they had been. This woman had steel in her spine, just like her husband. Her word was law. Wang Ermatzi's legs turned to jelly. Out here, deep in the wilderness, being cut off from food was no different from a death sentence. Sister-in-law, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. He dropped to his knees with a thud, grabbing Su Wanyin's leg and wailing, "I swear I'll work hard tomorrow. Please, don't cut off my rations." With an expression of disgust, Su Wanyin frowned and kicked him away. "Scram." One word was all she said. Wang Ermatzi, as though granted a pardon, scrambled to his feet and fled, clutching his bowl of thin soup. He dashed into a corner, not daring to lift his head. A brewing altercation was quelled with just a few sentences from her. Just then, Zhou Kuei returned with his patrol team, taking in the scene before him, eyes wide in astonishment. He walked over to me and gave a thumbs up. "Brother Chun," he said, struggling to find the words, "your woman is truly amazing." After a pause, he added, "Her methods work better than any of my scoldings." I glanced at the woman who had resumed scooping porridge with an indifferent expression. My lips curved into a faint smile. She was evolving, from someone who had once needed my protection into someone who could stand beside me as a partner in running this household. "Of course, my woman is remarkable," I replied evenly, my tone brimming with pride. Zhou Kuei chuckled awkwardly and didn't press further. He had figured out the dynamic. In this group, I was the sky, the core, the backbone. Su Wanyin was the ground, a stabilizing force for over 100 people's daily survival. Neither of us could be challenged. Challenge me, and you might lose your life. Challenge Su Wanyin, and you might lose your food, a fate worse than death. Night in the mountains descended particularly early. As the sun disappeared below the horizon, darkness enveloped everything, making it impossible to see your own hand in front of your face. The group set up camp in a wind-sheltered mountain hollow, lighting a few campfires. After dinner, most of the group, exhausted, crawled into their makeshift shelters for the night. Zhou Kuei led a team on patrol to keep watch. I persuaded Su Wanyin to take Xiaoman to rest, using the excuse of relieving myself to quietly slip out of camp alone. Earlier today, I'd sent the patrol team to scout and learned of a nearby cave that could serve as an emergency hideout. Where there's a cave, there might also be a new sign-in location. Relying on my memory, it didn't take me long to find it. The cave entrance was modest, concealed by thick vines. If one didn't look closely, it would go entirely unnoticed. Pulling the vines aside, a dank, chilly draft rushed out in greeting. I lit a torch and crouched to enter. The cave was deep, filled with jagged stalactites and perilously slippery ground beneath my feet. The air was thick with an earthy musk and the stench of wild animals. With the torch in one hand and a short knife in the other, I proceeded cautiously. After several dozen steps, the path opened up. A spacious underground cavern, roughly the size of half a basketball court, spread out before me. Stalactites hung like inverted blades under the flickering firelight, and a small, clear pond bubbled at the center. New location detected, stalactite cavern. Sign in available. Proceed. The system's notification appeared, right on time. "Sign in," I said. "Sign in successful. Reward, poison smoke bomb X5. Stored in system inventory. Poison smoke bombs." My eyes lit up. This was truly a treasure. Previously, the beast repellent powder I obtained was only effective against animals, useless against humans. But judging by its name, the poison smoke bomb was clearly meant for dealing with people. In enclosed spaces like valleys or caves, a single bomb would be more effective than any weapon. If I used the duplication glitch in the system's inventory to multiply the bombs, this could become another valuable trump card in my arsenal. I ventured further into the cave. The stalactite cavern was vast, winding, and maze-like. At one corner draped in white stone curtains, I triggered another sign-in notification. New location detected, behind stalactite curtain. Sign in. Sign in successful. Reward, detoxification pill X1 bottle. Detoxification pills? I paused, then quickly realized the system was probably anticipating that I might poison myself with my new smoke bombs. This was essentially a warranty package. I uncapped the small porcelain bottle and took a whiff, a fresh, cooling herbal aroma. I wasn't sure how effective it was, but having it was better than not. After stowing the pills securely, I prepared to explore further. Suddenly, a completely different notification rang in my mind. Host has achieved cumulative sign-ins, 30 times. Upgrading system backpack storage. Expansion successful. Current inventory slots, 20. Wait, what? The backpack's capacity just expanded? I froze for a moment before an ecstatic joy surged through me. Immediately, I opened the system interface. Sure enough, the inventory grid had grown. Originally, it had 15 slots, but now there was a brand new row, adding 5 empty spaces. I quickly calculated. The previous expansion, from 10 to 15 slots, was rewarded after 20 cumulative sign-ins. Now after 30 sign-ins, it had expanded to 20 slots. This meant that continuous signing in would keep expanding the inventory's capacity. 20 slots. That's enough to store even more resources and supplies. I've really struck gold this time. I nearly laughed out loud in excitement. In a chaotic and precarious world like this, what could provide more security than a constantly growing portable storage space? Steeling myself, I continued to investigate the cavern. Unfortunately, I didn't trigger any more sign-in points. It seems the value of this cave has already been exhausted by me. I wasn't planning to be greedy. Smoke bombs, antidote pills, and even the unexpected expansion of my backpack capacity, all of this has already been a great gain. I retraced my steps and exited the cave. By the time I returned to the camp, it was already past midnight. The campfire was almost out, with only faintly glowing embers flickering in the night breeze. Zhou Kuei was leaning against a large tree, holding his knife in his arms, sleeping soundly. I didn't disturb him and tiptoed back to the shack. Su Wanyang and Xiao Man were both fast asleep. Xiao Man's little face was flushed, a smile playing at the corner of her mouth. She was probably having a lovely dream. Su Wanyang lay on her side, her brows slightly furrowed. Her sleep seemed restless. I took off my outer clothes and lay down beside her. The moment I lay down, she opened her eyes alertly. When she saw it was me, she finally let out a relieved breath. "You're back?" she asked softly, her voice heavy with nasal tones. I'm back," I replied. "Did you find another path?" she continued, still remembering the excuse I had used to leave. "No. The mountains are full of cliffs. There's only this one road," I said, following her line of thought. She didn't say anything further, just moved closer toward me. In the darkness, I could feel her warm breath and the faint fragrance emanating from her. At that moment, my heart finally settled. "Go to sleep. We've got a long way to go tomorrow," I murmured, extending my arm to pull her close into my embrace. Her body stiffened for a moment, but didn't resist. Quietly, she leaned against my chest, listening to my heartbeat, and the tight furrow in her brows gradually smoothed out. The night passed in silence. The next morning, the group resumed its journey. With the newfound confidence from my expanded backpack, I found myself in a noticeably better mood. I even started to actively seek out areas that looked special, hoping to trigger a new sign-in opportunity. Oddly shaped rocks resembling faces or half-scorched trees struck by lightning. Anything peculiar caught my attention. Unfortunately, the system remained unresponsive. Just as I was about to give up, a commotion erupted from the front of the group. A scout sent by Zhou Kuei came scrambling back, panic written all over his face. "Leader Chun, Leader Zhou, trouble ahead. What is it?" Zhou Kuei grabbed his collar and shouted, his eyes wide with urgency. "What happened? Speak clearly." The scout, gasping for air, pointed to the front. Up ahead, in the mountain pass, a massive tree fell, blocking the entire path. "What?" Zhou Kuei's expression darkened. He tightened his grip on the scout's clothing. "How did that happen? Explain properly." The scout, still panting, gestured frantically toward the direction he had come from. In the mountain pass ahead, this ancient tree fell across the road, completely sealing it off. The tree's trunk is so thick it would take 3 people joining hands to encircle it. There's no way around it. My brow furrowed, and I quickly made my way to the front of the group. Sure enough, less than half a mile ahead, a massive, dead tree lay sprawled across the narrow mountain pass. The entire tree was charred black, probably struck by lightning. The crown was missing, leaving behind bare branches. Its colossal bulk had completely sealed off the already narrow path. On either side of the path rose steep mountain walls, eliminating any chance of climbing over or bypassing the obstacle. "Damn it," Zhou Kuei cursed, smashing his fist into the tree trunk, only to shake his entire arm numb. The bark, stubborn as stone, didn't even lose a single chip. "Brother Chun, we've got a real problem here," Zhou Kuei said, his face more serious than I'd ever seen. "It would take dozens of people chopping at this tree with axes for several days to clear it out." I didn't respond immediately. Instead, I stepped forward, pushing through the crowd and moving closer to the tree. I extended my hand, gently touching the charred, rock-hard bark. It was cold to the touch, carrying a faint sulfurous smell. "New location detected, Millennium Thunderstruck Wood. Would you like to sign in?" My heart skipped a beat. Millennium Thunderstruck Wood. Just the name alone sounded extraordinary. Sign in. I chose without hesitation. Sign in successful at Millennium Thunderstruck Wood. Reward, Pocket Thunderbomb X3. Stored in System Backpack. Pocket Thunderbomb. What on earth is that? I willed the system's interface to appear and check my backpack. In one of the slots, there quietly lay 3 fist-sized objects, completely black, like chunks of iron. At the top of each was a short fuse. Instantly, a word popped into my mind. Grenades. This, without a doubt, was the ancient equivalent of grenades. My heart began to race wildly. Knives, bows, crossbows, all are cold weapons. Gunpowder-based smoke bombs are powerful but limited in use. But these thunder bombs are an entirely different story. This is real heat-based weaponry, game changers capable of altering the outcome of an entire battle. And if this item can be endlessly duplicated using the backpack glitch, wouldn't that mean I'd have a portable artillery unit at my disposal? The very thought of this potential made my hands tremble with excitement. Brother Chen, Brother Chen. Zhou Kuei's voice brought me back to reality. He waved his hand in front of me, puzzled by my prolonged silence as I stared at the tree in a daze. What's on your mind? I snapped out of it, my eyes darting between the massive tree and the thunder bombs in my backpack. A bold idea began to take shape. Zhou Kuei, I said, my tone deliberate and firm. Have everyone retreat at least 100 meters away. What? Zhou Kuei was startled. Why should we retreat that far? Don't ask. Just do as I say, I said, leaving no room for argument. Quickly, the farther, the better. Though bewildered, Zhou Kuei chose to trust me. He turned around and shouted at the crowd. Everyone retreat. Back out of the mountain pass. Did you hear me? Follow Chen's orders. The refugees, though confused, began to back away obediently. Su Wanyang, carrying Xiao Man, also retreated with the rest, but couldn't help glancing back at me. I met her gaze and nodded reassuringly. She hesitated, then pursed her lips and tightened her hold on Xiao Man before retreating further. Before long, the mountain pass was empty except for me. I took a deep breath, pulling one of the thunder bombs out of my backpack. The iron sphere felt icy and unnervingly heavy in my hand, more substantial than I had anticipated. I took out a flint and tinder, striking them to produce a flame, which I used to light the fuse. Hiss! The fuse sizzled, releasing a thin trail of white smoke as it rapidly burned down. I didn't dare waste a moment. With all my strength, I hurled the thunder bomb at the massive tree. Then I turned and ran for my life. In all my years, I've never run as fast as I did in that moment, pushing every muscle in my body to its limit. The moment I crossed the threshold of the mountain pass, a deafening explosion erupted behind me. Boom! The violent detonation tore through the air, reverberating throughout the entire valley. The ground beneath me trembled violently, nearly knocking me off balance. A surge of air pressure slammed into me from behind, sending me sprawling several meters forward. My ears rang incessantly, muffling all other sounds. Outside the mountain pass, the rest of the group stood frozen in place, their faces pale with astonishment. They stared in disbelief at the thick black plume rising skyward from the direction of the explosion, a mushroom cloud of darkness. Broken rocks and wood chips scattered everywhere like a sudden rain. The sky is falling. Is the mountain god angry? Someone was so terrified they fell to their knees, kowtowing relentlessly toward the mountain pass. Su Wanyang felt her heart leap to her throat. Chen Su. She tried to rush into the mountain pass without hesitation, but Zhou Kuei held her back with all his strength. Sister-in-law, don't go over. It's dangerous. Zhou Kuei's face was full of terror as well. He never would have dreamed that when I told them to step back, it would result in such a huge commotion. Was this really something a human could do? It was more like a divine act. It took a long moment for the dust and smoke to settle. I shook my head and climbed up from the ground. Spitting out the dirt in my mouth, I turned back toward the mountain pass. What I saw made me draw in a sharp breath. The massive, ancient thunderstruck tree had been blown cleanly apart at the middle. The broken trunk was charred black and still emitted wisps of smoke. The mountain road, which had originally been completely blocked, now had an open passage wide enough for a carriage to pass through. One sky-shaking thunder. Its power was terrifying to this extent. I was utterly shaken. Now I understood why this thing was called sky-shaking thunder. Its power truly lived up to its name. Chun, brother, are you all right? Zhou Kuei approached cautiously with his men, looking at me as though I were some kind of monster. I'm fine, I said, patting the dust off my body. What just happened? Did thunder strike? Zhou Kuei stammered. More or less. I replied casually, pointing to the newly exploded path. The road is clear. Have everyone prepare to set off again. Zhou Kuei glanced at the disfigured ancient tree and then back at my calm demeanor, his throat bobbing as if he wanted to say something but didn't dare. At this point, his feelings toward me had evolved from admiration to genuine fear. This man was terrifying. Offending him, it might actually invite divine wrath. The caravan moved forward once more. When people passed through the newly opened path and saw the massive tree split in two, they all fell silent. The way they looked at me now resembled the reverence people might show to a god. As we were nearing the end of the mountain pass, another scout Zhou Kuei had sent ahead came running back, looking flustered. Captain Chun, Captain Zhou. He rushed to me, panting heavily. There's a discovery ahead. Signs left by one of our own. What signs? Zhou Kuei asked immediately. They were left by the brothers we sent yesterday to scout the path ahead. The scout pulled a strip of cloth from his pocket, on which a rough X had been drawn in blood. He also found many hoof prints ahead, broken branches by the roadside and fresh footprints. It looks like a large group just passed through. Zhou Kuei's expression changed instantly. Hoof prints. Where would so many horses come from in this mountain? I looked up toward the road ahead. The further we went, the narrower the mountain path became. Sheer cliffs rose on either side, leaving only a thin line between them for passage. If someone had already taken control of the high ground ahead and blocked both ends, our group of refugees, tired and burdened as we were, would be trapped and helpless. Zhuoshan Diao had escaped. The men of Heifeng Mountain knew these mountain roads well. They had horses, and more than enough motivation to ambush us ahead. My fists clenched slowly. It's not a guess, I said. It's Heifeng Mountain's men. What? Heifeng Mountain's men? Zhou Kuei's face turned pale immediately. This news shocked him even more than the earlier explosion. The faint joy that had arisen among the group after the path was cleared vanished, leaving only despair. How did they end up ahead of us? It's over. An ambush ahead, a dead end behind. We're finished. I knew we shouldn't have taken this mountain road. Now we're trapped in the mountains. Panic spread like wildfire. Some collapsed to the ground, crying loudly. Some began shouting that they wanted to turn back. Everyone shut up. Zhou Kuei roared, drawing his blade and chopping fiercely at a nearby tree. If anyone keeps screaming, I'll cut them down right here. Zhou Kuei's ferocity temporarily suppressed the chaos, but everyone's face remained colorless, full of hopelessness. They all knew this time. It truly was a dead end. The bandits of Heifeng Mountain already had numerical superiority. Now they held the advantage of terrain, lying in wait to ambush us in the ravine. Our side, with families and children, was exhausted and depleted, nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. What kind of fight could this possibly be? Although Zhou Kuei shouted angrily on the surface, deep down, his heart had sunk completely. Instinctively, he turned his gaze to me, hoping I could come up with another solution. My expression was heavy, but I wasn't panicked. The more desperate the situation, the calmer I had to be. I took the bloody cloth strip from the scout's hand and asked him to describe the terrain of the gorge in detail. That gorge is called Sky Thread. Both sides are sheer cliffs, with only a single path down the middle. The narrowest part isn't even wide enough for two carriages to pass side by side, the scout explained. How many of them are there? I asked. I couldn't see clearly, but judging from the hoof prints, at least over 100 men, maybe more. Over 100 men. Charging head-on would leave us utterly defeated. Turning back? Impossible. We'd been on this mountain road for 3 or 4 days. If we turned back now, our strength would be spent, and there wouldn't be enough time. The fact that Zhuoshan Jiao had dared to set an ambush ahead meant they had calculated our route. For all we knew, they might have already positioned more men behind us. We were truly trapped like fish in a barrel. Brother Chun, Zhou Kuei's voice was dry. What now? All eyes were on me. I was the backbone of this group. My decision would determine the life or death of everyone here. I stayed silent for a moment, looking at the despair on the refugees' faces, then at Su Wanyang clutching Xiao Man tightly. Pale-faced, I finally spoke. We used their plan against them. I slowly uttered these 4 words. What? Zhou Kuei was stunned. Use their plan against them? Brother Chun, have you lost your mind? They're above, we're below. If we charge in, we'll be sitting ducks. Who said we're going to charge in? I replied, a cold smirk spreading across my lips. I glanced at my system inventory. Within it still lay the miniature sky-shaking thunder and the poison smoke grenade, patiently waiting. These would be my tools to turn the tables. They think they are the hunters, and we are the prey. Well, let's show them who the real prey. My gaze turned sharp and wild. Zhou Kuei, take some men and unload all the heavy items from the carriage immediately. Leave only some straw and rags. And fetch the clothes we captured, stuff them with straw, make dummies, and place them on the carriage. Although Zhou Kuei didn't understand what I intended, he complied promptly. Su Wanyang, I turned to my wife. I'm here, she responded immediately. Take all the women, children, and injured. Follow the scouts and circle around using the side path. I pulled out an old military map from my chest, pointing to a marked spot. Climb over the ridge ahead and wait for me in the forest. What about you? Su Wanyang's heart tightened as she asked. I'll lead Zhou Kuei and the others to meet the so-called heroes of Black Wind Mountain. I spoke calmly, but she heard the murderous intent in my words, as vast and undeniable as the stormy sea. No way. It's too dangerous. Without thinking, she refused. If you're going, we're going together. Ridiculous. My face darkened for the first time. It's not safe for you and Xiao Man to follow me. My shout brought tears to her eyes, but she couldn't muster a retort. She knew I was right. Listen to me. I softened my tone. Take good care of Xiao Man and yourself. Wait for me in the forest. I promise you, I'll come back alive. I looked into her eyes, speaking every word with gravity. Teary-eyed, she nodded heavily. All right, I'll wait for you. After arranging the retreat, I sprang into action. Finding a secluded spot, I began frantically replicating thunder bombs and poison smoke grenades. 1, 2, 3. Soon, my system storage was filled to the brim with these destructive tools, each slot maxed out at 999 units. Staring at these 2,000-plus bombs, my heart steadied completely. Zhou Shandio, hunting me like a caged bird? Fine. Today, I'll show you the taste of being blown to smithereens. Night fell. I gathered Zhou Kuei, Li Ergo, and a dozen core men to distribute the thunder bombs and poison smoke grenades. This is called a thunder bomb. I demonstrated with one in hand. Light the fuse, count to 3, and throw it. Remember, throw it far, don't hit your own. This one is poison smoke grenade. Toss it, and it will release poisonous smoke. Inhaling it will make people dizzy, weak, and powerless. Cover your noses and mouths with damp cloths when you throw it. Zhou Kuei and the others stared in shock at the iron spheres in their hands. Jazagape. They finally understood the source of the deafening blast they'd heard earlier that day. Brother Chun had such a stockpile of thunder from the heavens in his hands. Brother Chun, with these, we've got nothing to fear. Li Ergo shouted excitedly. Tomorrow, we'll charge in. Each toss one. Blow them all sky high. No, I shook my head. We're not charging in. I pointed to the camouflage carriages. Tomorrow morning, you'll drive these carriages into the gorge. Move quickly and act panicked. I'm not certain if they'll attack upon seeing the carts. What you need to do is light the straw on the carts before they attack, abandon the carts immediately, and hide. And then? Zhou Kuei asked. A cruel grin stretched across my face. Then, it's our turn to deliver a gift. I distributed most of the thunder bombs to Zhou Kuei and his elite squad. You'll break into 2 groups and sneak up the mountain walls flanking the gorge under the cover of night. Remember, approach from their side and rear flanks. When the carts ignite in the gorge, wait for my signal. When I give the command, throw every last one of those treasures at the spots with the most people. The men listened, blood boiling with excitement. They could almost envision the bandits of Black Wind Mountain, blasted to chaos, screaming like ghosts. And you, Brother Chin? Zhou Kuei asked. I glanced at the Zhuge crossbow in my backpack. Me? I'm going to send their boss on his way. At dawn, the gorge was still veiled in mist. On both sides of the mountain walls, the bandits of Black Wind Mountain had been lying in wait all night. They were freezing, their hands and feet stiff, stomachs growling, and they cursed Zhou Shandio countless times in their minds. Boss, why aren't those refugees coming? Think they ran off? A lieutenant muttered, leaning close. Zhou Shandio, wrapped in his wolf fur coat, exhaled into his palms, impatient himself. Wait a little longer, he growled. That's their only path, they'll come. No sooner had he spoken. The sound of urgent hoofbeats and creaking wheels came from the entrance of the gorge. They're here. The sentry signaled. The bandits perked up, each stretching their neck to look. A few shabby carriages were careening into the gorge, driven by several panic-stricken men. The carriages, loaded with people whose faces were obscured by rags, seemed to be fleeing desperately. Humph, a bunch of fools, actually daring to come in. Zhou Shandio sneered, a cruel glint in his eye. The carriages passed entirely into the ambush zone. Give the order. He raised his hand, malice flickering in his eyes. Let them get a bit closer then. He didn't finish his order. Suddenly, chaos erupted within the gorge. The cart drivers, as if on cue, pulled out fire starters and lit the straw on the carriages. Whoosh. Flames shot up. The drivers abandoned the cart immediately, diving into crevices among the rocks, vanishing in no time. The burning carriages, pulled by panicked horses, charged forward like blazing beasts. The bandits, perched along the cliffs, were utterly stunned. What's going on? Why'd they set their own carts on fire? Zhou Shandio froze alongside them. A surge of unease rose in his chest. Just then, a mocking shout echoed from the gorge entrance. Zhou Shandio, your grandfather sent you a gift. Catch! It was my voice. Zhou Shandio spun around sharply, but saw nothing behind him. The next moment, a dense storm of whistling pierced the air overhead. He looked up. Countless dark iron spheres, trailing ignited fuses, plummeted from above like meteors. The goddess scattered flowers, crashing down from the mountain wall behind their flank. What is that thing? Zhou Shandio's pupils suddenly contracted sharply. The bandits around him were all dumbfounded. Before they could react, those iron lumps had already fallen into the crowd. Boom! The first deafening thunder exploded. And then, boom, 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 rumble. A series of earth-shattering explosions suddenly erupted in the narrow canyon. It was as if the thunder god of the 9 heavens had unleashed his fury, pouring all the lightning into this small mountain valley. The terrifying shockwaves, mixed with fragments of rock and shrapnel, ravaged madly across the mountain walls. The bandits lying in ambush were instantly swallowed by hell on earth. Some were torn apart directly by the explosive force. Others were pierced through like sieves by the shrapnel. And some bled from all orifices, being thrown down the dozens of Shanghai cliffs, ending as pools of bloody meat. Screams, wails, and explosions intertwined into a deadly symphony. In an instant, this narrow passage turned into a horrific meat grinder. Zhou Kuei and his men were hiding towards the flank, all wide-eyed and slack-jawed as they gazed upon the Hell's Cape they had created with their own hands. They knew how formidable these thunderbombs were, but they had never dreamed that detonating dozens of them together would have such terrifying destructive power. Throw them. Keep throwing. Zhou Kuei was the first to recover, shouting at the top of his lungs. Toss down every single one you've got. Blow those sons of bitches straight to hell. The men snapped back to reality, roaring as they dumped the remaining thunder bombs all at once. The canyon resounded with another wave of dense explosions. The second round of bombings was the straw that broke the camel's back. The surviving bandits were utterly overwhelmed. Who still cared about ambushes? Abandoning their armor and weaponry, they fled like headless chickens, screaming in terror. It's heaven's thunder. Heaven's thunder. The mountain god is wrathful. Run for your lives. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. They ran chaotically along the mountain walls, shoving and trampling over one another. Many even jumped straight off the cliffs, preferring to die upon impact rather than be shattered by explosions. As soon as the first explosion rang out, Zhou Shandio was pinned down by his loyal guards. Yet, even he was left disoriented and buzzing in his ears. When he finally got up and saw the carnage in front of him, he was utterly dumbfounded. The 100 elite men he had brought with him were now nearly annihilated. Severed limbs and charred corpses were everywhere. The air was thick with the pungent stench of sulfur and burning flesh. Zhou Shandio let out a roar of despair. He couldn't make sense of it. How could this happen? He was supposed to be the hunter. How had he suddenly turned into the prey? What on earth were those heaven-sent thunders that had rained down? And that boy, was he man or ghost? Boss, we have to go? If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. One of his blood-soaked guards clutched his arm and screamed. Zhou Shandio awoke as if from a trance. With a glance at his defeated remnants, despair and hatred flashed in his eyes. He knew he had been defeated. Defeated utterly and incomprehensibly. Go. He gritted his teeth and squeezed the word out, leading the fewer than 20 remaining bandits to flee along the mountain walls, rolling and crawling. But just as they reached the mouth of the canyon, a figure appeared before them like a phantom, dressed in black, their face covered with a cloth, holding a peculiar-looking repeating crossbow in hand. It was me, Zhou Shandio. My voice, muffled by the cloth, carried a bone-chilling menace. Welcome to hell. The moment he laid eyes on me, Zhou Shandio's pupils shrank to the size of pinholes. The dozen or so battered remnants behind him were so terrified they were trembling uncontrollably, their legs threatening to give way. It's you. He pointed at me, his voice quaking. You're behind those thunder bombs. Only figuring that out now? Too late. I slowly raised the repeating crossbow, its dark barrel aimed directly at them. Kill him. Kill him for me. Zhou Shandio howled hysterically like a cat that had been stepped on. He knew today would be a life-or-death battle. Although the bandits were scared to death, they were forced by him to charge forward with bloodshot eyes. They hoped to overwhelm me with sheer numbers. But against the power of the Zhuge repeating crossbow, it was a futile endeavor. Whoosh! I pulled the trigger. The bandit at the front took an arrow straight to the forehead, collapsing without even a cry. My finger didn't pause for a moment. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A series of sharp sounds filled the air like death's whispered call. The arrows transformed into black lightning, mercilessly reaping lives. One bandit raised his blade, only to be shot through the throat. Another attempted to flank, but after 2 steps, an arrow pierced straight through his heart. Within just a few breaths, the 7 or 8 bandits charging forward collapsed in pools of blood. The remaining few were utterly broken, shaking like leaves. They glanced at me, the man standing steady, loosing death one arrow after another, and abandoned any hope of resistance. He's a demon. He's a demon. A bandit dropped his blade and turned to flee. But could he escape? Whoosh! An arrow pierced his back, perfectly puncturing his heart. Zhou Shandio watched as his men fell one by one, and a chill spread from his head down to his feet. The ferocity he once prided himself on, the martial prowess he depended upon for survival. Before me, they were nothing but a joke. I hadn't even moved my feet. I stood there, calmly executing every single one of his subordinates. In the blink of an eye, only Zhou Shandio remained at the canyon's mouth, standing alone. He glanced around at the bodies, then at my approaching figure, terror etched so deeply into his face that it seemed to penetrate to his bones. Plop! He fell to his knees, dropping his 9-ringed machete to the ground. Please spare me. He kowtowed repeatedly, his forehead smashing into the rocky ground until it was covered in blood. Mercy, good sir. Mercy, hero. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. All the gold and treasures of Black Wind Mountain. I'll give them all to you. Even my women. Take them all. I beg of you, spare this dog's life." Tears and snot streamed down his face as he groveled, devoid of any dignity once afforded a mountain bandit king. I stopped before him, looking down from above. "Where's Black Wind Mountain's main base?" My voice carried not a hint of emotion. 50 li to the east, atop Black Wind Peak. He didn't dare lie, spilling everything. There are about 100 people left in the stronghold. They're all old, weak, and sickly, no match for anyone. The treasures are hidden in. Standing under the moonlight, a cold glint in my eye, along with Lier Go and the other 2 men right behind me. The firelight from their torches danced across the eerie shadows of the mountain, making me look even more intimidating. The ruffians froze in surprise. They weren't expecting someone who dared to stand against them, especially not right after their big boss was gone. "Who the hell are you?" one of the more vocal ones demanded, yet his voice trembled slightly. I took a step forward, my gaze sweeping across them like the edge of a blade. "Your big boss is dead," I said in a voice as cold as the steel of the sword in my hand. "And this mountain now belongs to me." The crowd erupted with disbelief and panic. Some refuted the claim immediately. "You're lying. The big boss is invincible." "Oh." I raised an eyebrow and made a signal. From behind, one of the burly men tossed out something wrapped in cloth at their feet. It unrolled to reveal the unmistakable, lifeless head of Zushandio, his eyes still wide in disbelief. The sight turned even the most defiant into silent statues. The only sounds remaining were the rustling of leaves and the occasional crackle of torches. "Anyone care to join him?" I asked, my voice dripping with menace as I raised my crossbow again. The men exchanged uncertain glances, and then their courage shattered all at once. They threw down their weapons, some even scrambling away and disappearing into the darkness. Within minutes, the plaza was deserted, save for their discarded armaments. "Look at them scatter. Cowards." Liergo spat on the ground, his voice tinged with disdain. "It's survival instinct," I commented dryly. Just like their big boss was desperate to survive in his final moments. In chaos, people reveal their true selves. I turned to the others. "Collect the weapons they left behind. No point wasting good steel. We'll take the wealth with us too, everything of value. The control of the Black Wind Mountain is over." "And what about?" Liergo gestured vaguely toward the faint sounds of those who'd run off into the mountains. "Leave them. Without leadership or resources, they won't last long." My words weren't of mercy, but of practicality. The Black Wind Mountain bandits were officially finished, not by a massive army, but by precise planning, a relentless will, and luck that others might wrongly attribute to divine intervention. As the tools, treasures, and spoils were loaded onto the captured horses, I cast one final look at the treasure-filled mountains. Abandoning so much power, so much wealth, it seemed foolish, but in truth, it was only the beginning. Villainy like Zuashandio's never held lasting flames. It always eventually burned itself to ashes. For now, it was time for me to move to my next planned step in this fractured, chaotic era, a moment where careful precision and calculated moves determined who emerged with a kingdom or faded in disgrace among the ruins. The 4 of us descended leisurely from the back of the mountain. "It's them. They're the ones who killed the second-in-command." Someone recognized me. "Brothers." The chief must have fallen victim to them as well. A minor leader gritted his teeth and raised his blade. "They're just 4. All together now. Kill them and avenge the chief. Kill. Slaughter them. Take back the treasury." I looked at them and suddenly laughed. I leisurely pulled out a dark, lumpy piece of iron from my chest. A thunderbolt bomb. At the sight of it, the faces of several bandits who had escaped through the narrow path went pale instantly. Thunderbolt." The minor leader widened his eyes and cursed. "What are you afraid of? Just a lousy chunk of iron, and you're all scared like this." I took out a flint lighter and blew to ignite it. Hiss! The fuse lit, with a wisp of white smoke rising from it. Those bandits who had seen its power before were scared out of their wits. "Run! Get out of the way." Too late. I raised my hand and threw. The thunderbolt bomb traced a perfect arc in the air, landing directly in the densest part of the group. Boom! The explosion mixed with shards of rock and iron fragments sent a bloody mist into the air amidst the crowd. The closest few were flung to the ground. Some screamed, clutching their legs. Some crawled backward with blood covering their faces, and 2 others lay motionless. The entire square fell into sudden silence. The ferocity on the minor leader's face turned into sheer terror. He stared at the bloody, mangled bodies, his lips trembling, nearly losing his grip on his blade. I slowly pulled out a second one. All the bandits' eyes were fixated on that lump of iron. "You? What are you trying to do?" the minor leader stammered. "Not much," I said, weighing the thunderbolt bomb in my hand with a smile. "Just wondering if anyone wants to hear another bang." Gulp. Someone audibly swallowed their saliva. No, no. Mercy, please. We surrender. Don't throw it. Please, don't throw it. Clank. The bandits dropped their weapons to the ground and fell to their knees. They weren't about to risk their lives against a monster who could summon such deadly thunder. They were still clinging to life, after all. I nodded in satisfaction. If you want to live, fine. I ask, you answer. The minor leader hastily cowed out. Ask away. Whatever I know, I'll tell. I wouldn't dare hide anything. Besides you knife-wielding lot, who else is left in the stronghold? The minor leader hesitated for a moment, then quickly answered. Well, there are some women and a few old hands who just cook. And my voice turned colder. He shivered. And there are people in the dungeon. What kind of people? Laborers, he muttered, his head bowed low, his voice growing fainter. A group of refugees came from the south recently. Among them are blacksmiths, carpenters, and a few who can craft leather armor. The chief thought their skills were useful, so he captured them and forced them to repair weapons and make armor for the stronghold. My eyes narrowed. Blacksmiths, carpenters, leather craftsmen. I see. No wonder there was an entire set of professional tools hidden in the secret room. I slowly uttered 2 words. Lead the way. The minor leader dared not argue. He scrambled to his feet. This way, please, hero. He hunched over and led the way trembling, his legs shaking with every step. Through the backyard, he led us to a row of low stone cells built against the mountain. Before we even got close, the stench of urine and sweat assaulted our noses. Li-Ergo frowned on the spot and spat. Damn it. Are they keeping people or pickling livestock? The minor leader's face turned even paler. He didn't dare respond. The gate to the cell opened, and torchlight illuminated the inside. Over 20 people huddled within, all in tattered clothes. Their bodies were thin to the point of deformity, their faces sallow, with sunken eyes. Some crouched in corners hugging their knees, flinching instinctively at the sound of the opening door. The elderly among them didn't even have the strength to lift their heads. Their chests rose and fell weakly, the only sign they were alive. I turned to the minor leader and asked, how long has it been since they've had a full meal? His throat moved uncomfortably as he swallowed. The chief said, as long as they aren't starved to death, they can still work. I shot him a glance. He fell to his knees with a thud. Mercy, hero. It wasn't my idea, I swear. I only follow orders. I ignored him. Orders to kill, orders to rob food, orders to treat people like livestock. What did following orders matter anymore? These men had never hesitated when the blade fell on someone else's neck. I turned my attention to the imprisoned laborers and softened my tone slightly. The bandit chief is dead. No one in the cell spoke. They looked as if they couldn't register what I'd just said. From now on, Blackwind Mountain is under my rule. This time, someone in the corner slowly raised their head. It was an elderly man with graying hair. He leaned against the wall and struggled to his feet, trembling with every movement. His hands were rough and calloused, marked with scalds and blisters, the fingers thick and deformed. They were the hands of a man who had swung a hammer for decades. You're telling the truth? I nodded. Yes. The old craftsman's lips trembled, but there was no joy in his eyes, only bewilderment and caution. He had seen too many villains. Some people killed the old bandits only to replace them with new ones. I turned to Li-Ergo and said, go fetch hot water and bring some food over. Got it. I looked again at the kneeling minor leader. You, go. He froze in place. I gently rolled the thunderbolt bomb in my hand. Or do you want to hear another bang? He turned green. No, no, no. I'll go right away. Not long after, hot water and food were brought over. Those bandits who had usually acted so arrogantly now hung their heads low. Some carried water, others brought dry bread. They even laid out a few clean yet old clothes by the cell doors, not daring to even breathe loudly. The craftsmen inside the cell watched the scene unfold, their expressions slowly shifting. They finally realized that Blackwind Mountain had truly changed hands. The elderly blacksmith clung to the wall as he shuffled out. He attempted to kneel, but I quickly caught him. There's no need for that. The old blacksmith froze in confusion. I looked at these people, my voice calm yet steady enough for everyone to hear. From this moment on, you are free. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. If you want to stay and follow me, you're welcome. Following me. I can't promise endless wealth or pleasure, but I swear one thing. I paused. As long as I'm alive, no one will ever treat you like livestock again. Silence fell over the cell. In an instant. Then, some people bowed their heads, their shoulders trembling. Others cupped their hands around a bowl of hot water, tears falling directly into it. The old blacksmith looked at me, his voice hoarse. Benefactor, people like us, we lost our homes long ago. Chaos and wars run rampant outside. If we leave here, we might not survive out there either. He glanced back at the craftsmen behind him. Though fear lingered in their eyes, they slowly nodded in agreement. The old blacksmith turned back to me and said solemnly, As long as you don't mind, we are willing to follow you. I nodded. Very well. From this moment on, you are now part of my people, under me, Chen Su. The old blacksmith's lips quivered as he finally responded firmly. Yes. Before dawn broke, I led a long convoy back to the valley where I had agreed to meet Zhou Kuei. The carriages were loaded down with sacks of grain, chests of silver, weapons, and fabric. Behind us followed the dozens of craftsmen I had just rescued. Hoofbeats and the creaking of wagon wheels echoed along the mountain paths. Hearing the commotion, Zhou Kuei came out with his men to greet us. When he caught sight of the incoming line of loaded wagons, he froze in his spot. He even forgot to lower his blade, his mouth agape for a long moment before he stammered. Brother Chun, did you take down all of Black Wind Mountain? Beside him, Li Ergu puffed out his chest, his pride practically soaring to the heavens. Not just took it down. The whole Black Wind Mountain belongs to us now. Head Chin stood there alone with thunderbolts in hand, and those bastards dropped to their knees faster than anyone. Hearing this, the others in the convoy all turned their eyes toward me. The expressions in their gazes could no longer be described as mere reverence. It was as if they were looking at a living deity. Su Wanyang emerged from the crowd, carrying Xiaoman in her arms. Seeing that I had returned safely, the weight on her heart finally lifted. She didn't ask me anything. Instead, she approached, reaching out to straighten my disheveled collar. Her touch was gentle, yet steadier than any words could ever be. Papa, Xiaoman cheered, extending her little hands toward me. I scooped my daughter into my arms and kissed her on the cheek. Xiaoman, have you been good? Did you listen to your mother? Xiaoman nodded vigorously. I did. Xiaoman was so good. I smiled, patting her small head. The group had now swelled to nearly 200 people. With food, supplies, silver, and horses accounted for, we were no longer merely wandering. But the more people you have, the more thoughts that stir. Brother Chun, Zhou Kuei said, his eyes alight with barely contained excitement as he looked over the wagons of grain and horses. We're strong now, with enough food to last years. How about we settle down in Black Wind Mountain? As soon as he spoke, several people nearby perked up their ears. It was on many people's minds. They had been fleeing for too long. They'd known hunger, fear, being hunted by wolves, and attacked by bandits. Having a stable place to live was already their greatest wish. But I shook my head. No. A blunt refusal. Zhou Kuei was taken aback. Why not? We have soldiers, supplies, and even those thunderbolts to defend ourselves. Who would dare provoke us? I gazed southward, my tone heavy. That's a bandit's lair. Zhuashan Jiao has ruled here for years, committing murder, theft, raiding caravans, and abducting women. The count of his crimes is endless. Whether it's revenge seekers or forces aiming to eliminate bandits, we'd be shouldering the blame for his deeds. Zhou Kuei opened his mouth, but no words came out. Besides, winter is approaching fast. We need to find a proper place to settle down. Once the snow falls and roads are blocked, nothing can come in or go out. The supplies may look abundant, but they won't last with all the mouths we have to feed. And beyond that, I knew more clearly. Both the value of signing in at Blackwater Village and Blackwind Mountain were nearly exhausted. We needed to find a bigger place. Somewhere with more opportunities and more sign-in locations that could anchor us for the future. Zhou Kuei's voice was grave as he asked. Then where do we go? I spoke 3 words. Guangyang Prefecture. Zhuashan Jiao had numerous assets in Guangyang Prefecture. From now on, we won't just be a wandering band of refugees anymore. We'll walk in there openly and uprightly. I took out the land deeds and property contracts from my chest pocket. Zhou Kuei stared at the official seals stamped on the documents, falling silent. He finally understood that my vision extended far beyond his own. I wasn't looking to hide on some mountaintop to eke out a meager existence. I was looking to establish a foothold in the chaos of this world. All right, Zhou Kuei nodded firmly. I'll follow your lead. Wherever you say, we go. The team rested and reorganized for 2 days. I took a portion of the gold we had seized and distributed it among the men who had fought in battle. Zhou Kuei refused at first. Brother Chun, I've already gotten my fair share. I shoved a heavy pouch of silver into his hands without leaving room for argument. Take it. You've earned this. You'll find plenty of uses for money in the days ahead, and you'll need to keep your men appeased too. Zhou Kuei held the pouch, warmth spreading in his heart. He didn't argue further, only whispering, Understood. I'll hold on to this for the brothers. Meanwhile, Su Wanyang and Xiu'er took charge of re-registering the new craftsmen. They meticulously recorded everyone's skills, ensuring everything was organized and accounted for. The craftsmen, after filling their stomachs and getting a proper night's sleep, finally had some color return to their faces. The old blacksmith's surname was Wang, though everyone simply called him Master Wang. He thumped his chest as he assured me that with enough materials, they could repair weapons, mend armor, modify carriages, or forge anything we might need. Benefactor gave us food to eat, Master Wang's voice was still a bit raspy, but he spoke with sincerity. This old body will do all it can for benefactor. I nodded in approval. Food would run out, and silver would be spent, but skilled individuals were the real lifeblood that would keep our group alive and thriving. Once everything was in order, I gave the order. Our team would abandon the treacherous mountain paths and take the official road instead. Destination, Guangyang Prefecture. Zhou Kuei was startled once again. The official road? Brother Chun, it's easier to travel, but there are also many scattered bands of deserters and thieves. If we encounter trouble, I interrupted him. We're no longer refugees. I pointed to the dozens of horses within our convoy, then to the polished weapons gleaming in the sunlight and the heavy, fully loaded carriages. We are a convoy escorting important supplies. Sometimes, the more you hide, the more trouble you attract. Instead, it's better to stride openly ahead. If you look formidable enough, most people won't dare to provoke you. Zhou Kuei stared at my calm expression before ultimately choosing to trust me. What he didn't know was that my confidence stemmed from the items tucked away in my system inventory, enough to blast an entire army into doubting reality. With that, our convoy set out in an impressive procession too. The official road stretched ahead. Dozens of horses cleared the way, guarded on both sides by armed sturdy men holding knives. The wagon was covered with a thick cloth, under which lay grains, weapons, and chests of silver. Women and children walked in the middle, with Su Wanyang and her group guarding the rear. Along the journey, there were indeed many stray soldiers and bandits eyeing us from a distance. But once they got a good look at our size and the glint of our weapons, they quickly backed off. Plenty of people wanted an easy score, but no one was willing to risk their lives for hard prey. And so, we traveled for 3 days without incident. That afternoon, a sudden cloud of dust appeared on the horizon of the official road ahead. Before long, a troop flying the flag of the Imperial Army came into view. About 200 strong. Their armor gleamed, their weapons shone. Cavalry led the front, with infantry following behind. They looked far more disciplined than the scattered bandits we'd encountered before. As soon as they saw us, the Imperial soldiers quickly formed a blocking formation on the official road. Long spears leveled horizontally, they completely sealed off the way forward. The air grew tense in an instant. Zhou Kuei placed a hand on his blade and whispered, "Brother Chun, it's the Imperial Army." I narrowed my eyes and replied, "I see them." A general, armored head to toe in shining silver steel, rode forward on a tall steed. Holding a horse whip in his hand, he swept a condescending gaze over us from above. "Halt! Which unit do you belong to? Don't you know martial law has been imposed here?" Just as Zhou Kuei was about to step forward to respond, the general's gaze bypassed him and lingered on Su Wanyang, Xiao and the other women. His glances were brazen and undisguised. Su Wanyang's face darkened, and she instinctively sheltered Xiao Man behind her. Xiao and the others went pale and shrank toward the interior of the convoy. The general pointed his horse whip at the carts, his eyes sweeping again over the women, a brazenly disdainful smile on his face. "Judging by the looks of you, you're refugees fleeing from the north, aren't you? Perfect timing. This general has been tasked with suppressing bandits and has confiscated a great deal of loot, but we're short on manpower." He raised his whip and pointed to the horses and wagons behind me. "Here's the deal. Leave the horses, provisions, and those women behind. This general is feeling kind today, so I'll allow you all to live." The soldiers behind him burst into laughter. Some even whistled at Xiao and the others. Zhou Kuei's face turned ashen, veins bulging on the back of his hand. Li Ergu, gritting his teeth, nearly cursed out loud. I didn't move. I simply raised my head to look at the general on horseback, my face devoid of expression. The rear of the convoy descended into chaos. The refugees, who had just begun to relax upon reaching the official road, turned deathly pale. What should we do now? They're Imperial troops. We can't possibly fight Imperial troops, can we? It's over. We're doomed. Panic spread among the crowd. Zhou Kuei muttered a curse under his breath, voice low and filled with anger. Damn it. Just because they're in Imperial uniforms, they think they're untouchable? These bastards. I didn't respond, casting a scrutinizing gaze over the Imperial soldiers in front of us. 200 or so men. Their armor appeared orderly at first glance, but closer inspection revealed that many of the plates were cracked, the edges stained with stubborn, unwashed blood. Their standard-issue weapons, though uniform, were held in the hands of men whose postures were awkward, their eyes darting about without the discipline or predatory sharpness true soldiers should possess. I focused on the general on horseback. His complexion seemed pallid, his eye sockets hollow, and his leering gaze couldn't help but linger on the women in our group. Judgment formed quickly in my mind. This was no bandit suppression force of the Imperial Army. They were a gang of predatory soldiers, bandits themselves, masking their roguery under the guise of official authority. Such men were far more fearsome than common bandits. Carrying the banner of the imperial court, their acts were unrestrained and unrepentant. What's the matter? Didn't you hear this general speak? When our group remained motionless, the general's expression darkened. The whip in his hand slapped against his palm with a crisp sound. This general's patience has its limits. I'll count to 10. If the horses, wagons, and women aren't surrendered by then. His lips curled into a grin, revealing yellowed teeth. Well, don't blame this general for showing no mercy and helping you save face. The soldiers behind him erupted into laughter once more. Su Wanyang clasped Xiao Man tightly, taking half a step closer toward my back for reassurance. She wasn't afraid of bandits, knowing I could handle them. But these men were imperial soldiers. The saying, civilians cannot fight the authorities, was deeply ingrained, an unshakable iron rule etched into her very bones. Even knowing these men weren't upstanding, honest soldiers, she couldn't help but feel cowed. Chen Su. She grabbed the corner of my robe, her voice low but trembling. I placed my hand over hers, giving it a gentle pat. Don't be afraid. Looking up at the general, I kept my tone calm. This esteemed general, we're but a caravan passing through. We've transported a few furs from the north, intending to trade in Guanyang Prefecture and make an honest living. As I spoke, I took a pouch of silver from my chest pocket and weighed it in my hand. The silver coins clinked melodiously within. There's some silver here, just a small token. I hope the general will allow us to pass safely. 100 or so taels of silver, a considerable sum, especially in these chaotic times. The general barely glanced at the pouch in my hand, scoffing. A caravan? Raising his whip again, he gestured at me before letting his eyes sweep once more over the horses, wagons, and weapons behind me. With a ragtag bunch like you, barely deserving of the word caravan? It's grain and weapons you've loaded onto those wagons, isn't it? These horses aren't bad either. The avarice in his eyes nearly oozed out. This general is on a mission to suppress bandits and is in dire need of military supplies. All these goods will be requisitioned by this general. His whip then pointed towards Su Wanyang and the others, and his smile grew increasingly vile. As for those women, they will stay too. My brothers in the army have endured enough hardships. Somebody's got to serve them. Su Wanyang's face turned icy. Xiao Man, too young to understand the specifics, tightened herself into her mother's embrace, sensing hostility. Zhou Kuei couldn't hold back anymore. Don't push us too far. He stepped forward, the knife handle in his grip creaking from the pressure. Out of respect for your being imperial soldiers, we've given you some courtesy. But do you really think we're a bunch of pushovers? Oh, the general arched a brow, as if amused, before turning toward his soldiers. Did you hear that? A lowly peasant dares speak of courtesy to this general? The soldiers laughed uproariously, jeering loud and hard. How audacious. General, why waste words? Kill the men and seize the loot. Those little ladies are so tender. Don't keep your brothers waiting. The smile faded from the general's face, replaced with cold malice. Slowly, he drew the sword at his waist, its blade gleaming coldly under the daylight. I was planning to spare your lives, but since you refuse to appreciate kindness, you leave me no choice. Pointing his sword forward, he uttered one final, grim ultimatum. One last time, surrender or die. The official road fell eerily silent, the tension so thick it hung in the air. Even the horses shuffled uneasily, scraping at the ground with their hooves. Zhou Kuei's thumb pushed against his blade's hilt, revealing a sliver of sharp steel. Li Ergu, with gritted teeth, began reaching for a bough beneath the wagons. Behind us, the refugees even dared not breathe too loudly. They feared the soldiers and dreaded death, but they also knew. The leader spoke cautiously. If we really hand over the women, the grain, and the horses, the men left behind won't survive either. I looked at the commander on horseback and sighed silently in my heart. I had given them a chance. I extended the silver. I said all I could. But this world is like this. Some people never understand reason. I wasted no more words, silently reaching into my coat to pull out a black, heavy iron lump. The commander froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. What? You plan to kill this general with a piece of broken iron? The soldiers behind him laughed too, some doubling over, others slapping their thighs as they taunted loudly. Go on, throw it. Let's see what tricks you mudlegs are capable of. I pulled out a fire starter, blew to light the small flame, and ignited the fuse on the thunder grenade. A faint sshh sound was heard as a wisp of white smoke rose. The commander's laughter remained plastered on his face. He and his soldiers had no idea what kind of demon they were mocking. I raised my hand and hurled the thunder grenade into the densest cluster of soldiers. Zhou Kuei, do it. Zhou Kuei and the others had been growing impatient. Upon hearing my order, without missing a beat, they each pulled out their own thunder grenades from their coats, ignited the fuses, and flung them unhesitatingly into the crowd. Over a dozen heavy black iron lumps streaked through the air, etching deadly arcs before falling into the midst of the still laughing soldiers' ranks. The watching commander, with a faint look of confusion on his face, stared at the descending objects from the sky. What were these things? The next moment, boom! The first thunder grenade exploded directly in front of the commander's horse. The dry grass on either side of the official road bowed beneath the shockwave, and billows of dust surged outward. The ferocious sound of the explosion thundered like a celestial bolt, rendering everyone's eardrums humming. The tall horse didn't even have time to whinny before the blast, and flying shrapnel ripped open its flesh, blood and entrails spilling out as it collapsed with a deafening crash. The commander was flung into the air, spinning once before landing heavily in a roadside pit. His gleaming armor was now battered and tarnished, and he looked utterly miserable. Before he could get up or comprehend what had just happened, boom, 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 boom. A rapid series of explosions erupted amidst the soldiers, one after another, engulfing the road in chaos. The narrow pathway transformed into a hell on earth in an instant. The explosions raged, devouring all in their path. Scorching shockwaves, accompanied by shards of iron and fragments of stone, swept voraciously over the area. Those mockingly packed together just moments earlier became sitting ducks. Those closest were blown apart by the sheer force of the explosion, with limbs and guts flung about like ragdolls. Even soldiers farther away had their bodies riddled with high-velocity shrapnel, holes bursting across their flesh as they collapsed, screaming in agony. Smoke filled the air, heavy with the stench of blood and gunpowder. Amidst it all, the eerie cacophony of horses shrieking, soldiers wailing, and frantic cries for mercy was endless. The once neatly arrayed formations were utterly obliterated with just the first round. My leg's gone. Help me. It's sorcery. Sorcery. The remaining soldiers were scared out of their wits. Dropping their weapons, they ran in every direction like headless chickens. They couldn't fathom how those small black lumps could cause such devastating destruction. On our side, every person was stunned into silence by the unfolding carnage. The refugees who had been trembling just moments before now gawked with wide-open mouths, unable to believe their eyes as they stared into the hellscape. They had known I was no ordinary man, but witnessing such an otherworldly display firsthand shocked them beyond measure. Su Wanyang firmly held her child, Xiao Man, shielding the small boy's view with a trembling hand. Xiao Man couldn't see anything but was clearly petrified by the continuous thunderous blasts, his tiny body shivering against his mother. "Mom," he whimpered. "Don't be scared," Su Wanyang whispered tenderly to him. "Your father is here." Zhou Kuei and Li Ergo, on the other hand, wore expressions of frenzied intensity. "Toss them. Keep throwing them," Zhou Kuei roared hoarsely, his eyes aflame with bloodlust as he grabbed another bag of grenades from the cart and handed them around. "Don't give those filthy bastards room to breathe. Blast them all to hell." The men hesitated no longer, their trembling hands from before steadied, replaced by wrath-filled determination. Fear, of course, they still felt it. But the beasts clad in official uniforms across from us had just moments earlier been planning to take their food, their horses, their women. Letting them off now would mean our deaths later. "Light them." Zhou Kuei's shout sliced through the chaos, as if dispelling doubt in a single sharp breath. A fresh wave of grenades was ignited and hurled towards the soldiers, trying desperately to regroup. Boom, boom, boom. The second bombardment descended upon them, pulling yet another blood-soaked curtain of death over the official road. Any sub-commanders attempting to round up their scattered troops were obliterated on impact. Barely had soldiers begun to regain a semblance of composure when they were once again plunged into panicked frenzy, sobbing and wailing in despair. They begged, shoved, climbed over mangled comrades' bodies, all in a mad rush to flee backwards. "Stop. We surrender. Mercy. Please spare us. We won't attack again." Some dropped to their knees, bowing frantically while incessantly pleading for forgiveness. But I did not issue the order to halt. Mercy for our enemies would mean cruelty for ourselves. The commander, finally propped up by his personal guards, groaned as he staggered upright. Wiping the blood from his face, he dazedly scanned the carnage before him, looking utterly stupefied. Over 200 of his finest soldiers had been reduced by half in mere moments. Those who survived were thoroughly routed with no morale remaining. He couldn't wrap his head around it. He was the authority here. How could they dare strike back? "General, retreat. We'll be too late if we don't leave now." One of his deputies, clutching his severed arm and pale as a ghost, begged him urgently. "These people are devils. Retreat." The commander's bloodshot eyes twitched violently, peering at me from the distance, coldly observing as I stood motionless amidst it all. An expression of insanity gripped his features. "I won't retreat." Shoving the deputy away, The commander picked up a broken saber from the ground, pointing it directly at me as he bellowed madly. It's him. Kill him. As long as we kill him, those weapons will belong to us. But no one dared to move. The soldiers had been paralyzed by terror, not even daring to glance in my direction. The commander's face contorted further with fury. Worthless. You're all useless cowards. With a deranged snarl, he staggered forward, broken blade in hand, charging straight for me. I'll kill you. I'll hack you to pieces. Zhou Kuei's expression shifted dramatically, readying his blade to intercept. Brother Chen, let me deal with him. Stand down, I instructed calmly. I stared at the crazed man rushing toward me, my face entirely devoid of emotion. Slowly, I reached behind myself and drew out a peculiar-looking crossbow. The cold, lifeless muzzle aimed firmly ahead. Fixed my eyes on the approaching figure, growing ever closer. It was over. I softly whispered to myself, then pulled the trigger. Whiz! A faint twang of the crossbow's mechanism echoed, quickly drowned out by the cacophony of explosions and screams, a sound insignificant amidst the chaos. A black bolt sliced through the air and struck unerringly at the charging general, who roared with mad fury, his blood-red eyes reflecting only one thought. Kill me. Kill this insolent peasant who dared to raise a hand against his imperial troops and tear me to pieces. Thwack! The bolt hit him squarely in the right knee. A howl of pain erupted from his mouth as his advance devolved into a stumble. His knee slammed hard into the mud. He barely had time to lift his head before my fingers moved once more. Whiz! 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 3 more bolts followed in rapid succession. One impaled his left shoulder, rendering his weapon-wielding arm useless. Another struck through his abdomen, a burst of crimson mist following its exit. The final one lodged into his other thigh. Arg! The general howled like a wounded beast, his broken saber clattering to the ground as his body collapsed into a bloodied heap. He was done, unable to move another inch. His soldiers along the highway stared in speechless horror. They had not anticipated this. Their mighty general couldn't even last a single exchange before being pinned to the ground like a nailed-down animal. How were they supposed to continue this fight now? Someone gulped audibly, and with a trembling hand, let their spear fall to the ground with a clang. Clanging steel soon echoed repeatedly as 1, 2, 3 of the others followed, disarming themselves without hesitation. Mercy! I surrender. Don't kill me. I give up. Spare us, brave one. One after another, they fell to their knees, foreheads pressing against the grime, their resounding pleas barely there between their trembling bodies. Not one dared to lift their heads. I ignored them, gripping my Zhuge crossbow tightly as I advanced step by slow step toward the blood-soaked form of the downed general. My footsteps were deliberate, each one drawing shivers from the kneeling soldiers. In the bloody mire, he raised his head with difficulty, the arrogance from earlier now entirely replaced by fear-induced humility. Who are you really? He gritted out the question, mustering the last of his strength. Standing tall above him, I peered down, my voice calm and cold. Just a passerby you decided to mark as your prey. No, that's impossible, he croaked, unwilling to believe the reality. What demonic sorcery did you use? I allowed myself a faint smile. You want to know? I raised the crossbow once more, aligning it with his forehead. Go ask the king of hell yourself. No. Whiz. The bolt pierced through his brow, the fatal strike freezing his face mid-agony. His wide-open eyes reflected the endless question that would haunt the void left as his life drained away, never understanding how he provoked someone as ruthless as me. I turned away from his lifeless body, my cold gaze sweeping over the kneeling soldiers. Wherever my eyes traveled, they lowered their heads even further, shuddering uncontrollably as if the air had turned cold. Zhou Kuei, I called. Here, came his immediate reply, his voice brimming with battle-born bloodthirst. Bind the ones still alive. If any try to resist, kill them on the spot, he interjected, lips spreading margins of a grim smile. Understood. Zhou Kuei led the men forward. Li Ergu, brandishing his bow, followed behind, his insults a steady stream. Weren't you all bold just now? Demanding food, horses, women? Come on. Say something else now for me to hear, you cowards. None of the soldiers dared utter a single protest. Those with trembling hands obediently offered their wrists for the rope. The handful tempted to reach for hidden blades didn't even come close. Knocked prone instantly by Zhou Kuei's kicks, his blade pressing against their throats. Move even a fraction more, and I'll send you off to join your damn general, Zhou growled. The pale faces of these would-be resistance fighters said they'd learned their lesson immediately. A clash that had initially appeared grossly one-sided now concluded in utter dominance. It was a landslide slaughter. Our men suffered nothing more than a few minor injuries from the initial explosions, while the opposing force of over 200 had been entirely annihilated, dead, injured, or captured. From where she stood alongside the convoy, Su Wanyang finally let out the breath she had been unconsciously holding, releasing the white-knuckled grip on the firewood axe she had clung to during the standoff. Little Man was shielded under her hands, her young eyes veiled from the battle taking place outside. She only heard the commotion. "Mom," the small girl whispered hesitantly. "Did Dad chase off all the bad people?" Su Wanyang caressed her daughter's hair gently, pulling her into a tighter embrace. "Yes, your dad has chased them all away. Will they ever bully us again?" Looking up, Su Wanyang's gaze landed on me. Her lips formed firm, resolute words as she spoke slowly and clearly. "No, never again will any bad people dare to bully us." I paid little mind to the gazes trailing me from behind as I approached the general's lifeless body, crouching low to begin scavenging. Looting the battlefield always began with the biggest fish. From his person, I fished out a hefty coin pouch and some scattered pieces of gold and silver. My fingers skimmed along his inner garments until they brushed against something solid, a carefully concealed item hidden within the lining. I pulled it out to find a tightly wrapped object encased in oil paper and bound with fine string, a meticulous preservation effort. Curious, I undid the wrapping to reveal what lay within, my eyes lighting up at the sight before me. Official documents bearing seals of bright crimson stamped by the government. At the very top, the bold header declared, "Guangyang Prefecture Passage Permit." A treasure indeed. With this document, our ragtag group of fleeing refugees was no longer a mere faceless crowd of wanderers. We had an identity now, or at least an official one, perfect for entering Guangyang Prefecture undercover. Rewrapping the permit carefully, I placed it into my inner pocket. As I moved to rise, my fingers noticed something amiss with the stitching inside his garment. Clearly, another item had been hidden even more secretly. This one turned out to be a neatly folded piece of sheepskin parchment. When I opened it, my grin widened. It was a map. Not just any map, but an incredibly detailed topographic illustration of the region surrounding Guangyang Prefecture. Every roadway, mountain trail, water source, abandoned village, relay station, down to the tiniest overlooked crosspath, was meticulously outlined, along with something even more intriguing. Several spots circled in red ink, with labels in small characters. Provisions, silver weapons, medicine. I studied the densely marked annotations, suppressing a chuckle. This general must have conducted many so-called bandit clearing operations. But judging from this, those missions were merely convenient guises for plundering wealth for personal gain. Rolling up the map, I placed it together with the official permit before straightening up, surveying the battlefield littered with remnants of chaos. This battle didn't merely secure my dominance in the eyes of those present. It presented us with an unexpected bounty. The pathway to Guangyang Prefecture lay wide open before us. Zhou Kuei returned swiftly, having organized the scene. The surviving soldiers were bound tightly, gathered along the roadside in shameful submission. Zhou wiped his blade clean and sauntered over, his face still carrying the flush of excitement from combat. "Brother Chun, everything is taken care of." He motioned with his blade toward the prisoners. "What's your command for these lot?" I cast one casual glance toward them. Subjugation filled the air as their heads drooped even lower. "For now, lock them up," I spoke plainly. "Pick out whoever looks like a leader. Bring that one over. I have questions." "Understood." Zhou Kuei's reply came promptly. In no time, the deputy general, minus an arm lost to an earlier explosion, was dragged before me. At the sight of me, his legs buckled under him completely, collapsing into the dirt as his head began banging against the ground feverishly. "Mercy, good hero. I beg you for mercy." The man's voice cracked under the weight of his desperation. "I have an 80-year-old mother at home and a young child barely past 3. Please, I implore you, spare my pitiful life." "Shut up." I raised my hand and pointed to He Jin's corpse not far away. "I ask you answer. Say one wrong word, and you'll join him over there." The deputy general followed my gesture and looked. His own general lay there, eyes wide open in death, with a crossbow bolt embedded in the center of his forehead. He shuddered in fear. "I dare not. I absolutely dare not. Whatever the hero asks, I'll answer truthfully, not daring to utter a single lie." "Who are you people? Which unit do you belong to?" Answering the hero, "We are from the 3rd Battalion of the Guangyang Prefecture Garrison Army." Our general's surname was He, and he was called He Jin. "The Garrison Army?" I raised an eyebrow. "Instead of staying safe in the city, why are you out here in the middle of nowhere?" "These are orders from the prefect himself. Recently, Guangyang Prefecture has been plagued by bandits, so the prefect ordered us out of the city to root them out." "Root out bandits?" I chuckled coldly. "From what I've seen, you lot look more like bandits yourselves. I bet you've rooted out plenty of fleeing refugees along your way, haven't you?" The deputy general's face turned deathly pale. He lowered his head even further, his voice quivering. "Hero, please understand, it was all General He's doing. It had nothing to do with me. I only followed orders." General, he said those refugees were just lowly lives, and if they died on the road, no one would care. The little grain and coins they carried, better to use them as military provisions than let anybody else have them. Using it as military provisions, huh? I didn't respond further, but slowly ran my thumb along the hilt of my sword. Nearby, Zhou Kuei cursed under his breath. Damn it, these scum dressed in official uniforms really think they're better than common bandits. I suppressed the murderous impulses rising within me and pressed on. What's the current situation in Guanyang Prefecture? Is security in the city tight? Very tight. Extremely tight, the deputy general answered immediately. Because of the bandit troubles and the influx of refugees, the prefect ordered a lockdown on the entire city. Anyone entering or leaving the city gates must have official documentation, otherwise, they're not allowed in. Even residents leaving the city have to register and report their movements. I touched the pass document I had in my pocket, growing more confident. I continued to question him about the city defenses, troop arrangements, and the inspection process at the city gates. For the sake of his own life, the deputy general left no detail unsaid. Once I was done, I waved my hand dismissively. Take him away and put him with the others. As he was dragged off, the deputy general kept kowtowing, crying, "Thank you, hero, for sparing my life. Thank you." Zhou Kuei watched him with disdain, then leaned in closer to me and whispered while making a throat-slitting gesture. "Brother Chun, are we really keeping these bastards alive? Why not just finish them off? Keeping them is just a waste of food." I shook my head. "Not yet. Why not? If they manage to escape, they'll bring us endless trouble. They might still be useful." My gaze shifted to the confiscated military armor and weapons. "Zhou Kuei, pick out some of the smarter ones and have them put on those uniforms." Though Zhou Kuei didn't entirely understand my intentions, he still nodded. "All right, I'll get on it." With the prisoners sorted, we moved on to tallying up the spoils of war. This battle had been quite fruitful. Besides the pass document and the treasure map, we had seized nearly 200 sets of complete military armor and weapons, dozens of warhorses, and a significant stockpile of food and supplies. Li Ergu was grinning from ear to ear as he fondly caressed a military-issued saber. "Boss Chun, He-Jin wasn't here to hunt us bandits. He came to give us gifts, didn't he?" Zhou Kuei kicked him in the rear. "Shut up and stop stroking that blade. You'll wear it out." Li Ergu chuckled sheepishly but clung to the saber like it was his own child. Master Wang, the old blacksmith, was practically glowing when he saw the high-quality military swords and armor. He crouched down, picked up a piece of armor plating, and wrapped it with his knuckles. Marvelous stuff. Absolutely marvelous. The plate emitted a crisp, clear sound. This armor is forged from fine steel, hammered hundreds of times. Regular weapons won't even scratch it. He grabbed a saber next, lightly flicking the blade. It let out a resonant hum. This saber's steel is excellent, tough, and resilient. It's leaps and bounds better than the crude weapons we've confiscated from bandits in the past. The more he spoke, the more excited he grew, until his voice was practically booming. "Benefactor, with this equipment, I can reforge our troops' weapons and armor entirely. I dare say we'll be at least 30% stronger." "Good." I nodded. "This matter is yours to handle. Whatever resources you need, go straight to Su Wanyang." Master Wang straightened his back. "Yes, sir. I assure you it'll be done." With that, he excitedly led a group of craftsmen to begin sorting and inspecting the equipment. Meanwhile, Su Wanyang and the other women busied themselves tallying the food and supplies. The entire camp was abuzz with spirits lifted from the bounty. I didn't concern myself with these mundane tasks, but instead walked alone into the battlefield, now strewn with the remains of the soldiers' encampment. Smoke and the stench of blood still lingered in the air. Collapsed tents, scattered weapons, and mangled corpses littered the ground, painting a grim and haunting picture. My face showed no emotion as I walked through the desolation, inspecting what now felt like my domain. Soon, I reached the largest tent, He-Jin's command tent. The explosion had ripped through it, leaving it half collapsed and in shambles. Broken wooden beams, torn blankets, overturned chests, and spilled wine jars were strewn across the ground. I bent down and entered the tent, rummaging casually, but finding little of value at first. Finally, I stopped at the remains of a blasted cot. Squatting down, I reached into the deepest shadow beneath it. As if on cue, that long-awaited voice echoed in my mind. "New location detected. Soldier encampment. Would you like to sign in?" A faint smile tugged at the corner of my lips. "It's here. Sign in. Sign in successful at soldier encampment. Reward. High-yield sweet potato seeds times 1 bag. Stored in system inventory." My fingers hesitated for a moment. High-yield sweet potato seeds? I didn't take them out immediately. Instead, I glanced outside the tent. The camp was bustling. Zhou Kuei was organizing people to haul away armor and weapons. Li Ergu was still gleeful over his new saber. Su Wanyang and the women were counting the provisions, with smoke curling from the newly lit bonfire as the evening breeze swirled it about. Only then did I open the system inventory. In one slot, a coarse cloth bag lay quietly. High-yield sweet potato seeds, contains improved roots and saplings. Drought-resistant, grows in poor soil, with a potential yield of over 3,000 pounds per acre. 3,000 pounds per acre. My breath hitched, and I stared at those numbers for several moments. 3,000 pounds. In those days, the yield of ordinary crops was only 300 to 400 pounds per acre, and that was in a bumper year if the weather was kind. When drought struck, it was possible to harvest not a single grain. But this bag of sweet potato seeds looked so shabby. The yield of 3,000 caddies per moo. I suppressed the turbulent emotions in my heart. The better something is, the less it should be shown off. I closed the interface of my backpack and turned to leave the tent. The night had already fallen. The camp beside the official road had been cleared of space, the corpses dragged far away, and the bloodstains covered with yellow soil. Seized armors, official blades, spears, and bows were piled in a row, while the horses were tethered by the roadside, flicking their tails uneasily. The refugees, who had been trembling in fear earlier, now stared with glowing eyes at the plundered spoils. I walked over to Su Wanyang. She was crouched beside a cart, meticulously tallying the bags of grain. She weighed each bag by hand and had Shoer jot down which ones could be eaten immediately and which were to be reserved for emergencies. I watched her for a moment before speaking softly. Wanyang, come with me for a moment. She looked up at me and, seeing the seriousness in my expression, immediately put down the grain bag, brushed the dust off her sleeves, and followed me to the back of the tent. What's the matter? She asked. I didn't answer right away. Instead, I took out a coarse cloth bag from my pocket and handed it to her. Su Wanyang took it. It felt heavy in her hands. She opened the mouth of the bag and glanced inside. It contained some seeds she had never seen before. These are grain seeds. She frowned. Yes. I lowered my voice. Sweet potato seeds. She was startled. The name was unfamiliar to her. I continued. This crop is drought-resistant and can thrive in poor soil. As long as it takes, one moo can yield over 3,000 caddies. Her hands trembled suddenly, almost failing to hold onto the bag's opening. How much? 3,000 caddies. She gasped for breath. Having grown up eking out a living in the fields, she was acutely aware of the value of grain. To yield 3,000 caddies from one moo. Just how many people could such a yield support? Gripping the bag tightly, as if afraid the wind might scatter even a single seed, she whispered fiercely, this mustn't be known to others. The fewer who know, the better. Watching her seriousness, I chuckled softly. Don't be so tense. It's not time to bring them out just yet. When we get to Guanyang City, we'll first find a place to settle before looking for land. She nodded. I understand. After a moment's pause, she asked quietly, Chen Su, do you think we'll really have land of our own in the future? I gazed into the pitch-black distance of the official road. The wind carried the faint stench of blood and gunpowder. I thought of the high fever-stricken Xiao Man in the deserted temple, her despairing eyes as she clutched her child, and then the bag of seeds in my hand. We will. She didn't speak again, only hugged the seeds more tightly. As night deepened, the camp quieted. The bonfire burned down to glowing embers. Women and children slept soundly. Only the silhouettes of those standing watch moved back and forth. I called Zhou Kuei over to the side. Brother Chun, what's up? Have you finished interrogating them? All done, Zhou Kuei nodded. The city gate password, the 3rd Battalion code, the names of some of He Jin's top leaders, and which barracks to report to after entering the city, we've got the full details. Even the deputy commander spilled everything. Turns out He Jin sneaking out of the city this time was a private move to line his pockets, something few in the city even know about. I nodded. What about the documents, badges, and army tokens? They're here. Zhou Kuei pulled out a bundle. It contained official badges, signal arrows, some crumpled military documents, and a thin register. I flipped through them briefly before putting them away. These men can't be left alive. As long as they live, we won't be able to enter Guanyang City. If they escape and report us to the authorities, it will mean death for all of us. Zhou Kuei gripped the hilt of his knife, his voice laced with malice. Understood. I'll take care of it. Quietly. Don't worry, he grinned. The night passed uneventfully. As dawn approached, the camp buzzed with activity once again. Sets of confiscated official military armor were distributed. The men who had fought in the skirmish under Zhou Kuei's command donned the armors and blades. Their demeanor transformed. Standing in formation, they even exuded a faint aura of military might. Li Ergu fingered the armor plates on his chest and couldn't stop grinning. Chief Chun, this armor is really solid. Zhou Kuei sent a kick his way. Stand up straight. Don't look like a kid trying on his father's clothes. Li Ergu immediately puffed out his chest and straightened up, drawing suppressed laughter from the others. Once everyone was ready, I had Zhou Kuei assemble the group. By the roadside, nearly 200 people stood shoulder to shoulder. In front were the able-bodied men clad in armor and armed with blades. In the middle were the carts loaded with supplies and the injured, and at the very center were the women and children. Su Wanyang stood beside a cart holding Xiaoman. The child, still groggy from sleep, had no idea what had happened the night before and only thought everyone looked unusually grand today. I stood before the crowd and pulled out the pass document. Pale yellow parchment with black lettering, stamped with a bright red official seal. Every pair of eyes focused on it. I raised my voice. From now on, remember your identities. We are not refugees. We are the 3rd Battalion of Guangyang City's Defense Forces, dispatched to suppress bandits, and now returning to the city with our spoils. The crowd fell silent. I am the commander of this unit, Chen Su. Zhou Kuei is the deputy commander. You are all my soldiers. This city return is for claiming our reward. Hold your heads high. The men in the front row clenched their blades more tightly. Even the women in the back straightened up, bringing their children to mimic the adult's stance. I scanned the group, my voice weighted with gravity. Once we enter the city, no one is to glance around or speak out of turn. If anyone asks questions, only Zhou Kuei and I will respond. Anyone showing fear will endanger not only themselves, but the entire unit. A solemn atmosphere gripped them. Zhou Kuei was the first to snap his blade against his waist. Follow Chief Chen's lead. Li Ergu echoed loudly. Follow Chief Chen's lead. The armed men in the front row shouted in unison. Follow Chief Chen's lead. I mounted my horse. Move out. As the group stepped onto the official road, their demeanor underwent a distinct transformation. The more than 100 men at the vanguard and flanks, clad in official military armor, marched with disciplined strides, their blades and spears gleaming in the light. Zhou Kuei rode proudly on a tall steed beside me, his back ramrod straight. Though his commandeered officer's armor did not quite fit, his fierce air paired with it lent him a commanding presence worthy of a deputy commander. Brother Chun, this plan of yours is brilliant. Zhou Kuei's enthusiasm was palpable. With this outfit, I feel like I'm walking on air. Along the way, anyone who sees us gives us a wide berth, not a peep from them. I gave him a faint smile and said nothing. This facade was only the first step. Whether we truly made it into Guangyang City or not depended on how well the play was performed in the scenes to come. In the middle of the procession were the carts brimming with supplies. Su Wanyang, along with Xiu'er and other women, sat on the carts, tending to children and the injured. They, too, had changed into cleaner clothes. The fabric was ordinary, but at least it no longer bore the marks of hardship and desperation. Yang Hu immediately broke into a smug grin. He stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, and began to pace, his gaze greedily sweeping over our supplies, his every movement exuding a slick, mercenary air. Commander Chen, is it? Is it? Having just arrived in Guangyang, I'm afraid you're not quite familiar with the rules here yet, he said, deliberately drawing out his words, a sickening, fake smile on his face. But that's all right. With me, Manager Zhang, here, you'll certainly have plenty of work to do, but it all depends on your attitude. I furrowed my brow slightly, then quickly smoothed it out, maintaining a composed expression as if I hadn't picked up on the implication in his words. Su Wan hugged Xiaoman tightly as she stood behind me, her gaze fixed warily on them. Attitude? Huh. The manager is speaking out of turn. My tone carried a hint of coldness as I raised a finger to point at the soldiers standing in neat formation beside me and the wagons loaded with supplies, speaking neither submissively nor arrogantly. What we've brought back is the spoils of our campaign against bandits. We're putting these resources to good use to secure peace for the city's people. As for your so-called attitude, it naturally follows the nation's military code. If you, Mr. Steward, wish to establish different rules, I'm afraid that would be a violation of the law, wouldn't it? The man with the goatee detected a warning in my words, and the smile on his face froze slightly. His gaze swept over Zhou Kuei and the others standing nearby, who were on high alert, and he swallowed hard before letting out a rather sheepish, cold snort. The captain stood to the side, watching the situation unfold. He glanced at me, then at the resentful man with the goatee, and seemed to have figured something out. To prevent the conflict from escalating, he cleared his throat and spoke with feigned magnanimity. Manager Zhang, inventory checks are essential, but no matter how strict they are, they must be conducted in accordance with regulations and in an orderly manner. After all, Commander Chen was quite right just now. Everything must be done by the book. This remark not only saved me from a tight spot, but also carried a subtle hint of probing. I sneered inwardly, having already anticipated his cunning. But caught in this predicament, I had no choice but to play it by ear. Naturally, the rules apply to everyone. I, Chun, would never dare to cause trouble for the local magistrate. I replied calmly, fixing my gaze firmly on the captain. Perhaps my composure and poise left him at a loss for words, or perhaps we truly hadn't revealed any weaknesses. In any case, the captain finally nodded, his expression softening slightly. In that case, Commander Chen, please wait patiently. Once the registration is complete, you'll be free to go. He waved his hand, signaling the constables to speed up their work. Just then, Zhou Kuei slipped closer and whispered in my ear, "Boss, these guys aren't pushovers. They've got a backup plan. We'd better be extra careful." I lowered my gaze and nodded slightly. I understood. The more perilous the situation, the less I could afford to show even a hint of hesitation. So I raised my hand to silence Zhou Kuei before he could say more. With danger lurking at every turn, trusting anyone in Guangyang Prefecture would be a pipe dream. But since we'd already stepped onto this chessboard, we were destined to proceed with caution at every turn, seeking the best moment to make our move. The goat-bearded man immediately grew smug, stepping in front of me, raising his chin slightly as he spoke in an affected tone. "You must be that Commander Chen or something?" I said nothing, merely staring at him coldly. Ahem, ahem. Feeling uneasy under my gaze, he cleared his throat. "I am Steward Wang of the provincial office, ordered to inspect your seized goods. According to regulations, all loot obtained from bandit suppression must be handed over to the provincial treasury for centralized distribution. Unload the items from your carts and let me tally them." The dozen or so Yamen runners behind him prepared to step forward. "Hold it." My voice wasn't loud, but it was enough to abruptly halt their steps. Steward Wang's face darkened. "What's this? Commander Chen, are you defying orders?" "Steward Wang, is it?" I smirked. "We risked our lives under the orders of the prefect to suppress the bandits. Having returned victorious, it is only proper that we report to the prefect lord. So tell me, how is it that in Guangyang Prefecture, a mere steward can order around soldiers like us, who fought at the front lines?" My words were calm, yet cutting, each one piercing like a dagger. Steward Wang's face alternated between shades of green and white. You can't use the prefect lord to intimidate me," he exclaimed with hollow bravado. "I'm following protocol. Inspecting seized goods is the duty of the provincial office." "Is that so?" My gaze moved past him, landing on a captain standing not far away. "Captain Zhang, you're a soldier yourself. Judge this matter fairly. We brothers, who risked our lives fighting bandits out there, returned bloody and battered. Before we've even had a cup of hot tea, we're being ordered around by a steward who treats us like criminals, inspecting everything we've brought back. Is this how Guangyang Prefecture treats its meritorious soldiers?" Captain Zhang clearly had no desire to become involved, but being publicly called out, he had no choice but to stiffen his resolve and step forward. He glanced at the ashen-faced Steward Wang, then at my composed demeanor, cursing inwardly. "What a fox." "Ahem, Steward Wang, Commander Chen, both of you are working for the prefect lord. Let's not make this an issue between colleagues." He attempted to mediate. I refused to indulge him. "Captain Zhang, that's not a sentiment I care to hear." "What do you mean, let's not make this an issue? We are military, they are civil officials. Since when does a provincial office steward have a say in military matters? He wants to inspect, fine. Let him present a written order from the prefect lord himself. Otherwise, if anyone dares to lay a finger on the items in my carts, don't blame my blade for not distinguishing friend from foe." By the time I finished, my voice had turned cold and cutting. Behind me, Zhou Kuei and the 100+ men all took a synchronized step forward with a resounding thud. An icy, murderous aura instantly blanketed the open courtyard. The dozen Yamen runners were so terrified by the sudden oppressive aura that they retreated step after step. They were nothing more than opportunistic paper tigers. How could they withstand this kind of bone-chilling killing intent, honed from crawling through heaps of corpses? Even Steward Wang's knees began to tremble. Staring into my eyes, he didn't doubt for a second that if he dared to utter even one more provocative word, I would truly cut him down. You dare revolt?" he finally squeaked shrilly in desperation. "Revolt?" I sneered. "I think you're the one who's tempted to revolt. Fraudulently using the prefect lord's name to embezzle military rewards and materials. Under the Great Qian laws, what punishment do you think that deserves?" I did no such thing," he stammered, completely panicked now. "Whether you did or not isn't for you to decide." I dismissed him, turning to Captain Zhang with a cupped fist. "Captain Zhang, I ask you to bear witness to today's events. Chen Su, upon orders to return and report to the prefect lord, was obstructed by a provincial office steward attempting to steal merits. On this matter, I will personally report to the prefect lord to seek justice." Captain Zhang's heart sank. He knew now there was no peaceful way to resolve this matter today. He glanced at the near-collapsing Steward Wang, internally cursing. What a fool, daring to provoke someone like this, clearly a dragon crossing the river. He strode up to Steward Wang, his face hardening as he spoke sharply. Steward Wang, Commander Chun is a meritorious officer in suppressing the bandits. How dare you trouble him without cause? Apologize at once. Steward Wang opened his mouth, attempting to refute. Captain Zhang's eyes glinted coldly as his hand steadily moved to the hilt of his blade. Steward Wang shuddered violently, glancing around at the surrounding soldiers glaring daggers at him. Finally, he recognized reality. Lowering his head, he trudged over to me, forcing a smile that was uglier than tears. Commander Chun, I was blind and failed to recognize greatness. My deepest apologies. Please, be the bigger person and overlook my transgressions. I stared at him without replying. Feeling even more unnerved, he gritted his teeth. Smack! Smack! He slapped himself hard across both cheeks, the loud sound echoing in the open yard. It was my filthy mouth. I deserved to die. Only then did I speak, slowly. Leave. Yes, I'll leave right now. He fled as if granted amnesty, slinking away in disgrace. Captain Zhang looked at me, his dismissive attitude replaced with newfound respect and a warm smile as he approached. Commander Chun, truly a hero among youth. Forgive us for the misunderstanding. You're most impressive. No harm done. I waved a hand nonchalantly. So, about this inspection. No inspections necessary. None at all. He quickly interrupted. Commander Chun is someone we trust. Once you're settled, you can report directly to the prefect lord at your convenience. He then shifted topics. However, this open square isn't a long-term solution. Does Commander Chun have a place to stay within the city? I smiled faintly, pulling out a few property deeds we had found in the bandit leader's hidden chamber. As it happens, a distant relative of mine purchased a residence here in Guangyang Prefecture some years ago. Misfortunes befell his family, and he gifted it to me. This trip was also a chance for me to reclaim it. Captain Zhang glanced at the deeds, his eyes widening in shock. A 3-courtyard estate in the Eastern District? He inhaled sharply. Guangyang Prefecture was a place where every inch of land was precious. Being able to afford such a property in the Eastern District meant its owner had to possess extraordinary wealth or status. Since Commander Chun has such accommodations, I won't impose further. His tone became exceedingly respectful. I will, however, assign 2 competent soldiers to escort you there. Much obliged, Captain Zhang. Captain Zhang immediately appointed 2 sharp-witted soldiers to guide us. While nominally serving as escorts, it was clear they also sought to build goodwill. I didn't call him out on it, merely clasping my hands in thanks and signaling for the troops to proceed onward. The convoy resumed its journey, slowly entering the inner city of Guangyang Prefecture. The streets within the city weren't exactly bustling, but they were paved neatly with bluestone. Shops and courtyards lined the streets in orderly fashion. Occasionally, a grain shop would have its doors open, with a long line of people waiting outside. The people in line, though visibly malnourished, were at least clothed adequately. With the money pouch clutched tightly in his hand, he walked forward. As we ventured deeper, the occasional aroma of meat and wine wafted from the mansions behind towering walls. The enticing scent roused the nerves of every person in our group. Zhou Kuei, mounted on his horse, surveyed the scene, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, just one wall separates 2 completely different worlds. Outside, folks don't even have a sip of clean water, while inside, they feast on meat." I didn't say a word, merely observing with calm detachment. This was reality. Inside the city walls, people lived like humans. Outside, only bones. On the carriage, Xiao Man sat in Su Wanyang's embrace, her face full of curiosity. She pointed at a massive vermilion gate and asked in a small voice, "Mother, is this going to be our home in the future?" Su Wanyang stroked her head gently, her voice light. "Soon. We'll have our own home very soon." Our group moved through the eastern part of the city, drawing countless stairs. A convoy armed with weapons, mounted on horses, and carrying substantial supplies became an instant focal point no matter where it went. About the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the soldier leading the way stopped at the entrance of a narrow alley. Pointing to the imposing estate at the end, he said, "Commander Chun, we've arrived." I looked up. It was a grand mansion with 3 courtyards, blue bricks, and black tiles. 2 imposing stone lions stood guard at the entrance. Just its gate alone radiated more grandeur than all the houses we'd seen in Heishui village combined. The eyes of the people in our group widened with astonishment. Good heavens, is this really going to be our residence? My word, how much could this place have cost? I spurred my steed forward, but as I approached, my brows knitted tightly together. The grand gate was tightly shut. Above the entrance hung a plaque with 2 bold characters written in a flamboyant, dragon-like script. Lu Residence. 4 brawny men in short jackets stood guard at the gate, holding clubs and exuding hostility. Faced with our armed procession, instead of fear, the gate guards squared their shoulders confidently. The leader struck his club against the ground with a thud, barking, "What are you people doing here? Don't you know this is the Liu family estate? Get lost and stop blocking the way." The atmosphere tensed instantly. Zhou Kuei's face turned black immediately. Damn it, they must have grown a bear's heart and leopard's gall to talk like that to Commander Chun. I raised a hand to stop him. Dismounting my horse, I retrieved a deed marked with an official seal from my coat and walked step by step toward the entrance. I don't care who this Liu family is. The name on the title of this mansion is mine. The head gatekeeper gave the deed a sideways glance and sneered. A deed? That's an out-of-date relic. This estate became our master Liu's property 3 years ago. That piece of paper you've got isn't even good for wiping your ass. You're courting death. Zhou Kuei couldn't hold back any longer, drawing his blade halfway out. Brother Zhou, put the blade away, I said, my voice still calm. We're here to reason, not kill. I locked eyes with the gatekeeper and said coolly, I have no interest in bantering with a mere guard. Go call someone with authority to come out and talk. The gatekeeper seemed surprised by my composure, hesitating for a moment before becoming even more arrogant. Call the steward? Who the hell do you think you are to deserve an audience with him? As he spoke, he reached out to shove me. Get lost now, or don't blame us for being rude. Just as his hand was about to touch my chest, I made my move. Snap! A crisp crack echoed in the air. Before the gatekeeper could scream in pain, my other hand gripped his throat, cutting off his cries. I clasped his now twisted wrist firmly, my cold gaze locking onto his terrified eyes. I'll say it one more time. Go get someone who can make decisions. Sweat streamed from his head as the intense pain turned his face dark purple. Fear replaced his defiance. The other 3 guards stood frozen in shock, their clubs trembling in their grip. But then one of them spotted Su Wanyang and Xiao Man in the carriage at the center of the convoy. His eyes glinted as he charged toward the carriage, club raised, yelling, "You dare touch one of ours? I'm smashing your wagon to pieces." Su Wanyang's face fell, and she immediately shielded Xiao Man, her arms clutching the child tightly. My gaze turned stone cold, like a frozen blade. I didn't even have to turn around. Whoosh! A steel sleeve arrow shot from my wrist, flying through the air and embedding itself squarely in the guard's thigh. With a scream, he dropped to the ground, clasping his leg, his weapon clattering beside him. Take one more step, and the next arrow goes through your skull. Releasing the gatekeeper's broken wrist, I kicked him to the ground and planted my foot firmly on his chest. Leaning down, I spoke slowly, enunciating each word. Now, can you scurry inside and deliver the message? The gatekeeper stared at me as if I were a demon, scrambling to his feet and crawling through the gate. The remaining 2 guards rushed to carry their injured companion back inside. Bang! The heavy gates slammed shut. Zhou Kuei sneered and spat on the ground. Humph! A bunch of blind fools who only shape up after seeing blood. He stepped beside me and lowered his voice. Brother Chun, this Master Liu doesn't sound like an easy target. It seems claiming this estate won't be straightforward. I gazed at the shut gate, frowning. Difficult or not, it must be ours. I understood well that now we were within the city, we couldn't act like we did in the wilderness, resorting to bloodshed at the slightest conflict. The city abided by its own rules. Today, I fractured the guard's wrist instead of taking his life to send a clear message to those inside. I respect rules, but my rules dictate reasoning first, then action. Not long after, the grand gates opened again. This time, out stepped a middle-aged man in his 40s, bedecked in silk, sporting a thin mustache. He was followed by over 20 burly guards wielding blades and clubs, each looking menacing and battle-ready. The man glanced indifferently at the bloodstains on the ground, then shifted his gaze to my armored team before finally fixing his eyes on me. With a forced, insincere smile, he spoke. "And you must be Commander Chen?" He cupped his hands lightly in a mock gesture of respect, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "I am the steward of the Liu household. My master instructed me to relay a message. This estate is not yours to take." With those words, the tension in the air ratcheted up again. Thud! In unison, the 20-plus guards behind him stepped forward. Their weapons struck the ground in rhythm, causing even the bluestone pavement to tremble. Zhou Kuei's face clouded with rage. The men behind him, armored and armed, gripped their blades tightly. One word from me, and they'd charge forward and cut down every one of the steward's guards. But I kept my composure, staring at the Liu steward with a calm gaze. "So your master claims I can't take this estate, and that's how it is?" "Commander Chun, I advise you to think this through carefully," the Liu steward said smugly, smiling as though he held all the power as my next plight loomed ahead. A major grain merchant. From the officials to the clerks in this prefecture, who doesn't show our Liu family some respect? Now an outsider like you wants to walk around Guanyang Prefecture as if you own the place? I fear it won't be so easy. He pulled out a deed from his sleeve and waved it in the air. See this? Black and white text, stamped and sealed by the authorities. This house was purchased by our Master Lu from its original owner 3 years ago, complete with proper procedures and perfectly legal. The deed in your hand is long invalidated. Zhou Kuei spat back angrily. You're spouting nonsense. We hold the original house and land deeds with an authentic government seal. Your document is the fake one. You don't get to decide what's true. Lu's steward sneered coldly. If you have the guts, let's take this to the government office for a confrontation. I'd like to see if the magistrate trusts us honorable local merchants or some outsiders like you, whose origins are unknown. I looked at his smug expression and instantly had a fair idea of what was going on. Leitnyang, I suddenly said. Su Leitnyang immediately retrieved a thick stack of documents from the wooden chest that had been prepared in advance on the carriage. It was all found in the secret chamber of the notorious bandit leader. Carrying the chest, she walked to my side and spread the documents out one by one in front of me. I picked up the original land deed, glanced at the transaction contract in the steward's hand, and spoke calmly. You claim your deed is legitimate? Fine, let's compare the details. The steward's face changed drastically, but he forced himself to keep up his bold front. Let's compare then. Who's afraid of who? Leitnyang, take it from here, I said, handing her the land deed. She received it, her voice not loud, but every word was precise. Steward Lu, you assert that your deed is genuine? I only have 3 points to question. First, our original deed states that this house was built in the 35th year of Deqian's reign, with the official seal also marked as such. But your transaction deed is dated the 34th year. How could you have purchased a house that wasn't yet constructed? The steward's face turned ghostly pale. Second, our documents bear the seals of 3 authorities: Guangyang Prefecture, the Ministry of Works, and the Tax Bureau. However, your document only has a private seal of the prefectural office, without even a page-stamped seal crossing the fold. Under Deqian's legal code, property sales not sealed by 3 authorities nor carrying a fold stamp are deemed invalid private agreements. Do you admit to this fact? Sweat began to bead on the steward's forehead. The surrounding onlookers started murmuring among themselves. This woman makes a good case. How can buying property not involve official seals? Exactly, and the dates don't even match. It's obviously fake. Su Leitnyang maintained her composed tone. Third, and most importantly, our document clearly defines the property's area as 3 parts, stating east to Willow Alley, west to the city wall, south to Official Street, and north to Wang's rice shop. But your deed merely mentions Suzaku Alley on the city's east side, without specifying the boundaries. So, Steward Lu, I must ask, which house is it exactly that you think you bought? After these 3 questions, Steward Lu was dumbstruck, unable to utter a single word. The deed in his hand now felt like a hot potato. At that moment, the 2 soldiers exchanged glances and turned to make an escape. Hold it, military officers. Don't be in such a rush to leave, I called out. They froze mid-step and turned back with forced laughter. Commander Chen, we need to return and report to our superior. No rush. We'll need you to bear witness to this matter, I said with a faint smile. We were ordered to crack down on bandits, seizing the concealed urban properties of the bandit leader with documented evidence of the land and property. Now the Lu family has occupied it forcefully and presented forged papers, attempting to steal military merits. This is no mere property dispute. Instantly, the soldiers' faces drained of all color. Stealing military merits, if proven, it was a beheading offense. Steward Lu's legs gave out, and he collapsed to his knees. A misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding, Commander Chen. A misunderstanding? I sneered coldly. I don't think so. Approaching him step by step, I looked down at him from above. Did you think we wouldn't dare go to the government office? Or were you banking on someone covering for you so you can muddle through this? I wouldn't give him any more chances to argue. Zhou Kuei, at your command. Tie him up. Search him. Zhou Kuei, already impatient, grabbed a rope and charged forward. The Lu family's guards no longer dared to resist. They dropped their weapons and clustered aside in defeat. Steward Lu fought to no avail, yelling, "You can't do this. I'm the steward of Lu's residence. This is private law enforcement." Zhou Kuei kicked him to the ground. I don't care what kind of steward you are. When you're in Commander Chen's hands, whether you're a dragon or a tiger, you'll lay low all the same. Soon, Zhou Kuei pulled out a crumpled note from the steward's sleeve and handed it to me. I unfolded it to find just a few succinct words. Stall them until Master Lu arrives. The sender's mark bore one word: Wang. Raising the note for all to see, I declared, "Everyone, take a look. This is the misunderstanding Steward Lu speaks of. Wang, the steward of the prefectural government office, has long colluded with the Lu family." Seeing the incriminating note, Steward Lu crumpled to the ground completely, his face ashen with despair. I tucked the note away and swept my gaze over the fearful guards. Open the gates. The guards dared not disobey and hurriedly flung the doors open. Enter the estate, I commanded. Zhou Kuei and his men charged into the courtyard, swiftly securing the front yard. Steward Liu, dragged along like a lifeless dog by two burly men, suddenly mustered a frenzy of resistance. Commander Chun, you may enter the front yard, but you mustn't touch the storerooms in the rear courtyard. Those are our master's private belongings. If you lay hands on them, it'll be plain robbery. I ignored him entirely and turned to Zhou Kuei. Seal the doors. Search the estate. Pay special attention to the storerooms in the rear courtyard. Understood. I entered the estate with Su Laitnyang and Xiaoman. The moment we stepped in, Xiaoman's eyes widened in sheer wonder. Before us lay a sprawling courtyard of gray brick. The bricks were engraved with delicate patterns of birds and flowers, their crevices sprouting fine grass, and corners of the walls accumulating a thin layer of dust. Xiaoman tread timidly on the stone, her steps as light as feathers. She had never seen ground so smooth, walls so tall, and certainly never such a large courtyard with so many rooms. This was the most splendid place she had ever encountered in her life. So magnificent, she didn't dare raise her voice. Papa, she whispered softly, looking up at me with wide eyes. Will we be living here from now on? Yes, I crouched to pick her up. From now on, this will be our home. Home, she repeated the word, her grape-like eyes lighting up instantly. Su Laitnyang looked at us, father and daughter, and her own eyes turned misty red. From the days of scraping for water in a crumbling temple, to risking life and limb at Blackwater Village, and now to this. A grand mansion. We finally had a real home. Holding Xiaoman in my arms, I took a walk around the mansion. It was a three-tiered courtyard layout. The front yard was the most spacious. From the gate to the shadow wall, there was a large open area, just suitable for Zhou Kuei's armored men to stand guard. Passing through the ornamental gate, we entered the main courtyard. The central hall was tall and imposing, while the side rooms were neatly aligned. The window papers were a bit old. I decided on the spot that this area would be for Su Wanyang and Xiaoman. Further back, the rear courtyard was even more open. Several rows of covered rooms leaned against the walls, with a patch of empty land nearby. The wounded could be relocated here, and Master Wang and his craftsmen could set up their forges and repair weapons here without disturbing the front yard, while still being conveniently monitored. On one side of the property, there was an independent stable and woodshed. With nearly 200 people in our group, it was impossible for everyone to squeeze into the main house. I quickly called the group together to assign accommodations. Zhou Kuei, Li Ergo, you and the key personnel will stay in the side rooms of the front yard and take turns guarding the gates at night. Got it, Zhou Kuei responded with a toothy grin. Master Wang, you and the craftsmen will stay in the back courtyard. Make a list of any missing wood or iron materials and hand it over to Wanyang. Master Wang nodded eagerly. Don't worry, benefactor. As long as I have a place to settle down, these old bones of mine can still work. The refugees will stay in the outer courtyard and those few empty storefronts near the street. I scanned the group. It's not the best spot, but it's better than sleeping outside the city walls. At least there are walls and a roof over your head. Some people touched the wooden doors in those shops, their eyes reddened with emotion. After fleeing for so long, many didn't even have a leaky shack to their name. To be able to sleep under any roof now felt like a monumental blessing. Once everyone was settled, I stood at the steps in the front yard and spoke. Listen carefully. The courtyard instantly fell silent. Even the children had their mouths covered by the adults. First, now that we're in the city, you must follow orders. No stealing, no looting, no causing trouble. Second, no one is allowed to leave without my orders. If anyone sneaks off and gets caught, don't expect me to bail you out. Third, anyone who breaks the rules will be expelled from the group. Once you're out of these gates, your life or death is your own business. Everyone understood. This mansion had not come easily, and the peace we now had was hard-earned. Zhou Kuei was the first to bow a fist. We'll follow your lead, Chinhead. Li Ergo chimed in. Anyone who breaks the rules, I'll be the first to object. The armored men in the front row all responded in unison. Su Wanyang took charge of internal matters quickly and efficiently. She had Xiao lead a few literate girls to set up tables under the corridor and took down names one by one. Each family member, along with their skills, was carefully recorded. When a woman's voice was too soft during her turn, Xiao looked up and reminded her, speak louder. If the records are clear, there'll be no confusion when we assign tasks or distribute food later. Su Wanyang personally tallied the supplies. The confiscated sacks of grain, cloth, medicine, and weapons were all stored systematically. The wounded were placed in clean rooms first, while hot water was distributed to children and elders. In no time, the kitchen was set up, and the aroma of porridge wafted from the rear courtyard. Master Wang and the craftsman toured the back courtyard, their eyes gleaming as if they discovered a treasure trove. Benefactor, this place is perfect. He pointed at the open ground. Give me 2 days, and I'll have a batch of blades and armor ready. I nodded. Just get to work. If you need anything, tell Wan Yang. Li Ergo wasn't idle, either. I called him to the side and whispered instructions. Your legs are quick, and your mind is sharp. Starting tomorrow, take 2 men to the streets and gather information. Li Ergo grinned slyly. Don't worry, Chinhead. I'm a natural at blending into crowds and catching the gossip. Don't create trouble. Got it. Now that we're people who live in the city, we can't afford to lose face. I glanced at him. This lad was indeed catching on quickly. Everything was in order as night fell, and the main hall finally lit its lamps. For the first time, Xiao Man lay on a soft, clean bed. She touched the new bedding with her small hands, curiously stroking it several times with utmost care, as if afraid to ruin it. Mother, she asked timidly, do we not have to sleep on the ground tonight? Sitting at the bedside, Su Wanyang tucked her in gently, her voice as soft as a flowing stream. No, we don't. She paused, then softly added, from now on, we never will. Xiao Man buried her face in the blanket and giggled quietly to herself. After settling her daughter, Su Wanyang took out a cloth bag hidden in her bosom. Inside were high-yield sweet potato seeds. She concealed the bag inside a secret cabinet in the main hall, laying some old clothes on top and pushing the cabinet shut until it looked seamless. Only after ensuring everything was undetectable did she turn to me. No one but you and I can ever know about these. I understand, I nodded. Late at night, the mansion fell into silence. From the front yard, the sound of patrolling footsteps could be heard intermittently. In the back courtyard, the wind whistled faintly through the gaps of empty doors. Alone, I walked to the storage room in the rear courtyard, the one steward Liu had fiercely defended. Zhou Kuei had searched the room earlier in the day. It was now mostly empty, left with some broken boxes and random clutter. Traces of recently moved boxes were still visible on the floor. Some marks were particularly fresh, as if someone had hurriedly removed them not long ago. Holding a lit fire start stick, I slowly examined the room along the base of the walls. In the very corner of the storage room, I discovered a trapdoor that led to an underground cellar. Its door was thick and reinforced with iron trim, secured with a heavy lock. Squatting down, I inspected the lock under the fire's faint glow. On the side of the padlock was a faint engraving, an unassuming mark of a wolf's head. My expression turned cold, a hidden mark of the Black Wind Mountain Bandits. It seemed that Steward Liu's occupation of this place wasn't solely for the mansion itself. I reached out, letting my hand rest on the icy metal door frame. Almost simultaneously, a system message echoed in my mind. New location detected, Black Wind Underground Cellar. Would you like to check in? Here it comes. A thought stirred in my mind, and without a moment's hesitation, I responded. Check in. Black Wind Underground Cellar check-in successful. Reward. Damp-proof sealed granary blueprint ×1. Stored in system inventory. A granary blueprint? I paused for a moment before quickly opening the system inventory to check. Inside, a yellowed blueprint lay quietly in one of the slots. Damp-proof sealed granary blueprint. A detailed design for constructing a special granary. The structure is moisture-resistant, pest-resistant, and fireproof, with added concealment features, making it ideal for storing crops, medicines, deeds, and other important materials long-term. What a treasure! My eyes lit up. This reward felt tailor-made for me. With high-yield sweet potato seeds capable of producing 3,000 caddies per acre in my possession, I'd been racking my brain for a secure storage solution. Now, this blueprint meant I could build an absolutely secure secret granary and safely lock away any future rewards from the system. Suppressing my excitement, my gaze returned to the padlock with the wolf's head engraving. Up. I retrieved the universal key I had acquired through signing in from my chest pocket. Click. A faint sound echoed. The massive lock, capable of withstanding a sledgehammer, was unlocked. I pushed open the heavy cellar door, and a wave of musty, damp odor hit me in the face. Holding up a torch, I descended the stone steps. The cellar was not large. One glance was enough to see its entirety. Most of the items had already been removed. Drag marks from crates covered the floor, and a pile of discarded items and debris, too late to be taken away, was stacked in a corner. In the air, aside from the overwhelming stench of mildew, there was a faint hint of blood. I held up the torch and carefully inspected every corner. Soon, I noticed something unusual in a crack between the bricks in one corner. One of the bricks appeared newer than the others. I reached out and gently knocked on it. A hollow sound echoed back from within. Narrowing my eyes, I hooked my fingers against the crack and tugged forcefully. The brick loosened, revealing a hidden compartment behind it. Inside the compartment lay a booklet, tightly wrapped in oil paper. I removed it and unfolded the oil paper. It was a somewhat worn ledger. Opening it to the first page, I raised it to the torchlight. My expression instantly turned cold. 37th year of the Great Qin Dynasty, autumn. Delivered 300 stones of grain to the Liu family trading firm. Received 1,200 taels of silver. The same year, winter. Through the hands of manager Wang. Bribed the provincial magistrate's office with 300 taels of silver. 38th year of the Great Qin Dynasty, spring. General, he delivered a batch of goods, totaling 23 people, recorded in the books. One entry after another, one transaction after the other. Each was shocking to the core. Lu Yuanwei, Wang Guanshi, He Jin. The three of them had already colluded, forming a complete chain of interest. Lu Yuanwei took charge of selling stolen goods and supplying grain. Wang Guanshi handled bribing officials and forging documents within the provincial magistrate's office. He Jin was responsible for supplying the goods. My grip tightened on the ledger. At last, I understood. He Jin's so-called excursions beyond the city to eliminate bandits were nothing but a smokescreen. His true purpose was to raid and capture those homeless refugees, selling them to Black Wind Mountain. As for Lu Yuanwei, his seizure of this estate was never about the property itself. It was all for this seller to conceal his dealings with Black Wind Mountain. I continued flipping through the ledger. There were other unnamed individuals recorded in the book, only marked by codes. Behind some of these codes were staggering amounts of silver listed. Letting out a slow exhale, I closed the ledger. This ledger was even more incriminating than I initially thought. At that moment, light footsteps sounded from the stone steps above. Su Wanyang descended with a bowl of water in her hands. "Chensu, are you all right?" Noticing the unusual look on my face, her pace quickened. Without hiding anything, I handed her the ledger directly. "Take a look." Su Wanyang accepted the book, flipping through its pages. With each turn, her expression grew darker. Reaching the final page, she shut the ledger, her fingers visibly taut with restraint. "This document." She lowered her voice, looking up at me. "Should we hand it over to His Excellency, the provincial magistrate?" I shook my head. "We cannot." Her expression froze. I took back the ledger, wrapping it once again in the oil paper. "At least not right now," I said, casting a glance toward the cellar door overhead. "We don't know if the provincial magistrate is clean. If he's in league with these men, presenting this ledger would be a death sentence." Her expression darkened further. "Even if the magistrate is clean, the content of this ledger implicates too much," I reasoned. "Lu Yuanwei, Wang Guanshi, He Jin, these are just the ones we openly know about. As for those remaining codes, who they are, who accepted silver, who was involved, we know nothing." I patted the ledger tucked securely against my chest. "Which is why this isn't a document to submit a complaint. Instead, it's our ticket for survival." She nodded slowly. I tucked the ledger into my garment, keeping it close. "For now, only you and I know about this." Taking out the blueprint of the grain warehouse from my belongings, I handed it to her for a look. "I plan to remodel this cellar according to the blueprint, in secret. Leave it to Master Wang to handle. Pass him the plans." She accepted the blueprint and nodded. "Understood." The following morning, Li Ergo followed my instructions and changed into the attire of an ordinary commoner. Before the break of dawn, he headed out to gather information. Meanwhile, Su Wanyang had started a small vegetable patch in an inconspicuous corner of the backyard. She chose a few small sweet potato cuttings for trial planting, carefully turned the soil to bury them, and planted several ordinary vegetable seedlings over the top. From an outsider's perspective, it would simply look like a casual addition of a kitchen garden at this new residence. Little Man crouched nearby, her tiny hands propping up her chin, watching intently. "Mom, will they grow lots and lots of food in the future?" she asked. As Su Wanyang smoothed the soil flat, she softly replied, "They will." Little Man's eyes lit up. "Do they also need to sleep? Will they grow taller after waking up?" Su Wanyang chuckled lightly. "Yes, they're sleeping in the soil right now." Immediately, Little Man reached out her small hand, lightly patting the soil's surface. Her voice was whisper soft. "Sleep well and grow quickly. Once you're big, Daddy and Mommy won't have to go hungry anymore." Su Wanyang paused momentarily at these tender words. Though softly spoken, her words felt like seeds falling into one's heart, taking root deeply. Standing in the walkway, I overheard the exchange. I walked over and scooped her into my arms. "Don't you worry, Little Man," I said, stroking her head. "Soon, there won't just be sweet potatoes. There'll be rice, meat, and hot soup too." She immediately wrapped her tiny arms around my neck. "Will there be eggs as well?" I chuckled. "Yes." She mulled it over, carefully adding, "Mommy gets to eat, and so does Daddy." From the system's inventory, I fetched a small handful of white rice and 2 eggs, handing them to Su Wanyang. "Cook something thick for breakfast." Her glance met mine briefly. "Taking out good stuff again?" To comfort the child, I said after a pause, and you as well. She pursed her lips without saying another word, accepting the items. Before long, the aroma of rice drifted out of the kitchen. Little man held a small bowl of egg porridge, sitting on the doorstep, savoring every slow bite. Not long before noon, Li Ergo returned, face flushed with urgency. Head Chun, trouble, panting heavily, he reported. That Lu Yuanwei has been spreading rumors all across the city that we're impersonating official soldiers, forcibly seizing a civilian estate, and hoarding military resources. Now he's brought Manager Wang from the provincial office and a squad of bailiffs. They're blocking our front gate. As he finished, banging sounded from outside the compound. Open up. This is official business from the provincial office. People inside, come out immediately. In the front courtyard, all of Zhou Kuei's men shot to their feet, weapons instinctively in hand. Damn it, those bastards dare to come back. Zhou Kuei cursed as he grabbed his blade and prepared to charge out. Hold on, I stopped him. There wasn't the slightest trace of panic on my face. The retaliation from Steward Lu and Manager Wang came faster than I had expected, but it was not entirely unforeseen. Inside the house, the refugees and family members who had just recently been settled in were pale with fright. They had only just found a shelter. Could it really be that they would be driven out so soon? Don't panic. Su Wanyang stepped forward, her voice firm. With Chun Su here, the sky won't fall. She turned to Xiaoer. Keep Xiaoman and the children inside. Don't let them come out. Understood. Xiaoer replied quickly and led a few of the older children back into the house. Carrying a wooden box containing the copied documents of the deed and account books, Su Wanyang briskly walked to the front yard to stand by my side. She didn't say a word, but her actions said everything. No matter what happened, she stood with me. I turned to Zhou Kuei. Tell the brothers to put away their weapons and open the main gate. Brother Chun, this. Zhou Kuei hesitated. We are officials, and so are they. This must be resolved with reason today, I said calmly. Go ahead. Though Zhou Kuei didn't fully understand, he still obeyed. The heavy main gate slowly creaked open. Outside, Steward Lu stood in the forefront, his large belly puffed out. He was dressed in fine silk robes, wearing an expression that was both aggrieved and enraged. To anyone who didn't know better, it might actually seem like he had suffered some immense injustice. Behind him stood Manager Wang and 20-odd constables armed with fire-tipped staffs. A crowd of curious onlookers had gathered around, pointing fingers and gossiping. The moment Steward Lu saw me, he raised a finger and shouted loudly. Everyone, come see. It's this man. He forged contracts, abused his soldiers to hurt people, and brazenly seized my property in broad daylight. Manager Wang, hiding behind the constables, chimed in. And that's not all. He's also hoarding large quantities of unregistered military supplies with unclear origins and ulterior motives. We are here today under the magistrate's orders to confiscate them. The two of them worked in tandem, slapping no less than 4 heavy accusations on me. Forging contracts, abusing soldiers, seizing private properties, and hoarding military supplies. I didn't bother responding to their yelling. Instead, my gaze settled on the 2 soldiers from yesterday. They were shrinking at the back of the constable's group, looking awkward, unsure whether to hide or step forward. Gentlemen, I called out, you both witnessed yesterday's events yourselves. Today, I need you to serve as witnesses again. The 2 soldiers stiffened and hesitantly stepped forward. Steward Lu's eyelid twitched ever so slightly. I finally turned to look at him. Steward Lu, you've accused me of forging contracts and seizing property. All right then, let's talk about these contracts first. Wanyang. Su Wanyang stepped forward, taking out 2 contracts from the wooden box. One was my property deed, and the other was the sales contract brought out yesterday by Lu Jia's manager. She laid both documents side by side. Yesterday, your manager's forged contract was publicly exposed with 3 critical flaws: mismatched dates, incomplete official seals, and unclear property boundaries. She turned to the 2 soldiers. Sirs, you were present. Am I speaking falsely? The 2 exchanged a glance, their faces troubled. One of them said in a low voice, It's true, what she says. The other soldier slowly nodded. Many people saw it at the time. Steward Lu's face stiffened. He argued, Who knows if your contract is real? My Lu family has been doing business in Guanyang Prefecture for years. Would we stoop so low as to covet an outsider's property? Fine, let's set the contracts aside for now. I shifted the focus. Why, then, was your manager colluding with the magistrate's Manager Wang? I produced a slip of paper I had taken off Lu Jia's manager. On this paper, it instructs your manager to stall until Steward Lu arrives. I turned to Manager Wang. Did you pen these words? Manager Wang's face went pale, and he screamed, You're slandering me. Don't recognize it? I held the note up for the crowd to see. Guanyang is a big city. Surely, there must be people here familiar with Manager Wang's handwriting. Shall we find a few clerks from the magistrate's office to verify it right now? Manager Wang's lips quivered, but no words came out. Seeing the situation turn sour, Steward Lu quickly hardened his expression. Chen Su, stop twisting the facts. I am a grain merchant of Guangyang Prefecture, with a clear reputation. What right does an outsider like you have to malign me? A clear reputation? My gaze turned frosty. Steward Lu, do those words not weigh on your conscience? A flicker of panic crossed his eyes. From the box, I unrolled a painstakingly copied sheet and began to read aloud, word by word. Autumn of the 37th year of the Great Qian Era. Delivery of 300 stone of grain to the Lu family trading house. Payment of 1,200 silver liang received. Steward Lu, do you acknowledge this account? The crowd of onlookers erupted in an uproar. Delivery of grain? An account tied to Haifeng Mountain? Does the Lu family have connections with bandits? The color drained completely from Steward Lu's face. Where did you get this? He stammered, then realized his words were tantamount to admitting guilt. Manager Wang jumped in panic. Steward Lu. Steward Lu's lips trembled as he hastily corrected himself. It's fake. All of it is fake. I took a step forward. The constables instinctively raised their fire staves. The men behind Zhou Kuei also took a consolidated step up. Tension wrapped the air tightly around the courtyard. I fixed my stare on Steward Lu, my voice low and biting. A grain merchant in Guangyang Prefecture, delivering grain to the bandits of Haifeng Mountain, occupying their safe houses covertly scattered within the city. And Manager Wang giving you early warnings to block our confiscation of bandit plunder. My gaze swept over them both. Tell me this. What exactly is your relationship with Haifeng Mountain? I had flipped their accusations on their heads, pinning a heavier crime like colluding with bandits and sabotaging military operations onto them. Each word fell sharper and heavier, echoing like cracks of thunder. The constables exchanged uneasy glances, none daring to step forward. Just then, Captain Zhang from the city guard arrived with his unit of soldiers, pushing through to the center. Stop! Stop it right now, he shouted, his voice a mix of frustration and alarm as he took in the fraught scene. I leaned close to him, speaking so softly only he could hear. Captain Zhang, these account books don't just implicate Steward Lu and Manager Wang. They also contain the name of He Jin. His pupils constricted sharply. He Jin conspiring with bandits to loot refugees. If this gets out, the entire city defense army will be dragged into the mud. When the magistrate lays blame, you, as the gate captain, do you think you can bear that responsibility? His back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Taking a deep breath, he immediately made a decision. He strode into the scene, glaring at Mr. Lu and Steward Wang as he barked. Preposterous. Commander Chun has contributed significantly to the suppression of the bandits. The seized estates and materials should naturally be under his personal custody. Mr. Lu, if you have any dispute over the ownership of these properties, feel free to prepare a lawsuit and present your case in the courthouse. Assembling a mob to create a disturbance here. What sort of behavior is this? Mr. Lu, caught off guard by his sudden change in tone, trembled with anger. Captain Zhang, you, what about me? Captain Zhang glared, his eyes sharp. If you dare to cause another commotion, I'll charge you with disrupting city defense. Seize them. The city guards stepped forward, their long spears hitting the ground with a dull thud, creating an intimidating echo. Overwhelmed by this display of force, Mr. Lu swallowed his words. He knew there was no way out this time. He would have to suffer the loss. Casting a venomous glance my way, he sneered coldly. Well played, Commander Chun. But remember, Guangyang Prefecture is no place for an outsider like you to run rampant. We'll see. With that, he slunk away with his entourage in tow, defeated. For the moment, the storm had subsided. Captain Zhang wiped the sweat off his brow and walked over, offering a wry smile. Brother Chun, you've really put me in a tough spot today. Captain Zhang, your help today, I won't forget it. He paused, his expression turning serious. There's something I have to inform you ahead of time, Commander. The prefect is already aware you've entered the city, and he also knows that He Jin has not returned with the 3rd Battalion. The prefect has ordered to see you in person tomorrow morning. After Captain Zhang left, Zhou Kuei approached me, visibly worried. Brother Chun, this sudden summons by the prefect doesn't bode well. If it's a blessing, I'll embrace it. If it's a disaster, I can't avoid it, I replied calmly. What's meant to come will come. From the moment I set foot in Guangyang Prefecture pretending to be an official, a confrontation with the prefect was only a matter of time. Returning to the house, Su Wanyang approached me quietly, pouring me a cup of water. Are you confident about meeting the prefect tomorrow? She asked softly. I took a sip and smiled faintly. Don't worry, I have a plan. The night passed in silence. Before dawn the next day, Su Wanyang was already awake. She fetched the best coarse cloth outfit she could find for me to change into and carefully straightened my attire, smoothing out every crease meticulously. When you reach the courthouse, Don't answer recklessly if you are unsure about something, she whispered. Leave yourself a way out. I held her hand. I understand. Wait for my return. Xiaoman rubbed her sleepy eyes and toddled over, clutching at my robes. Daddy, are you going to see a big official? She asked with all the seriousness her little face could muster. Do you need to take some dried meat? If you get hungry, it'll help. I chuckled and squatted down, pinching her increasingly chubby cheeks. Daddy won't be hungry. Be a good girl and listen to your mother while I'm away. As I stepped out the door, new location detected, main gate of Chun residence. Would you like to check in? I paused for a moment, but chose not to check in immediately. This time, I wanted to save it for when I had returned from the courthouse. I wanted to overcome this challenge myself before claiming the reward. Captain Zhang personally stood waiting with a squad of hand-picked soldiers at the door. The moment he saw me, he came forward at once, offering constant advice. Brother Chun, when you meet the prefect later, be extremely cautious with your words. Our prefect, Master Fong, rarely loses his temper and is always smiling at people. He swallowed nervously, but he's a shrewd judge of character and very calculating. The politer he seems, the more careful you need to be. I nodded. Thank you for the warning. The Yamen, courthouse, of the prefecture was located in the city center. Tall stone lions guarded the entrance, constables with staffs standing solemnly on either side. Clerks and officials bustled in and out, heads bowed, treading lightly. I followed Captain Zhang all the way inside. The front hall exuded authority, while the rear was starkly quiet. He led me to a study room, announcing my arrival before ushering me inside. Contrary to what I had imagined, the study was devoid of any oppressive atmosphere. It looked like an ordinary private study. Seated at the main chair was a middle-aged man clad in a cyan official's robe, his face lean and defined, a long mustache flowing down in 3 strands from his chin. He was sipping tea with a leisurely air. This man was the prefect of Guangyang, Fong Qingji. Captain Zhang bowed deeply. Subordinate Zhang Heng greets the honorable prefect. Commander Chun has been brought, as requested. Prefect Fong set down his tea, a warm smile on his face. Thank you for your hard work, Captain Zhang. You may leave us now. Yes, sir. Captain Zhang exited the room immediately. Now, only the prefect and I remained in the study. He gestured towards the chair opposite, his tone as amiable as if inviting an old friend. You must be Chen Su, correct? Have a seat. I made no refusal and sat down. The prefect personally poured me a cup of tea. I've heard from Zhang Heng that you led your men to eliminate the Black Wind Mountain bandits, seized significant loot, and even uncovered one of their secret hideouts within the city. He smiled faintly. A talented young hero, impressive. While his words were complimentary, his gaze never stopped scrutinizing me with a sharp edge. I raised the tea, but made no move to drink. I wouldn't dare accept such praise. This all stems from the prefect's good fortune and blessings. Prefect Fong chuckled gently, finally getting straight to the point. He set his cup down and fixed his gaze on me, asking 3 questions in rapid succession. Chen Su, where are you from, and where did you come from? Under whose command did you undertake the mission to subdue the bandits? And most importantly, the 3rd Battalion led by He Jin, nearly 200 men. Where are they now? I had anticipated these questions long before. Setting down my teacup, I let its base gently tap the table with a soft sound. Sir, I hail from the north. Years ago, after working as an armed escort for a time, my homeland fell to a severe drought, forcing me to flee southward. Along the way, I encountered many displaced villagers. With nowhere to go, we banded together to survive, relying on our skills in combat for protection. Prefect Fong listened silently, his expression unchanging. I continued. As for the matter of dealing with the bandits, it wasn't under any official military order. On the road, we happened upon General He Jin by chance. Seeing that I commanded a capable band of men, he verbally conscripted us as a temporary civilian militia to assist in the campaign. He also provided me with a pass document, authorizing my group to enter the city and report once the mission was completed. At this juncture, I glanced up at him. The prefect's expression remained steady, but his fingers lightly traced the rim of his teacup. I pressed on with my account. In the battles at Blackwater Village and Blackwind Mountain, the 3rd Battalion took the lead, while we supported them from the rear. However, the bandits on Blackwind Mountain were fierce fighters, not afraid of death and bolstered by both numbers and terrain advantages. The 3rd Battalion suffered heavy casualties. When General He led his men charging into the canyon known as the Narrow Sky Gorge, we remained outside providing cover. After that, we only managed to see a handful of scattered survivors escaping. As for General He himself, I paused for a moment. I truly haven't seen him since. I raised my head, looking at him calmly. If you wish to investigate the 3rd Battalion, my lord, feel free to send someone to Yixianshan Gorge in the Haifeng Mountains. The ambush marks there should still be visible. Dead men tell no tales. Mixing truth with lies, it's the hardest thing to verify. After listening, Magistrate Fong still wore that mild, unreadable smile on his face. He gave no hint of his emotions. Changing the subject, he picked up a roster lying at the edge of the table. Chen Su. Over the past few days, I made time to go through all the rosters of the 3rd Battalion myself. He gently pushed the roster to the front edge of the desk. Whether regular soldiers or auxiliary troops, there isn't a single person by the name of Chen Su among them. His eyes lifted to meet mine. Commander Chen, how would you explain this? The study fell silent. Admitting to impersonating an officer meant death. Denying it, however, left no explanation for the roster. After a brief pause, I suddenly responded in a soft tone, posing a question of my own. My lord, may I ask, was this roster personally submitted by He Jin, or did you obtain it from another source within the army? Magistrate Fong's eyes flickered slightly. Without waiting for him to reply, I continued speaking. I never claimed that my name was on the 3rd Battalion's roster. When General He enlisted us, he specifically called it a temporary civilian militia assisting with suppressing bandits. A wartime expedient, verbally conscripted, there was never mention of formally logging us into the official records. I leaned forward just slightly. If you believe that my absence from the roster proves I am an imposter, does this not also imply that some of General He's actions were never reported to you from the start? As the words landed, the subtle smile on Magistrate Fong's face finally underwent a slight change. The atmosphere in the study shifted abruptly.